we my name is Michael Ebler, and I'm the chair of the Rehabilitation Council of Texas. This will be our last fiscal year meeting, quarterly meeting of our fiscal year. So I welcome y'all, and we've got some people that are still kind of dropping in the room. So we'll probably give it about another minute and a half, and then we'll just officially start the meeting. So thanks for being here, and we will start very shortly.
Good morning, everybody. This is Gennady. Just checking if you can hear me, if my mic is working.
Absolutely, Gennady. Good morning. And we're live, so we're just kind of waiting for a couple more people to drop in, possibly, and then we'll get started. Okay, that should about do it. Good morning again. Welcome to our last quarterly meeting of our fiscal year. I guess we're August, and I appreciate y'all being here. We've got some. I want to welcome all the members. Good to see y'all, and of course, any commissioners that might come online, and we understand a couple might come in today, and we're going to yield to them and let them have a little, share some information with us or talk just briefly, and we'll let you know when that happens. But and I'll introduce them. So, and then also want to welcome any guests that are online watching this around the state that have joined us on this Zoom. So welcome everybody, and it's going to be a good day. So okay, so here we are. Let's see what next. If you've looked at the agenda, and this goes for members and guests and anybody, you might notice that the agenda was swapped. We've the director of VR, Miss oh, help me out. I forget.
Miss Fuller.
Yes, Miss Fuller. Sorry, Miss Fuller. Anyway, has got some work to do tomorrow, so she's going to present today. Isn't that correct? Yeah. Actually, no, yeah, she's going to present. She's presenting tomorrow, right? Yeah. Ms. Fuller, sorry about that. Yes, so today we will do usually what we do on the second day's business, we'll do today, and then today's business tomorrow. So just FYI, if things look a little strange there, that's why. Let's see here. I just wanted to mention later this morning, we're going to hear from Ms. Bowden as she gives a report on an experience she had. She's a member, Amanda Bowden, and she was invited to speak at her local Chamber of Commerce. And I really appreciate her accepting the invitation and speaking at the Chamber. And we're going to hear kind of how her experience went. And I really encourage other members, if you have opportunities, to do things like this, jump on them and do them. It's kind of cool that you know, somebody that we can get out into a group and speak and share the what the VR system in Texas does and how it works and why it's necessary and how it can benefit the state as a whole. And you guys being appointed by the governor are considered to be, you know, pretty well versed on the subject. So if you get invited to speak, please do and help introduce, you know, to some people that have never, you know, don't understand what's going on in VR, that they might be able to learn some valuable stuff there. So thanks, Ms. Bowden, for doing that. And we look forward to hearing your report on that later. So thank you. Okay. So is Commissioner Dimerson in the room by any chance?
Chairman, I'm not in the room, but I'm on the phone. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. Hello, Commissioner Dimerson. How are you?
Good,
welcome,
good.
And glad you're here.
Glad to be a part of the meeting this morning. I'm actually driving into the office right now as I speak. And am I on the program right now or 9:25?
Well, we can do 9:25. I'm glad to hear from you now, but we certainly can tap back into you at 9:25. I know that is the time that you said you were going to be here, but I just thought I'd see if you were here and beyond now.
Okay.
But thanks
Okay,
for
well,
answering. But yeah,
no,
get to the office.
I don't want to interrupt your meeting or anything, but if we're okay, I'll go ahead and make some comments now and then give you guys some time back from that standpoint, whatever your preference.
Whatever works for you, Mr. Commissioner, that's fine.
All right, well, let me go ahead and I'll speak now, and then I'll come back in as well to say hi to the group. But again, Chairman, as always, appreciate everything that you guys are doing day in and day out. I was excited to have a post this week that kind of recognized the three actually. Dalen informed me that there are three, but Disability Chamber of Commerce. And I started out with a did you know type of concept, and kind of a real proud of the fact of what Texas is doing in that space, and also a Texas Deaf Chamber of Commerce as well. And then Texas being the headquarters for the U.S. Disability Chamber of Commerce. And so just kind of steering the conversation up in that regard. And I kind of committed to you guys that on a quarterly basis, we'll try to get out there to spotlight things that are happening in the disability space and recognizing employers that are playing a major role in that space. And so I was excited to do that, getting a lot of positive feedback from that standpoint, so much to the point that I was at a conference, well, dealing with our Texas Association Workforce Board guys in San Antonio. That's where Cheryl is today, as a matter of fact, or yesterday I saw her there. And I mentioned it to them as well. And a lot of the folks did not know, but I was excited at the end that Toyota came up to me, a representative from Toyota that was excited to start doing a few things in that space as well. I think she also has a summer earn and learn intern, and it's amazing how that's going to take place. And I was talking to them about spotlighting again employers and having other employers that are jumping on board. I also had the pleasure of being on a panel with the president of Hhsc as well, and I was talking about Elizabeth and the work that she's doing in that space. And the president was Craig was very excited to hear those things and said he may reach out to her in that regard as well. And so I continue to enjoy talking about what's happening in that space. I continue to enjoy bringing attention and a spotlight on those efforts. And what I would like to ask you guys as a council, I represent the employers here in the state. And if there's anything that I can do to further promote those efforts so that we can have individuals employed, then I want to do exactly that. We're beginning to travel a little bit more, and I look forward to going out. And if you're in various parts of Texas and you either see me coming out and or if I'm coming out, I'm going to try to make it a point to make sure that our guys, Willette and the team, make sure that I'm scheduling in with you guys or letting you guys know I'm in your neighborhood. If there's anything that I can do or you see where I can play a role on any of your efforts, then consider me part of your team as well as we move forward. But always delighted to talk with this group, and continue to appreciate all that you guys are doing And Chairman, I appreciate your leadership in guiding and directing the RCT as well. And so I'll give you some time back, but always never want to miss an opportunity to visit with you guys. And if I have the opportunity when I get into the office, I'll pop back on. That way I can kind of wave and kind of go from there. So I'll give you the time back, Mr. Chairman, but excited. On LinkedIn, I have a post out there highlighting those particular efforts. And again, Dylan kind of alluded that there's also a North Texas disability chamber of commerce that he actually founded, and he brought that to my attention. And I love the fact that we're getting the discussion started, and more folks are kind of popping in. I had some to say they didn't know, and it's exciting to see what we're doing here in Texas, and you guys are making up a big part of all of that. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Commissioner Demerson, thank you so much. And, you know, I apologize for coming in early on you are on the schedule 9:25, and we were just kind of getting through some stuff and thought I would find out if you're here just to introduce you to pre-introduce you, if you will. So
Okay.
thanks for jumping online and speaking. It's always inspirational and positive, and we certainly do appreciate your coming to our meetings, and it kind of gives us some inspiration, helps us understand what you're doing specifically with employers. So as a representative employer, so thanks for that. And if you could have the time to just hop on later and say hello, and please do, feel free anytime. And we look forward to seeing you. But if not, you're a busy man, so thanks for being so prepared that you could jump on your drive into work. So thanks for that.
No, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again. I actually, the meeting started at 9, so I wanted to pop in and I know you were going to be introducing different folks, so I wanted to make sure that I was attuned to that. And I am prepared. It's on my calendar for 9:25, so I'll see you guys at 9:25 as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Great to see you. Okay, one thing that we kind of did on the agenda, this is for members and guests. On the agenda, there is at 9:05 introducing the chair and vice chair nominees. And I wanted to let you know that we will be doing that later in the meeting prior to, let's see, when did we decide to do it, Lisa? I guess prior to the break, right?
That's correct.
Yes. So for nominees, I'd like to give you a 60 seconds or so to have a little introduction of yourself, campaign, if you will, coming up on prior to the election. So I figured it was a better idea to push that to just prior to the election rather than do it now and then, you know. So before we break for the we're going to go actually vote, which, by the way, members, that there's going to be a survey monkey, right, Lisa, that you're sending out to vote on for the break. So check your emails for that. Is that right?
That's correct. So right before the break, I will send out an email to the RCT members that will have a link to the Survey Monkey survey, and that's where you will place your vote. So if you'll do that during the break, and then when we return back from the break, Ms. Hodges will announce who the next chair, vice chair will be, who won the elections.
Okay, thank you. So we'll just kind of push that until before the break, and then I'll introduce the nominees. Two very qualified nominees, I might add. Very excited about them. So okay, we are a little bit early. Did anybody? Okay, the liaison reports are in the binder. So if you'd like to follow up or follow some of the reports in the binder for these coming up, Ms. Stanfield, are you prepared to speak on CAP?
Yes, I am. I just forgot I needed to unmute myself.
No worries, no worries. Welcome. Good to see you.
Well, good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. You should see my report is in the binder. I just wanted to highlight some things on it. I'm not sure if I've mentioned this before or not, but the CAP staff throughout the state have been meeting with the state office managers, I guess I'm sorry, there's so many different titles. I'm going to group everybody as a manager to more of a monthly basis. Now we started off, it was almost weekly, then we backed it off gradually. And some of the more recent topics that we've talked about is we try to give feedback about things that we're seeing in the field. The whole idea is to help the agency and making their changes and try to adapt to the times with COVID and everything so that services can flow smoothly as they're attempting to do and wanting to do. So we give them feedback on some of that, looking at how their electronic programs are working, giving them feedback about the IPEs being signed and how those systems that they put in place were working. We're still talking with them about provider issues. I know that's a conversation that we're going to be having later today as well. They gave us some update on the Start My VR option, and once they have that going fully operational, we'll probably be adding that to our handouts and stuff to let clients know about that. And we're talking with them about the encryption process to help make sure that all the clients can receive encrypted email from VR staff. And just about our agency in general, we are back open to the public at this time. Our executive director, for those of you who may know her, she's been with the agency for, I guess, almost 35 years, is Mary Faithful, and she has announced her retirement at the end of this year. So our agency is actively looking for a new director. And that is my report. Are there any questions? Anybody has? Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Stanfield. It's always a pleasure to hear your report, and appreciate your giving that. Ms. Hodges, are you available to speak about the CRP?
Yes. Good morning. So we had our fifth quarterly call back in June, and it was well attended. We had over 150 attendees to participate in that call. And we continue to have our quarterly call as well as our regional call as a platform to continue a dialogue amongst the providers throughout the state. So some of the things that the providers have brought up, and some of the biggest concerns with VR services is the cost of services, the service delivery system, the policy and procedures, and this amount of paperwork. So all of these concerns, as well as others, has been shared with the VR team, and they are actively working on addressing these. Some of the things that have already been shared and addressed has been changes with some of the forms. First, the contract modification, some of those, a lot of those have been eliminated. You know, that was some of the biggest concerns as well. Mr. Bade will talk about all the updates in the VR projects on tomorrow in more detail. However, there have been some policy changes that went into effect July the 1st, and that will share through email as well. So with that being said, I think the providers will be happy to know there has been a change with the service, with this fee of services, and as well as some of the policy changes. Right now we are doing SEAL, and we're having some, about to wrap that up across the state, but there are some concerns with the SEAL process and procedures, and we're going to address that as with the lesson learned. But one of the biggest things with SEAL, we have a lot of students participating in that particular program, but we don't have the required amount of on-the-job support. So there's an issue with the work experience trainers, as well as some of the processes and the procedures and collaboration throughout some of the regions. So that's a big issue that had come up in the past. So we're working on that as well. And so hopefully we'll have some resolution by the time the next year will kick off next year. With that being said, Mr. Chairperson, that's all I have. So I'll turn it back over to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Hodges. Appreciate your report. And if anybody, wants to see this more detailed, that they are in the binder. So please look there for more detailed, if you had a question or just wanted to learn more about the report. Ms. Cowart, are you available to report on the PRN?
Sure, happy to do that. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Move my stuff to the right screen so I can not having to look sideways. Give me 1 second. Just for those that don't know, Partners Resource Network is the nonprofit agency that runs the 4 parent training and information centers that are funded by the Department of Education, Office of Special Education. And our role is to serve parents that have children with disabilities, the professionals and healthcare professionals that support our families that have children with disabilities, and the youth with disabilities themselves. Our role is really to help them understand the rules and laws and regulations surrounding special education services in the public and private school setting, and moving forward into transition age youth as they move into colleges, junior colleges, vocations, things like that. So we work with our VR counselors and everyone to try to get as many wraparound services as we can to help our youth to have the highest quality of independence in life that they can, moving forward into adulthood. And in doing so, we are fully funded by your federal tax dollars. So every service we provide is free to those parents, professionals, and youth. And we do this through, well, pre-COVID, right? We live in 2 worlds, pre-COVID and post-COVID. Pre-COVID, we did most of our things in person, and things being workshops to help people understand those rules, laws, regulations. We do what we call clinics, which help parents and youth prepare for their upcoming IEP meetings. When IEP is an acronym for individual educational placement or plan. I think the official term is plan, but it's called lots of things. And in Texas, we call it an ARD meeting anyway. So, doesn't matter. We do what we call individual information and referral for parents and professionals. We do technical assistance, meeting one-on-one with people. Occasionally, at least once per year in each Hhsc region in Texas, and there's 20, we do a regional conference to bring in professionals and experts to help parents and professionals understand these rules, laws, and regs. We have tons of things online at our website. Post-COVID, we did everything virtually, and we've been doing virtual things in the past, but not at the 100% rate that we were doing them post-COVID. And prior to these last couple of weeks, I had actually, like Commissioner Dimerson mentioned, I was allowing my staff to go do some in-person things again. But as a management team, we always want to be mindful of the health impacts. All of us are parents of children with disabilities. Some of those are medically fragile, and we want to be good stewards of everyone and make sure everyone stays healthy. So I'm in the process of meeting with the management team, and we may scale back to virtual only. But my report is in the binder. Just a quick snapshot. We really didn't miss a beat. We are still meeting all of our federal guidelines and all of our federal goals that we're funded to do. We're just doing a lot of it virtually. And in this last quarter, between the 4 PTIs in Texas, there's 4 of us now as of October, we had over 168 virtual workshops on any number of topics. And the beauty of being virtual is it doesn't matter if you're sitting in Beaumont and there's a topic out of El Paso that interests you, you can attend that session virtually. We also had 2 conferences in those regions I mentioned. One of those conferences was for Spanish-speaking families in Spanish native language. It wasn't translated through a translator, it was for them, because as you know, translation is difficult sometimes. Some things are lost in translation. And this was truly for our Spanish parents, and it was great. And there's going to be 3 more of those across the state in the coming months. We also did, oh gosh, I was trying to run the numbers real quick. We had about 120 different collaborative activities. So we will work with almost anyone if they are working with our families of children with disabilities. If you want to reach any of us, the best way to figure out who to talk to or just call or email is to go to prntexas.org. You will find tons of free resources under the resources tab. If you want to find out which project or call any project to get help or to collaborate with us, there's information on our website there as well. If anyone has questions, they can type that in the chat box. I'm happy to help, or reach out to me directly. My work cell is 409-239-3197. And if there are no questions, I will yield back to you, sir.
Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Cowart. I appreciate your report and also y'all's ability to really adjust well on the fly with on the COVID adjustments, everything. I'm grateful to hear that you guys are, achieving as well or better results than you working under normal conditions pre-COVID. So thanks for that. It's good to hear that.
Well, Lisa, see this. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you put your work cell in the chat box for us, please?
I sure will.
Thank
and I'll
you.
put my email there as well.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. I'd like to interrupt the reports real quick to see if Commissioner Alvarez was going to step in the room and speak, and I didn't want to go too far past his time being valuable as Commissioner Demerson's is, but I see he's here, so thank you for showing up and in person, and so appreciate your being here. But is Commissioner Alvarez here?
Chairman, let me do this. I'm going to run.
Sure.
When I came in, I saw him, and I know he wants to make remarks, and so I'm going to go remind him that he's up right now to do just that. So give me about 2 minutes. We'll make that happen.
Absolutely. Thanks, Commissioner Demerson. Thank you for that. So I guess maybe we can squeeze in.
It looks like he is on now, Michael.
I'm sorry?
Commissioner Alvarez is on now.
He is? Okay, great. There he is. Hello, Commissioner Alvarez. Good morning.
Good morning,
Pleasure
Chairman.
to see you.
Good morning. I just got
Hello.
I just got my butt chewed out by Commissioner Demerson, so I got to make sure I'm on this call.
And he told us he was going to go chew your butt out. So
He just walked in. He just walked in and told me you better be on. I picked the wrong date. I'm sorry. I thought today was Friday. As busy as we've been, I thought today was Friday. I guess you all understand that, right, Lisa? Everyone understands that.
Absolutely. And if you wanted to come back tomorrow and speak, you're welcome to.
Well, I wish I could. Tomorrow, unfortunately, today, as soon as we finish this conversation, I'm going to be taking off to South Texas. But I wanted to convey to you some of the exciting things that have happened in the last couple of weeks. If you've been following us on our commission meetings, you've seen the push for us providing quality services and improving our services and expanding our services to people with a disability. Not sure if you all have been monitoring our Tuesday calls, but Commissioner Demerson has done a really good job of making sure that we do not forget or that we do not exclude people with disabilities. And I know he's mentioned Jason Shaw. In South Texas, Jason Shaw has asked myself and has extended the invitation to Commissioner Demerson to sit in on a meeting to talk about some of the challenges that he faces as an employer. But most importantly, during the pandemic, one of the things that we saw where there were a lot of folks that were disabled that were filing and had difficulty with their unemployment insurance benefits. And so this is an excellent opportunity for us to see what we can do to improve those services, whether it's getting a translator or having more of our counselors available to folks that need our help. Certainly, I think the pandemic has allowed us to expand on how we think and what we do. And so we're very grateful for people like Jason Shaw, who not only has the only chamber of commerce for deaf people in the state of Texas, but in the country. I'm not sure if you were aware of that, but he has been working closely with our office and with Cheryl Fuller throughout this period. And I'm sure, Chairman, you're aware of all the great things that he's done. But I really just wanted to take an opportunity to thank Commissioner Demerson, and of course, Chairman has been involved in these meetings as well, Chairman Daniel, for the push to incorporate and to make sure that we do not exclude our disability partners, our claimants, our customers. As you know, one of the things that we found that was very successful is that we now have a decal, which we've shown you in the past, for employers that hire at least 10%. And I know Commissioner Demerson yesterday spoke with the folks from Toyota about possibly hiring people with a disability. And there are a lot more employers that are just looking at how do we get more engaged and what can we do? And we need to remind them that there are some perks and there are some advantages. Great employees, they're very, very committed to their jobs, their careers. They come with tax credits and other things that might be of some benefit to the employer. So we need to continue to remind employers that the Texas Workforce Commission is more than just an unemployment insurance hub, but we provide an array of services. On a side note, in October, I'll be traveling to Sacramento, California to talk about all the great things that Texas does. And believe me, what you do at the RCT is going to be included in my remarks. And I say that because not everyone has great organization, great volunteers like you that actually provide valuable input to decision makers or policymakers like our commission. So Chairman, thank you for what you've done, to you and your committee. I always love to see the pictures in the background. Like I can see Elizabeth, she's vacationing somewhere because I see the waterfalls. And I see Matt, he always has that Texas flag. And Chairman, you don't have your Texas flag today. And then Daniel Prado, thank you for following us on Twitter, and all of you that follow us on Twitter and listen and follow us on social media. We've been very fortunate to have people like you all that do such a fine job in representing this group. So it's a privilege and an honor to be speaking to you all today, but continue the great work that you do. We're just your messengers. So thank you, Chairman, and to the committee.
Mr. Chairman,
Well,
Mr. Chairman, before Alvarez leaves off, and he always makes just wonderful remarks, and I think I've told you guys, I refer to him as the Texas tornado. He gets in there and takes care of business in a big way. And so a lot of excitement that comes from that. And he mentioned the chair, but we're committed to making a difference. And I represent the employers, he represents the employees, and the chairman represents the public. Together, we can do a lot of things. What I want to do, though, and Commissioner Alvarez, this is a challenge to you and the chairman. We're going to try to raise our game a little bit. And so
all right, this is good. This is going to be good. Y'all watch.
Oh, he's scaring me. He's scaring me because he knows I'm only 5'5". So
Hey.
he's scaring me when he says raises the game.
I'm going to raise the game. And so I'm going to try to sign my name, and then I'm going to challenge Commissioner Alvarez. He may already know how to do this, but then each time we should come to this this meeting with the raising. So this is my name. Okay, so it's that.
Oh,
And so,
okay.
I'm not
I
sure
got one for you. I got one
You
for
gotta
you.
be-
Chair.
You got to be
I got
careful.
one.
I know Commissioner Alvarez is bilingual and, including sign, maybe try.
Well, let me ask you, how do you say good morning, Chairman, Commissioner Emerson?
Buenos dias.
No, not in Spanish. I'm talking about in sign. I'm talking about in sign. You throwing me a challenge. I'll challenge you.
So that's what we'll do next time. Come to the meeting, Chairman. We'll raise our game from that standpoint and be able to do a little bit more. But each time we have an opportunity to dabble in that space, to kind of to connect, we have an opportunity to do that. And so I do that in jest, but it's an opportunity. I was real proud of the fact that I'm able to sign because I was downstairs dealing with an individual at the front door when I signed, it just made a connection from that standpoint, and that was good. Even the attempt to do it made a big difference and our cards are in Braille. And every time, I mean, just as late as yesterday, it was a college student. She's getting ready to go to school, and she noticed the cards in Braille and just had a phenomenal conversation from that standpoint. So we have real good opportunities. And Commissioner Alvarez, thank you for agreeing to play with me in that space. But we can each time raise our game, and maybe we'll raise it to the point where we can say good morning and sign at that point as well. So thank you.
Chairman, if I may add, Commissioner Demerson knows that I used to referee college football and that I was a highway patrolman. So Paul, you're going to get a kick out of this. I used to get finger signs all the time. So I don't know what it meant, but it wasn't good. And I was.
It meant you're number one.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was. They used to wave at me, but only with one finger. So I don't know what.
Yeah,
that means.
I know.
But I will tell you, thank you again for all you do. And again, we have great folks like Cheryl, Jason, Melinda Polinsky. All those folks do great work for our agency. So again, thank you for allowing myself and Commissioner Demerson and Chairman to be involved in today's discussion.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Alvarez and Commissioner Demerson. Thank you. And I appreciate you guys for, you know, raising the bar on sign. You guys, I like it. There you go. There's another sign. So you guys are doing a great job, and we really do appreciate your presence in our meeting. It gives us a lot to shoot for. So thanks for that. And you're welcome to sit with us as long as you wish, or we know you're very busy. So if you need to duck out, we completely understand. So, but thank you both for being here. Okay, let's move on to Ms. Polrees. Are you available to speak for Silk?
I am, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Wow, that's going to be tough to follow up, but I'll do my best. Thank you. That's a tough.
I get it.
So, as always, the Silk and the Independent Living Centers have been very busy. We do have our COVID-19 pandemic and vaccine distribution going on. We've been working with the state and federal partners to ensure that people with disabilities have access to the necessary equipment and vaccines to combat the pandemic here. Additional funding from the CDC will be available to some of our federal centers, and there's also going to be CARES Act funding also distributed to the centers in response to COVID-19. This all will have to be distributed the CARES Act money at the end of 2021, the fiscal year. We had our accessibility transportation policy recommendations. We hosted our transportation summit in January, and these recommendations can be found by visiting our webpage that we provided in the report. You will also be able to review a video of the summit. So we definitely encourage everybody to take a look at that. And our Silk staff will be providing the recommendations to the Texas Council for Development, the Disabilities meeting on Friday, August 6, 2021. Virtual independent living services. The virtual independent living services funded by the Administration for Community Living as part of the state plan program for the paralysis resource centers has received a short project extension to allow project participants to complete work and services that may have been delayed due to COVID. The project will now officially conclude in December. For more information, we have also provided a website in my report for that as well. The state plan for independent living. The Independent Living Network is in process for implementing our 21-23 state plan for independent living. The Silk has been working closely with our centers in the network to make the process on our objectives relating to the accessibility, transportation, emergency management, housing, and sustaining of our network. We did have a technical amendment that the Silk and the majority of centers approved that went through. And let's see, and we provided information on how to make written comment on the state plan. This definitely always welcome. We appreciate everything we get. We provided an email address, a regular address, and our contact person for any questions is Brian White. We provide his email and phone number, and we encourage any questions about the state plan for independent living. Our next meeting is August 11th, and participants can join virtually via Zoom, and we provide that information in my report. We're also going to provide open discussion on independent living priorities, advocacy issues via Zoom along with our meeting, and we provide that information as well in my report. Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to take any questions if anybody has any.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Polrees. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Polrees? Okay. Thank you very much for your report, Ms. Polrees. And of course, any more on the Silk report will be in the binder. So if you want to look there. Is Ms. Robinson prepared to report on the TEA?
Yes.
And she will be speaking through an interpreter. So, Ms. Robinson.
Hello, I'm ready. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm just going to have a brief synopsis of the report. In the report, it has a PowerPoint link to the presentation by Dr. Porter's presentation and basic overall view from what's going on in special education for the past year. We've been working really hard to help our LEAs to make sure that they're properly identifying education students and providing appropriate services as well. We've noticed that the number has really increased significantly for special education. Actually, that's really awesome. It's great. Even with COVID, we struggled with some identification issues in providing assessments, but we successfully got through it all, and we're continuing to work with our LEAs to continue that momentum that we've achieved. So also, we're working with dyslexia. We've already identified over 225,000 students with dyslexia. So with that information, we established a curriculum in English and Spanish to help our students with dyslexia. The system that we're using is called Amplio, A-M-P-L-I-O speech. It's really a wonderful tool. There's many positives, responses about that program. Also, at last, I wanted to throw out and say that we're talking about our supplemental special education service, SSES. And we actually have helped thousands of families with additional special education services because of COVID. So almost 44,000, maybe a little bit more now, but That was last month when we had that. It hasn't been updated with current statistics, but over 44,000 educational resource items have been purchased for families. We've been hearing wonderful positive responses from that, from the families, and how much the tutoring's helped, the equipment's helped, and being able to continue with virtual instruction at home. Because of that, we're able to extend the application process to September 30th. So families can continue to apply if they feel that they could use those resources. So that's great. And also, I guess I'll turn it back over to the chair at this point if there's no questions. Any questions?
Okay, any
Actually,
questions?
Michael, yeah, Michael, I do have a question.
Okay.
Hang on a second, I want to start my video back up again. Emily, that was just an incredible statistic that you just gave on how many students were identified with dyslexia. What kind of testing was done to make those types of identifications?
Well, actually, we have a process. You have to start with kindergarten to second grade. We have to test all of the kids in that age group.
Okay.
All kids, period, to identify if they have potential issues with dyslexia. So there's a variety of assessments we use. Those assessments are listed on the website. Because of that, being forced to do that, we were able to identify more students through that way instead of assuming or having somebody assume they have dyslexia, forcing all those students in that age group to be tested and make sure that they are provided the appropriate services for them.
So does that mean that all those students, that 225,000 students who are identified with dyslexia are then identified with a disability? So does that translate to a disability is what I'm saying?
It doesn't necessarily have to be a disability. It's altogether 225,000 students that are identified with dyslexia. I'm not exactly sure how many has this dyslexia and an additional disability. We don't have that information.
So dyslexia in and of itself is not considered a disability. I guess I'm just trying to ascertain what, if we have 225,000 students who have dyslexia and dyslexia is a disability, would that mean that all of those students would be eligible for pre-ed? Do you see what I'm saying?
They could be. That's something that we can consider for long term, especially those students that continue to need support for dyslexia. And some students you're able to receive some support that would be ongoing to make them successful. Some students still struggle, and that's where we're identifying those two groups. If those students that are struggling maybe could benefit from pre-ETS services in the future, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vice Chair and Ms. Robinson for your report. Any more questions for Ms. Robinson? Okay, thanks again for that. And I guess, let's see, Ms. Giesland is not present today, I don't think, is she? I didn't see her, but I've been given information she was not going to make it to this meeting, but her report is in the binder. She's attending a work conference today, and Miss Lands is Khaki Lands is available to answer questions. Won't give a full report, but does anybody have any questions for TWIC? Is Miss Lands available? Going through the list, I don't see. So anyway, if you have any, want to read up on the TWIC report, please see the report in the binder. As Miss Giesland is absent today, doing some work, attending a work conference. So, okay. With that, let us move to. We are a little bit early, but I wanted to mention we'll move to the nominees for next year's officers and moving forward. What I wanted to mention was that if you guys made a nomination to somebody and you don't see them or didn't see them on the list or whatever, please understand that nominations are merely that. It's just a nomination for the potential candidate, and they may or may not have the time to do it. Maybe they've got a full plate, or they just don't feel like it's the right time for them at that point in time. They can deny that nomination. So please don't be alarmed if you don't see it on see the person that you put on there. And really, it doesn't really even affect anything, or perhaps the next time that there's a nomination to be made, you can try then if you want. But just wanted to make sure members were aware that nominations are while a compliment and belief in them, it is an option. If they realize it, or they figure out maybe they don't have the bandwidth to be able to contribute well to it. So don't be alarmed by their name not being there. So having said that, I would one nominee that I know, and frankly, I didn't even check to see if she mind me speak to this, but Ms. Majeski West, are you okay if I speak to yours? Okay. Our vice chair and Ms. Lisa Majeski West and I came in to the council together, and then we kind of, we didn't even talk about this much. We kind of looked at each other and go, I think we can, make some improvements here. And we went to a conference together and some other things. And she has decided that she was nominated again for the vice chair role. And she's decided that she's got a lot on her plate, and she's just gonna go kind of deny her nomination. So anybody that nominated her, please understand she's very much appreciative, but she's got honestly, it doesn't really even matter what's going on. That's her choice to not. But I wanted to recognize her and say that thank you for being the vice chair. You did a fine job for the past 2 terms, and we appreciate your input and wisdom and experience, all the experience that you have and with disabilities. And so we appreciate everything that you've done as vice chair thus far.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. And I appreciate those of you who considered me as for nomination. Like Michael said, I do have a lot on my plate right now. I've had my mom come to live with me, and she is disabled, and so we're dealing with a lot of challenges with her, and between that and work, I just felt like I would leave the position to some of you young whippersnappers. and so I very freely and gladly turn over the position to somebody else. I know whoever comes into the position is going to do a great job. Any one of you would be absolutely astounding. And so I just thank you all for the kind words, and I'll turn it back to the chair.
All right, thank you, Miss Vice Chair. And
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, can I jump in real quick? Sorry.
certainly.
Gennady does have a meeting that he has to attend at 10 o'clock. So if you're going to allow them to speak, if he could speak first, and because he does have
Sure.
a meeting he's going to jump out for.
Okay, great. Let's do that. Ms. Majesty West, thanks for your speech. We appreciate it. And, certainly we'll miss your presence on the leadership, but that doesn't mean you're not on the council. So you're still here. We get to see you for another year. So don't, we're not going to let you all completely off the hook if you don't mind. So, but no, thanks for your contribution previously and moving forward. There are, two positions to fill, and two for vice chair and one for chair, and mine has gone unopposed. So I thank you guys so much for the confidence and support and belief in me and sharing this council. And I will continue to work and do what it takes to help move this council forward. If Mr. Goldenstein is available, would you like to have about 60 seconds to introduce yourself as a vice chair nominee?
Absolutely. And first of all, big thank you to whoever nominated me. I appreciate the confidence. Big thank you to Lisa. It was fantastic to learn from you, to observe you and Mr. Chairman in action together. And third general point before I talk about myself, this is one of those elections where there is no winner, there's no loser, right? There's no wrong choice. We're all doing this because it's something we're very passionate about. We're all very capable, and there really is no winner or loser. So a few words about me, and a few words about why I'm honored to be nominated. For me, this is a hugely personal topic. We haven't yet met in person for obvious reasons, but I am disabled, right? I have physical disability. I walk with a cane, and yet I see a career as a privilege, not just a job, but a career. I don't see it as a privilege. I see it as a right of any human being, of any Texan. Having a career is a right, and it's a passion of mine. It's something that I've pursued personally in my career. I was able to achieve significant business goals and so on by truly treating career as a right, never having it stand in a way, never letting disability define me. And that's something that every Texan should have a right to. That's what drove me to our body here. And that is what I want to continue strengthening if I am part of the leadership committee. And to me, this is something that requires true focus on the needs of our customers, clearly the needs of our direct customers, disabled Texans, and also the needs of their employees, potential employers. How do we bring those together so we get really tremendous benefits for both? If done right, this is a win-win combination, and that's what we should strive to. And if I'm part of the leadership committee, I'll continue working in that direction. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Goldenstein. Appreciate your sharing with us, and I fully agree with you that there's a no lose situation here, whether it's you or Ms. Cowart that takes this position. I'm certainly looking forward to working with both of you to help advance our process and our cause here with giving counsel to VR process. So thanks so much for your words, Mr. Goldenstein, and wish you luck. And whether it's you or Ms. Cowart, like I said, I'm looking forward to working with the next vice chair. So good luck with that. Ms. Cowart, are you available? Would you like to to speak for a couple minutes?
Sure, and I'll be brief. Gennady did a great job of saying a lot of things I would have said. It is an honor to be nominated, and I think whoever nominated me, that's wonderful. I appreciate that. There are no losers here. However, I don't know about Gennady, but I'm a little scared about maybe being the chosen one, because Lisa's shoes are going to be tough to fill. The only good news is it would be one Lisa exchange for another. So see, there's my bonus point, Gennady. I have the name
Okay.
continuity there. So just to harass you for a moment. And I'm coming from this in a little bit different way. As a PTI director, I've been with the committee, the Rehabilitation Council of Texas committee, for about 3 years. But then in my professional role, as I mentioned, most of us are parents of children with disabilities, and that is my circumstance. My son's disability is, we thought ADHD all these years, but he's 18 now, and we have received a new diagnosis of bipolar 2. So we are dealing with some of those mental health challenges that we are all hearing about, and it is quite the struggle. But as you guys know, the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, and so I went ahead and got tested as well, and guess what? So do I. Was recently diagnosed with bipolar disorder 2 as well. Makes a couple of things click into place. But as Gennady mentioned, I have been able to at least be a semi-functioning, well-rounded adult. Don't ask my parents or my children if that is correct. But I like to think I am on most occasions. Some days are more of a struggle than others. But for me, this truly is a passion, because I have seen and I have expressed at numerous meetings some of my frustration with the pre-ETS type system for my youth. So it is one of those things that not only are we here, but many of us are actually participants of the system, or trying to be participants of the system, and we really do want to affect change. So as Gennady mentioned, I don't think there is a bad choice at all. I think we would both do a great job, and I'm just honored to be nominated as well. And if anybody has any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. But I think we're both excellent candidates, and I think we would both do an excellent job. So I thank you for the opportunity as well.
Absolutely, Ms. Cowart. Thank you for that. And you know, I would like to say that you know, well, I don't know if it was a shock or how it was to you for your diagnosis, but for having that condition, you certainly are a champion for just carrying on with life and doing things, you know, advancing, you know, very well, and do everything you want to do as far as you know, keeping your head in the game. So thanks so much for sharing that with us. But you should be a poster child for moving forward. People can get what they want done, you know, do life well. So thanks for that. And Ms. Cowart and Mr. Goldenstein, thanks so much again. You guys are both great, and I look forward to working with either of you. With that, I think we're a little bit early. So I guess the email with the Survey Monkey has gone out, correct, Ms. Godwin?
That is correct.
Okay, great. So members at this time, does anybody have any questions for Ms. Cowart? By the way, I kind of glossed over that a little bit. Okay. We'll thank you both for your speeches. You're both highly qualified, and I look forward to working with either one of you. And like they both said, it's a no-lose situation. So, and from my perspective, thank you so much for your confidence to move forward as a third one-year term as the chair. So thank you all for that. Okay, so I guess let's see. 10:05 right now. Since we were supposed to break at 10:40, we are ahead of schedule. What do you say we come back? We'll kind of extend the break a little bit and come back at What do you say at 10:40, 10:45? Would that work for y'all? Okay. And then we'll pick up with council business at that point, but it's 10:05. That gives us 40 minutes. So please go look in your inboxes for that SurveyMonkey voting email and cast your vote for the vice chair. So either one, no lose situation, but good luck to both of you. So thank you very much for everything. Anybody have anything to add before we go to break and vote? Okay. Thank you all very much, and I'll see you back here at, what did I say 10:45? Is that what I said? Yeah, okay, 10:45. So thank you very much. Everybody go check their emails and vote. We'll see you at 10:45. Thanks. Okay, it's 10:45, but I'm gonna give it like one more minute to see if anybody you might need another minute to jump on and then we'll get started. Thank you. Okay, 10:46. Given a minute for people to get back to their computer and desk and what have you. So welcome back, and I guess we need to move forward to the results of the election. Is that yeah, that's next with Bobby. Ms. Hodges, are you available?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, that's right. And what was the question? Michael? Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
And Lisa, have you sent me the outcomes yet?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I sent them on a text message to you.
Oh, it's, well.
Sorry.
Look at my phone. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so drum roll, please. Michael is unopposed, and so therefore will continue to serve as our chairperson. And Lisa C wins by a majority vote. Congratulations, Lisa.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Hodges. Congratulations, Ms. Coward. I look forward to working with you, and I appreciate your will to run, and I look forward to it. And Mr. Goldenstein, as you mentioned, and as I believe, there was no loser in this deal. We're all going to be good with Ms. Cowart as VC, and encourage you to stay involved and run. Perhaps, hopefully, I'm sure we'll get nominated in another race, and I encourage you to continue to strive for leadership. So we appreciate on the council. I'm sure you have plenty of leadership skills outside of the council, and we would like to see those remain in the council as well. So Ms. Cowart, congratulations, and I'd like to make a victory speech of some kind.
Like my best Sally Field with the tears, and that I've won, and you people like me, you really, really like me. Just all jokes aside, thank you for everyone that voted for me. I did just put something in the chat that I welcome any and all suggestions on how to be the best VC ever. The MW, I will be harassing her with great frequency to make sure I know what I'm supposed to do and how I'm supposed to do it. So I'm definitely one of those that knows I don't know everything. In fact, I know very little most of the time. So I welcome any and all input. So thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cowart, and once again, congratulations. And Mr. Goldenstein, congratulations for your nomination, and hang in there for the next race. So thank you. Ms. Hodges, do we have any other? Oh, and thank you guys, by the way, once again, for the faith to, lead this council meetings and chair the council, and I appreciate your support, and will continue to do my best to advance the whole process of our council with Ms. Cowart as the vice chair. So thank you all for your confidence and moving forward. So thank you. Ms. Hodges, do we have any other things in membership to go over?
Well, we're still waiting for the appointments to be confirmed with the appointment office. And so with that, we're just waiting right now. As soon as we get that information back from Mr. Casillo, we'll share it.
Okay, thank you. And I also appreciate your mad focus on staying on task and helping us keep our council fully subscribed. You're doing a great job. Whenever I came in, I remember that part of the challenge for the chair and the council as a whole was keeping full membership. So I appreciate, with all your hard work, we've been able to do that. Actually, a little over membership. So I'd rather have it that than the other. So thanks so much for all the hard work you do to keep us, full membership. So thanks. Okay, Ms. Stanfield, would you like to? Are you available to speak on the RCT strategic plan?
Well, I think it was an agenda item I wanted to add to see if the council would be interested and in agreement to do that. I know at the National Coalition for State Rehab Councils, many of the other councils mentioned that they do this on a regular basis, maybe yearly, with the purpose of setting goals and focusing the council activities. And I know we have a lot of committees, and we have a big state, and our agency is doing a lot of activities. And I didn't know if it might be something that we'd want to talk about the benefits of that as a council in helping provide information and feedback to the state agency. So that's why I put it on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stanfield. Does anybody have any comment on that, or and moving forward, how we might want to consider that in the strategic planning?
Our council did do it once before, and we did. We had a facilitator, and we all met for a day, and did set up a plan at one time, but it was many, many years ago, and we haven't done it since. So other people might have experience in their jobs or companies where they do this, and it might be helpful to hear about that and how it's beneficial.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Ms. Stanfield. And, you know, perhaps we might not have any comment on it at the current moment, but perhaps, you know, if somebody does have anything to ask or add, please let me know. But if not, you know, maybe we can kind of think about this moving down the road about meeting to discuss the RCT, you know, the strategic planning. So
so Karen, just to, so that the rest of the council understands what we're really talking about here, we're talking about a separate meeting from the RCT meetings where we would all meet, whether it's in person or virtually, to really come up with a strategic plan for the RCT moving forward, as far as, you know, really holding the TWC to recommendations that we're making. Because I mean, personally for me, I do feel that because our meetings are so jam-packed with information, a lot of times the things that we probably are thinking about, you know, that we would like to do, don't really get any traction because we haven't set those goals and set those priorities and made them a part of our regular quarterly meetings. So, and I think part of that is, I do agree with you that I feel like sometimes we're a little bit adrift because there's so much information overload. It's very hard to process everything in you know, in the quarterly meeting. So, you know, I personally think it would be a fabulous idea. I've facilitated a lot of these personally in my business, you know, with clients, and I know how helpful and beneficial they can be. So anyway, that's just kind of my 2 cents, but that's what you're talking about, right? You're talking about a completely separate meeting.
Yeah.
And I think it's Karen, you know, just to echo what Lisa, you were saying, I think it's a great idea because, you know, just like Lisa mentioned, there's just so much information, and it's like, what's our path forward? What's our vision, you know, just to have a strategic focus, I think would be fabulous, and what we're working toward in each meeting. So,
right.
Yeah, I think that would be great.
Yes, this is Elizabeth, and I definitely agree that this would be a good idea. So I don't know if we need to vote on it, or is this something that we would vote on, or just do?
Yeah, good question. I mean, you know what? Because it really is kind of an internal, a council internal business thing, really. So I think as far as the motion to do that, it's not even that necessary, I don't think. Does anyone have any input on that? I think we can just like plan it and request for, you know, members' presence. Is that correct? Is that how they did it, Ms. Stanfield, before?
It was too long. Yeah, I don't know that we did a vote. I wouldn't be able to remember that, but and if we do it virtually, it certainly wouldn't be any additional costs, you know, for our budget either. So, but I don't know if it's better to do it in person, but you know, at this point it might be virtual.
Mr. Chair, it's Paul. I think that's I don't think you need a motion for that. I think you just set up an ad hoc committee to go ahead and do that, you know, plan this. I'm on this is my last meeting, but I think it's a good idea. I led a committee. I led the Mobility Impaired Service Advisory Committee in Austin here. And what I have found is the more engaged the committee is and the more active work, for example, in policies and planning and you know, the more active the committee is, the less additional information you get, because you know, what would happen in our meetings is if we didn't have a focus, then the agency defaulted back to just reporting on all the work they did, which is fine. We are doing much better than that in RCT. But I just say the more engaged the committee is, the RCT is, then the more we'll be able to get what we really want done.
Agreed. So much, Paul. Thank you so much for your comment on that, and I agree that I think that we can just start an ad hoc committee and do this within council business, and you know, perhaps we can add it, maybe some production report in council business reports or something like that after these meetings. But anyway,
well, I think it would probably be, you know, great, you know, once we have that type of strategic meeting, would be to have a segment of the quarterly meeting dedicated to those goals and priorities. The other thing that I would suggest would be, Lisa G, when is the next upcoming NCSRC meeting going to take place?
I don't have that right in front of me, but I want to say it's at the end of October typically.
Okay, because, you know, I don't know how long we want to wait, but I will tell you that when Michael and I went to the NCSRC meeting in Jacksonville a few years ago, we came back with some, you know, just unbelievable ideas and thoughts and, you know, insight into, you know, moving forward and, you know, in a positive direction. And so I don't know if we would want to, just throwing a thought out there, if we would want to schedule that strategic planning meeting shortly after the NCSRC meeting. So whoever goes to that meeting will actually be able to bring back some really fresh ideas, be able to report on some of the legislation that's going on. And I feel like that, you know, maybe like an early to mid-December type of meeting to kind of launch us into the next year would be probably a good time to do something like this. So just kind of a thought as far as the timing of a meeting, of a strategic planning meeting like this.
You might also consider designating a representative from RCT to attend the meetings and report, kind of like we do with the liaison reports.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about, Paul. So
that would be great. You're correct. I agree with you, Mr. Hunt, and Vice Chair. Thanks for your input there. I think you're correct. Scheduling that right after and the meetings NSRC, or I can't remember the order of the letters, but yeah, those would be. I think they did that on purpose. Didn't they, just to test us? But it's I think that would be a wise idea. Everything's fresh in people's minds and kind of excited, and be a good time to do that. So why don't
Lisa
we?
G, another quick question for Lisa G. For those NCSRC meetings, you know, the combined, is it going to be a combined meeting? And if so, are we limited to 2 attendees? Because I know that right now we probably have enough money in the budget to send more than 2 people, which would then allow us to kind of divide and conquer, because there's so many different sessions and you know, classes that take place. You know, I'm wondering if it wouldn't be a good idea, if possible, to have more than 2 people attend.
So yeah, in the past, when we attended or when the RCTA participated in person, they usually only sent 2 people, and that was for the budget reasons, to my understanding. I know the last time, maybe the last 2 times since they were doing them virtually, we've invited the entire RCT to attend if they wanted to and paid the registration for those that wanted to attend. But as far as virtually, we didn't have a lot of attendance on the last one. If I recall correctly, maybe 3 people attended. So yeah, if the budget allows it, I think that that's fine. And that's still kind of up in the air, if they're going to have the in-person or not. But the last email I got on that was back in last month, and they were saying CSAVR and in CSRC, it's looking like in Savannah, Georgia is what they're anticipating, with dates of, I think, Friday, October the 29th through the 31st is the NCSRC, and then the CSAVR follows that. So yeah, just let me know what you guys want to do. And again, if it's virtual, I think that for sure the RCT has enough budget to send as many members virtually, because all we have to pay is the registration.
All right.
Person, when you pay the travel and the per diems and those other things, then that kind of gets a little bit more costly.
I can interject here. Tammy, do you know, I thought there was also a portion that goes into play as to how many people can actually travel from out of state. That's a state agency. Don't you guys have to designate or report how many might have to go out of state for training and kind of get approval? Or is, when we're making a request to send more people, isn't there some consideration for that as well? Or no?
So, yeah, good morning. That I will have to confirm if that applies to RCT members. We do have an out-of-state travel budget that requires executive director approval for TWC VR staff. We're going to be doing any out-of-state travel, but I'm not sure. I will look into that and get back to you as to whether or not that would apply to RCT members.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you, Ms. Stanfield. Anybody else have comment on this subject? And I would propose that we put an ad hoc committee together to get this kicked off and put it in the agenda and on our calendars for post conference meetings.
Well, I recommend we do it earlier in December than going later into December, just because of the holidays, that type of thing. If we do
Absolutely. Let's see, Ms. Godwin, is there any chance you could make some notes about that, and we'll maybe correspond with the email on building that ad hoc committee to be prepared for that?
So maybe, Michael, if anybody right now just is interested in being on that committee, they could just indicate that in the chat box too. And then Lisa could, you and Lisa C can outreach them and, get that process started.
Yeah, that's a great idea. So if anybody has any interest in being on that, let us know in the chat box or by speaking, either way. But okay, thank you, Ms. Stanfield. Said to be willing to help. Mr. Warsami as well. So how many? I was thinking, how many should? What, just 3 or 4 members is enough to do it? Would you all agree? Okay, Ms. Klaus said she's interested, and Ms. Kendall is as well. So we've got plenty of people interested and willing. So thank you guys for that. I guess we'll just kind of begin this process with an email and direction and what we're going to do, huh? Does that work for you, Ms. Stanfield?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, well, got that done, didn't we? Thanks for bringing that up. And we'll reach out to everybody that replied and make sure, you know, that that you're still on board whenever it's time to start getting to work. So thanks so much for your will and participating in that. Anything else, Ms. Stanfield, before we close out that section? Okay, is that a no? Okay, so let us move forward to Ms. Godwin for the annual report.
Okay, I just wanted to real quickly just say that we will be starting on working on the RCT annual report as this is the last meeting for this fiscal year. So just one of the things we struggle with is getting VR success stories, and we definitely want to include those in the annual report, you know, to show the good things that VR is doing. So if we usually just reach out to TWC VR for these stories, but it was mentioned that we reach out to the RCT members to see if maybe you guys have some great VR success stories that we could include as well. So I would need those by September the 15th. So if you can, if you have something that's already used before, maybe that's all we have to do is copy it and get permissions to use it. That's great. If it's starting from scratch, give me the contact information and a little bit of history. The more you can provide me, the better it's going to be for me, of course. So if you can kind of put the story together, and then VR will help me to get approvals to be able to publish that information in the annual report. So that's all I wanted. I just wanted to bring that up to you guys. September the 15th, I'll need that information by. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Godwin. Appreciate that. And now I guess we're moving to the minutes. Does anybody have any changes that they would like to do, submit for May's minutes?
Mr. Chair, I just, it's such a small thing, but I thought I'd mention I was listed as an attendee and as absent, and I unfortunately was absent. So I just thought I would point that out. Okay.
Is that, I'm not sure if that's necessary to amend the minutes with. Is that, does anyone have any input on that?
I can make that change very easily. So that would be an amendment, but I'll make that change.
Okay, then Ms. Polries, will you make a request to, a formal request to make that change, and then we'll vote on the minutes with that change?
I formally request to list me as absent only on the last meeting, please.
Okay, having heard that, does everybody approve May's minutes as amended?
Yep. Aye.
Say, I need, let's see, yeah, here, ayes, yes, and noes. I guess we did it visually last time, didn't we? Or I guess we can just vote anyway. To approve May's minutes as amended, all say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Okay, I heard a bunch of ayes and no nays. So May's minutes are hereby approved. So thank you for that. The budget report. Who's gonna speak on behalf of that?
Okay, so that's me again. Sorry about that. I was amending those minutes. So on the budget report, that's in your binder as well. And there were, let me just pull it up real quick. The only change on that was adding the charges for the cart services for the May meeting. And I believe the The NCSAB, there was a registration for that that had not come through before the last meeting, so that registration was deducted. So right now that leaves a balance of $52,316.25. And the only other thing that I'm aware of that would be coming out of the budget for the rest of this year before we do the closeout would be the cart services for this meeting. Any questions on the budget? Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Godwin. Appreciate that. So looks like we're going to move on to unfinished council business. Mr. Robinson, are you available to speak on the adoption of your motion that is being called the hybrid meeting process? Are you available?
Yes, I am.
Would you like to give us an update on how that's moving forward?
Okay. So on the hybrid conference room project, Director Fuller was kind enough to give us an update. I know she is not available today, but I'm kind of passing some words along for her. Kind of great news on that front. TWC has adopted this, and they decided to take it a step further. So originally what we were working on in our ad hoc committee was creating a virtual solution when we go back to meet in person in November by applying technology and making that possible. Well, what TWC is doing is they're looking at doing a room as service, which is called a RAS option. So basically what that is TWC is putting together options for virtual meeting rooms. So not a virtual meeting room, but an actual hybrid meeting model room. So it's a vendor that will supply a display, microphones and cameras in our room to where we could connect to those who will be attending virtually. So what this means is that TWC is picking up this cost, which, you know, this is going to save RCT from having to fund this expense, which was originally discussed at our last meeting. And that was in our plan that we came up with in our committee. So great news there. TWC is kind of leading this front, and they see it as a very important step to them to go this way to, you know, make, you know, to make it more viable for people working remotely, for the RCT, and for how we service our customers, right? How we reaching out and connecting with our customers. So this, you know, very kind of exciting step, kind of where we are right now. They're putting together their solutions. They have found a vendor that, you know, that they want to get these services from. Right now, they're looking at going through the procurement stages of this. So it's a couple of steps that need to be done before we can move forward with everything and start implementing this model into the Chris Cole building and other buildings they're proposing on doing these installs in. What I'm being told right now, kind of what we're looking at as a date of where we can see this project completed at the CCRC where we meet is at our next meeting, by our next meeting in November. So great news there. This is something they're very, that's very important to them. They're, you know, moving this forward at a rapid pace. And so, you know, by the time we meet this November, we should have this this room as a service model in place of where we meet. Right now, they're walking through demos, testing the technology, making sure everything is going to be ready to go. Also, the great thing with this is as we go through these meetings, when we go back to meeting in person, any technical issues, any connectivity issues, that is going to be that is going to be taken care of by the vendor that is producing this technology for us. So there's nothing that the RCT will have to be involved in as far as fixing connection issues, connecting people in. That will all be handled by the vendor. So I did send out a hybrid conference room project report. I did give that to Lisa. So what we'll do here, try to email you guys that report so you can see the outline and see where things are right now and the steps where TWC is working towards. Any questions or anything? Sorry, I just realized I didn't have my video on the whole time.
You are?
No questions, but I'm glad to hear that. And I'm glad to see that TWC has taken such an active role. So I appreciate that. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Ms. Stanfield. I'm excited and impressed that it kind of was accepted that smoothly. So I'm you know, getting more technological as we move forward. I guess we ought to grow with the technology, and I like the idea of you know, including more of Texans across the state. It's a big state, very difficult to get to Austin just for you know, a few hours meetings. So I think it'll be a great thing. I did want to mention that, you know, our goal is to implement it as soon as possible. While we haven't had any definite time frame on, you know, COVID being at bay enough to be able to have the, you know, these public meetings or what have you in person, or where we're going to have it, if it's going to be critical or not. Some of that is still TBD, but you know, I don't have any problem putting it as a goal. I just want to kind of just state that it, you know, obviously if the COVID situation pushes that to the next meeting or the next one, then it will. But I'm glad that's the goal, Mr. Robinson. So thanks for your sharing. Does anybody else have any other questions for Mr. Robinson on this?
Yeah, so it's a, you know, a very big step. I know this is kind of changing the way we used to do things. We're kind of stepping into you know, some good territory where we're really utilizing technology and you know, using it to benefit the people that we serve and the people that we advocate for. So you know, very exciting. You know, look forward to being able to utilize a room that's going to be, you know, at the highest level of techie, you know, so the displays, the cameras, the microphones, and have all that virtually set up and connected for us, where it's being managed by a great vendor that TWC is going to select. So you know, great news, and you know, looking forward to it. So, but if you guys have any questions as the process is going, you can always feel free to reach out to me, email me, and I'll try to do my best to keep you updated on the latest activities.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Robinson. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say thanks, Roderick, for leading that, and I think it's going to be huge for us, just big as Texas is, just to allow that accessibility across the state. So appreciate your lead in getting this forward, and looking forward to it.
Thank you, Matt.
Absolutely, I feel the same way. Thank you, Matt, for your comment. Anybody else? Have anything from Mr. Robinson? Okay, well, thank you so much for your presentation and your sharing the development on that concept. Having fathered that motion through, appreciate that, and I look forward to being able to implement it. Meeting together would be a great thing to be able to do that too. So I look forward to the time we can all sit in the same room and do this as well. So that's when we're going to be able to implement that. So, okay. Let's see, is Ms. Kendall available, Sarah Kendall that is, to speak on the Medicare waiver and extended supports subject? Ms. Kendall,
yes, I am.
Okay,
I am
great.
here. I am here. Hi.
Floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. I'm going to bring up a PowerPoint that I'll be sharing with you. Cheryl Fuller and Jason asked me to do a little recap of what we've been doing with Hhsc in terms of employment for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And so what I'm going to cover is really the last decade, which is how long I've been here, is 11 years. So this really starts with the initiatives that I participated in. Work was being done prior to that, of course. And I am a program specialist in state office for Vocational Rehabilitation Division. My main job is benefits and work incentives. I'm certified by Social Security as a benefits counselor, but I also am a liaison for long-term supports and services to Hhsc because I do have a background in writing home and community-based waivers and running them. So let's start with 2010. And that's when I got here. And at that time, we decided, let's do an employment initiative to bring the IDD community and VR together again. And VR and IDD have been separated for a while, and I'll get to the reasons for that later. But this is just an overview of the last decade of what Texas VR and Texas IDD has done. So we did an employment first initiative, which was really, it turned out to be mostly the state supported living centers and the local mental health authorities and vocational rehabilitation working together to see how we could make referrals and services easier for each other and our service delivery more seamless. At that time, there were not a lot, there were only, I think there were 3 IDD providers who participated in this employment initiative, which signaled to vocational rehabilitation that something was amiss, that we needed to get more providers involved. So I, at that time, wrote a memorandum of understanding between Legacy DADS, which was the Department of Aging and Disability Services, and DARS. And that MOU went through 2016. So that really let Hhsc and let DARS know what each other's responsibilities were in terms of the federal regulations, the state regulations, who did what when, basically. And as a result of the Employment First initiative, we decided to form an interagency work group on employment that went on for a good 2 years. And there's more to this group, so stay tuned. But initially it was Legacy DADS, DARS, DISHES, which is adult mental health, and the workforce participated. At that time, Texas Workforce had the Disability Navigator programs, and a lady named Janice Ferguson was over that. So they participated in this interagency work group. And what we were really doing was just trying to find out basically what each other was doing for employment and how we could work together. During this time, vocational rehabilitation also had a federal Medicaid infrastructure grant, and we provided funding to mental health for a cognitive adaptation training pre-employment intervention that actually went national, which is great. And we provided the funding for Hhsc to develop a Medicaid buy-in application. And Medicaid buy-in is the Texas program that allows individuals who are working, who earn too much money to qualify for Medicaid, to buy into Medicaid as their insurance. And also during this time, starting in 2010, we became a member of the Texas State Employment Leadership Network, or SELN team. And the SELN, and I know that Brittany Miles and Noreen Jalloway talked to you a month or so, or at your last meeting, and they mentioned the SELN. This is a national group that is made up primarily of IDD providers and IDD state agencies who are interested in getting employment for people with IDD. So then in 2011, we provided, Medicaid actually provided funding for our VR staff to get statewide training on the Medicaid buy-in and Social Security disability benefits. And this was a really great and unusual partnership because Medicaid was very, very generous with their funding, and it paid for not only for us to go around the state and do buy-in and benefits presentations, but also to bring folks into Austin and develop teams, which was really terrific. We also started to participate on the Health and Human Services Commission's Medicaid buy-in work group, and that was DARS and Medicaid. During that time, we were able to get an informational letter that clarified that the home and community-based service waiver supported employment services was different than the vocational rehabilitation supported employment service. This was a bone of great contention across the state. A lot of folks were being sent to us after they had already gotten jobs to have job coaches with them, and that is, of course, what supported employment in the waivers does. So VR doesn't provide extended supports except to youth, and that's only recently through the WIOA, and that's for a very finite period of time. So this was a pretty big deal to get this letter published, and all the waiver applications had to be amended. And we do have, at that time, we had 5 home and community-based waivers that HHSC ran in Texas. We have 7 now. So that was a very big deal because all that had to go to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to be approved. And then we started another pilot called First Steps to Employment. And we developed a document that had questions on it that IDD providers, intellectual and developmental disability providers, could use with the folks that they served to see where they were in terms of their job readiness, what they might want to do in terms of employment, and what the obstacles and the strengths that that person has. And that First Steps to Employment document is continued to be used today by IDD providers and also by the managed care organizations. And it is the managed care organizations took 5 questions out of it, and that's what they use as their employment assessment now. And in 2012, VR had a program specialist, that would be me, who started to work half-time at Legacy Dads under a contract with HHSC. So in other words, HHSC actually paid half my salary for 6 years through 2018. So we could try and get these systems really working together if possible. And that interagency work group that I mentioned, that was DADS and Dishes and TWC, that actually became formalized under the Promoting Independence group, and it became the Employment Subcommittee. So that was important because before that, we were just kind of an ad hoc group trying to figure out what was going on. And it was inching into something more formal, which was a good thing. In 2013, we worked with DADS to do their first guide to employment for folks with disabilities. The program specialist and I worked on that and published it. And in 2013, we started a Money Follows the Person, which is another federal grant funded employment pilot, where we worked with 3 IDD, intellectual and developmental disability providers, to really help them transition from rehabilitation to employment services. And that was Bluebonnet Trails, a small company called Thomas and Lewin and Rosenberg, and Hill Country. Hill Country dropped out, but Bluebonnet Trails has seen a lot of success. They're up in the Round Rock area near Austin, and they've seen a lot of success in their employment services. And Thomas and Lewin, which is a very small provider of home and community-based waiver services, also saw a great increase in the numbers of folks. They really were able to move the majority, about 3/4 of their people, out of their rehabilitation programs into employment. So it was a very successful pilot. In 2014, employment assistance, which is job assessment, discovery, and development, was added to all the waivers, the home and community-based waivers, and those are run by Health and Human Service Commission. Supported employment was in a few of the waivers. The ones that it was not in, it was added to. So that meant that now the home and community-based service waivers had the ability, if VR found that someone was not eligible for services at the point of time of application, that there was another funding source for that person to get employment, job development. And then, of course, they had the extended supports through supported employment. And at that time, a managed care was rolled out in Texas, and VR was asked to join with IDD and mental health to do joint presentations on employment services to the managed care organizations. And we did that. And that's when the managed care organizations adopted the employment first questions, or the first steps to employment questions, sorry. In 2015, we did our first attempt at reviving APSI, which we're so happy that Brittany and Noreen and that group have been able to do. We were not that successful at it. We had a lot of other things going on, and it was a lot of state agency folks who wanted to do it. So it didn't really take off, but we tried. Our Employment First bill was passed, that's Senate Bill 1226 in 2016, and that was major because that said that for HHSC, Texas Workforce Commission, and Texas Education Agency, that employment would be the first and preferred option of service for every single person receiving publicly funded benefits. And in 2016, we created and recorded 11 web-based trainings for the Health and Human Services Commission on employment. They were all posted on the HHSC website. HHSC has just redone those and should be reposting the new ones very soon. These original 11 ones were singled out by the State Employment Leadership Network as a major accomplishment for the state at that time. And then in 2016, that Promoting Independence Employment Subcommittee became the Employment First Task Force through Senate Bill 1226, which is what we were hoping for. We were hoping that ad hoc group that we started way back in 2010 would eventually become formal and have some real muscle behind it. And so that was our hope. Great, this Employment First Task Force is going to have some muscle now. We also participated in writing and filming a series of videos for HHSC that covered the IDD population, the mental health population, state-supported living center transition, and folks with complicated medical needs and homeless to recovery. And many of those videos are still on the HHSC website. In July of 2018 through December of 2018, we did 39 joint trainings that were in person across the state, and we trained over 2,500 folks statewide. And these were professionals mainly. I mean, there were some family members that came, but mostly it was HHSC service coordinators, case managers, provider staff. And the training covered the waiver services and the billing requirements for that. It covered the interaction, the sequencing of services between VR and HHSC, how that all worked. And then we threw in as a little lagniappe, as a little extra, a little afternoon on benefits and work incentives too, because that's very important for anybody who's working who receives Social Security disability benefits. In 2018, we as I said, I'm the program specialist for benefits and work incentives, and we do a training, a 5-day training with our VR staff on benefits so that they can become subject matter experts and talk knowledgeably to our customers about how working affects those benefits. And in 2018, we opened that up, and HHSC waiver staff and other staff from HHSC started to attend, which was really good. And in 2019, we worked with HHSC to sponsor 2 of their staff to become certified work incentive counselors through Social Security. We also partnered with HHSC on a benefits pamphlet for customers with IDD that would explain basically how working affects your benefits and your waivers as well, the home and community-based waivers. And in 2019 and 2020, a program specialist, one of the program specialists who became a certified Social Security counselor, partnered with me to co-train on the 5-day benefits training course, which was really terrific. And in 2020, we partnered with HHSC on a new employment guide, like the original one that we had done back in 2012, I think it was, and on revising those webinars. Those, they're not webinars, I'm sorry, they are webinars that are posted on the HHSC website. So it brings us to today. And right now, we are participating in the HHSC's Administration for Community Living's National Center on Advancing Person-Centered Practices and Systems grant. My boss, Jonas Schwartz, and another staff are co-chairs of the Employment and Meaningful Day Services Subcommittee, and they are responsible for the language around employment that's included in the HHSC My Life Plan, which has not yet been rolled out, but I think they expect to do that soon. And also for producing a document for HHSC staff showing the different divisions in their agency in HHSC and what each does in relation to employment. As you may know, HHSC is a very large agency, and there's a lot of different divisions in it. And so there wasn't a clear understanding within HHSC of who did what. So we worked, the 2 VR staff, one of whom had worked at HHSC, worked on this cross-reference chart that helped HHSC staff know what each other was doing. And by the way, HHSC also just opened an Office of Disability Coordination, and we have been working closely with them. It's only been open for a few months. It's actually been there for a year, but they just hired a director a few months ago, and we've been working very closely with her, and we've seen so much progress in terms of getting relationships established in these different areas within Medicaid, which is really, really helpful. And we are going to, as Ms. Stanfield knows, do a joint training on the sequencing of services between VR and HHSC waivers. And when I say joint training, that's HHSC and VR doing this together for the CAPS and other staff for Disability Rights Texas. So that's kind of a really brief overview of the last 10 years, like a real brief, swift overview. Then I wanted to go through the Employment First policy, which is a Texas state policy and has been since Senate Bill 1226 was passed in 2016. So the essential components are these. The first one is to affirm that an individual with a disability is able to meet the same employment standards as an individual who does not have a disability. To ensure that all working age individuals with disabilities, including young adults, are offered factual information regarding employment as an individual with a disability, including the relationship between an individual's earned income and the individual's public benefits. To ensure that individuals with disabilities are given the opportunity to understand and explore options for education or training, including post-secondary, graduate, and postgraduate education, vocational or technical training, or other training as pathways to employment. To promote the availability and accessibility of individualized training designed to prepare an individual with a disability for the individual's preferred employment. To promote partnerships with employers to overcome barriers to meeting workforce needs with the creative use of technology and innovation. To ensure that the staff of public schools, vocational service programs, and community providers are trained and supported to assist in achieving the goal of competitive employment for all individuals with disabilities. And To ensure the competitive employment while being the priority and preferred outcome is not required of an individual with a disability to secure or maintain public benefits for which the individual is otherwise eligible. So I do believe when I read over these, which I do often, that VR certainly meets the first 6 of these essential components. We have seen a marked increase, as I'm sure Director Fuller has talked to you about, in terms of apprenticeships and technical schools and concentrating on getting our customers who can benefit from post-secondary and postgraduate education into those programs. And of course, number 7 doesn't really apply to us because VR does employment. So that would be the only thing that we do with the person is, well, not the only thing we do, but that would be our end goal, right? So that number 7 speaks more to dehabilitation programs for people with IDD, programs like that are not necessarily employment related. And this is a sequencing of services chart that we did back in the Employment First pilot for Thomas and Lewin in Rosenberg, Texas. And we have adopted it, and so has Hhsc. And it explains who does what when, basically. So green is VR and blue is Hhsc. And it just talks about how different funding systems impact whose responsibility it is at certain times to do different activities for that customer. So I know it's really hard to see. I see you, Karen, like I can't see this thing. Okay, we handed this out to you at that training, Karen. But you can print it out if you want and see it. It just talks about when to refer to us, when the waiver provider can start billing, when they need to stop billing, when they start billing again, and when to involve VR after the case closure, basically. So when you have different agency cultures and you have different federal funders, you get different systems with different requirements for the same population. So it's really hard to compare VR to Hhsc long-term supports and services. We're 2 different animals. Yeah, we're both fruits, that's true, but we taste different, we look different, and the way you have to store us is different too. So this is information from the National Core Indicator data from 2017, which I know was shown to you. I just wanted to show you that the National Core Indicator doesn't only have IDD data, it also has vocational rehab data for how VR does with folks with IDD and employment. And you can see that Texas VR was actually 7th highest in the nation of numbers of people with IDD served by the VR program. And we were 9th in the nation in the percentage of participants with IDD who found work. And that's VR, okay? So this is different agencies, different federal requirements equal different outcomes. This is the different outcome. This is the National Core Indicator data for Hhsc and ID. You can see that they are very close to the bottom. I didn't put all the states above them, but Texas saw 6% of their folks with IDD employed in 2017. And this is the Institute for Community Inclusion National Survey of State IDD Day and Employment Services from 2018, and this is VR and IDD. You see the number of closures that we had of folks with IDD was 1,943. The closures into an employment setting was 851. The rehab rate for all closures was 52%, and the percentage of closures that were folks that went into employment was 43%. And here's the same ICI national survey for the IDD and Hhsc side. They served 1,614 people into integrated employment and served 6% of all the folks that they served in integrated employment. So you can see there's a vast difference between the agencies and their outcomes for folks with IDD. So our challenge is getting these systems in the same bowl. We got to get the fruit all in the same bowl, even though it's different. But why aren't we in the same bowl? Well, there's reasons why we aren't. We were very close partners, best friends in the early to mid 80s. VR had ample funding for supported employment for people with the most significant disabilities, for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And at the same time, IDD systems were starting to implement the home and community-based service waivers. The first waiver rolled out in 1983 in the state of Oregon. And as a result of those waivers, people were moving with intellectual and developmental disabilities, were moving out of institutions like state-supported living centers into the community with Medicaid-funded support. And supported employment at that time for people with IDD took off around the nation in the 80s. It was the bee's knees back then. And Texas's ID supported employment programs were actually considered the best in the nation in the 80s. But unfortunately, it fell off the map. And one of the major reasons that supported employment fell off the map in the mid to late 80s was because of NAFTA. And it made it possible, NAFTA made it possible for a lot of American products to be made and assembled in Mexico. And a lot of that work that was farmed out to Mexico had been being done by Americans with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So that was a lot of work that was lost. At the same time, and this is not something in this, the prison system decided that all prisoners had to work. So a lot of, again, work that folks with IDD was doing was sent to the prison. So that work started to disappear. So there was a more conservative funding outlook in Washington in relation to human service programs, and there was significantly less paid work available to people with IDD. And unfortunately, starting in the 90s, day hab centers started to become full again and new ones were opened. So the funding kind of shifted back to these congregate day settings. And that meant less people coming to VR for services with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And by the year 2000, VR was used to not serving people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, with the most significant disabilities. So for a variety of reasons, supported employment in the IDD world didn't start a resurgence until about 2006, but it actually didn't get real attention until around 2014, when this employment first movement took off nationally. So what's happening in VR during this time? Well, we had funded day programs, believe it or not. And we stopped that funding, which was absolutely correct. But that cut off a lot of our pipeline to individuals with the most significant disabilities. In addition, because the home and community-based waivers were getting more funding and they had employment now added to them, funding for VR supported employment was being cut and was steadily cut and is being still cut to this day, as you can see from this example. The other thing that happened was the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act restricted certain models of employment, such as Ability One. And Ability One is what they call the federal set-aside contracts. These are contracts that are usually done on Army and military bases, and people with disabilities work there in a variety of different capacities. They could be assembling things, they could be working in the cafeteria, they just do many, many different things. But our ability to place people with the most significant disabilities in Ability One placements was really restricted by the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, because a lot of those Ability One contracts, the folks work in what we call enclaves or units that are made up all of people with disabilities and an Ability One supervisor. Now, they have a lot of interaction with the public, but unfortunately their unit that they work in is typically primarily people with disabilities, and that doesn't meet the definition of the WIOA competitive integrated employment. So what do we do now? How do we get that fruit in the bowl, right? We have some opportunities and we're working on some of them, and some of them we need to work on. Right now, Jason Vaden is working very hard to revise our supported employment process and our rates and forms to make those more attractive to our providers and easier for them to manage. We are reaching out. We're working right now. We've just started working with the Office of Disability Coordination in HHSC to get more community rehabilitation providers. That's what Medicaid calls their employment service providers, to become VR employment service providers. Because supported employment really works when it's the same provider providing the service all the way through. Especially for someone with a really significant cognitive disability, it can be very, very important for that stability to be there. And currently, it's usually a VR employment service provider, and then it's taken over by an HHSC Medicaid community rehab provider, who's an entirely different person who hasn't been involved in the development of this job. So that's going to, I think that will make a real difference in the seamless service delivery system. I know that Noreen Jalloway and Brittany Miles mentioned the home and community-based settings rules, which are out of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Those go into effect on March 17th, 2023. And basically what they say for rehabilitation programs is you can no longer segregate people in these settings, in rehabilitation settings. You have to have employment as their first option of service. What that means for VR is that we are going to see a very large increase in the number of people with most significant disabilities coming to us for employment services. Because if someone does receive waiver services, they are required by federal law to come to VR first before they can use the employment services through the waiver. So we need to do a lot of intensive and really in-depth and detailed training for our staff, who hopefully will have specialized caseloads of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And that's the last bullet, but I want to hop over to that now, because I hope we will consider using specialized caseloads or other specialized staff to better serve individuals with IDD. Individuals with intellectual disabilities, and especially with significant cognitive disabilities and physical disabilities, can take a lot of time. They may have a lot of engineering that needs to be done on the job, accommodations that need to be done on the job. They certainly are folks that often will need what we call job carving or job restructuring, that you go in and look at a job and you see, I see 2 tasks in this job that the person that I'm serving can do. So how can I negotiate with the employer that they do those 2 tasks only? And they might have a human accommodation, which is what I call a job coach, because that's all they are, is a human accommodation with them all the time. But that can take a lot of time, a lot of planning, and a lot of money in terms of the job accommodations that need to be set up for the person. It is not possible for a vocational rehabilitation counselor to have a caseload that has 40 people with intellectual disabilities and then 65 people with a whole bunch of other disabilities on it. It's a very, very specific population that needs real attention and dedicated attention by a VR staff. And due to the time that it takes to develop a customized employment for individuals with IDD, it isn't fair to ask a VR counselor to try and carry caseloads that are mixed. In other words, that have all these different populations with them. And we need to re-strengthen our connections between VR and HHSC so there's a consistent partnership and seamless service delivery, obviously, for our mutually served customers. We were making great headway with that. We really were. Well, maybe not great headway, but we were making headway. Unfortunately, the transformation impacted all of us, including HHSC and VR. VR, as you all know, was within HHSC, and we were moved out of HHSC. And when an agency is moved out of another large agency, try as you might, you cannot maintain those relationships the way you did before. It's just not possible. And the changes that happen at HHSC and to the programs for people with IDD happen very fast and in enormous quantities. And when you're within HHSC, you can naturally keep up with that. Now that we're with TWC, and my colleague who works with me on this in state office have to make a real effort to really track down those changes. Sure, we get the gov delivery notices, but we need more information than that. And that's tracking down who is doing this and what impact does it have, and what impact does it have on all the other programs in HHSC, and what impact does it have on VR. So that's it. I just wanted to give you a little overview that we actually have been making efforts to strengthen our relationships in the past, and hopefully we will do that starting again. And we are trying to do that, and that VR takes advantage of some of the changes that are happening in the Medicaid system to employment services for folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and really specifically intellectual disabilities, so that we can better tailor our services to better meet the needs of those folks. Because I know for a fact, because I've been on the ground across the state in that Employment First pilot and in the trainings that we did, and I know that there's many HHSC providers who truly believe that the people they serve are not able to work. And that's not true. If someone wants to work, we can make it happen. VR can make that happen. It may take a long time and it may take a lot of money, but we can make it happen. But we have to get HHSC on board, and we have to make some changes ourselves to better serve these people. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have, or I know.
Thank you, Ms. Kendall. This is Michael, and I'll open the floor back up for questions, but I did have one come in, and I wanted you to have an opportunity to answer this publicly here so that folks can get it. But is it possible you could provide somehow to reach out to, let's see, the question specifically was about community-based waivers, how we may contact you to discuss, ask about community-based waivers? Is there a number or email?
Sure. I'm sorry I didn't put my.
That's all right. That's okay.
Okay, that's a bad state employer right there. Tell Fuller to just get rid of me. Okay, my number, I'm sorry. Here, I'll type it in the chat. How about that? Type in my phone number and email in the chat. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. That works. I just didn't want to close this out without getting some way to reach out to you. So thanks for that. Did anybody else have any questions for Ms. Kendall?
This is Lisa. I just did have one question. Is there also a difference between the federal or Medicaid and VR, TWC VR, in what classifies individuals with intellectual disabilities? Are they tracking on the same?
No, they're not at all. No, and that's a great question. That's part of the issue that's always existed between long-term supports and services and VR. And it exists between every adult system. All our disability definitions are different, all of them. And there was a group probably maybe 15 years ago, nationally, I can't remember who headed it in DC, that made an effort to get one disability definition across the board. And they worked for, I think, 5 years, and they just couldn't come to it because our federal requirements and our federal funding is so different that it's really impossible. And in VR, we serve people who have a cataract to people who have the very most significant disabilities that you can have, right? And in HHSC, at least in the long-term supports and services for folks with IDD, they do what's called a level of need and a level of care. And then they also use IQ. Unfortunately, HHSC is still using the IQ. So that's, and I think they have to be below 76. I think it's 76. Am I right, Karen Stanfield? Is it 76 or 75? The IQ, I can't remember.
I thought it was 70, but
oh, no,
I looked at it lately.
Oh, it's higher than that. No, it's higher.
It is higher now. Okay.
Yeah, it is. So sorry.
I'm sorry. Are individuals with TBI classified in the IDD category on the federal level?
Not unless it occurred prior to age 22.
This is April Pulley. So you just said TBIs would be, if it happened prior to age 22, it'd be considered an IDD?
Developmental disability, because it would impact the functional limit. They would have functional limitations in major areas of daily living.
So they would be assigned to a caseworker that specialized in that, based on what you were saying a little bit ago.
A caseworker from
that deals strictly with IDD.
They would be, in terms of Health and Human Services, you mean? Who would they work with?
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, they would work with the intellectual and the local intellectual and developmental disability authorities. And they would work with the IDD system. So even if they,
so even for work purposes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry, your flow chart was confusing, so I want to make sure I understand the process.
Okay.
Sarah, did you put your information in the chat? I don't see it.
Yes, it is in the chat. Oh, it's a direct message to the chair. Oh, I didn't want to do a direct
Oh, it
message.
is. Yes, I see that now. Yeah.
Here, let me do a message to everybody. That was silly. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I want it too. So thank you.
Absolutely. Here we go. Here we go. There you go.
So,
Now
Ms. if you have time for one more question, this is Karen. Are you saying that you're recommending, or it's your recommendation that there be specialty counselors in the VR program for the IDD individuals, or is that already in place?
No, that is not in place. That would be,
that's a recommendation.
Something that I think that VR should look at, and that maybe I would want to talk about, because you know, certainly, Karen, you know, this population takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of time. So we're hoping to see that. And, you know, we do have sort of specialized caseloads now, but specialized caseloads are, I believe, and I don't know if Tammy's on the line, she could correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think if you have 40% of a population on your caseload, you have a specialized caseload. Fortunately, if you have folks with IDD with significant intellectual disabilities and physical disabilities to go along with it, that's way too many people from other populations on your caseload. You know, you might have mental health, you might have end-stage renal disease, you might have other people, including people with intellectual disabilities and sometimes physical to go along. That's very, very difficult for a counselor to manage. I think it's impossible, actually.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. Kendall before we move on to public comment?
Looks like Emily does, maybe.
Emily has a question. Hold 1 second.
Sure.
Hey, Steve.
Hey. Move. Okay, I'm almost there.
And thank you for giving me this extra time.
We're ready. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make a comment that if VR suggested that they had a specialized caseload for IDD and that population, that goes along with what TEA proposes for students that have IDD, a specialized design for instruction. And so we could kind of have alignment that would be able to support each other. So we know that our teachers need to have that specialized training to work with that population. I just wanted to throw that out there. That's a great idea, what you explained.
Well, thank you, Emily. I think, Yeah, thank you for bringing up the fact that education does suggest that they have those specialized loads as well.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ms. Kendall, for the presentation. Does anybody have any more questions for Ms. Kendall before we move on?
Thanks for your time.
No, thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead. Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Kendall, for your presentation and explanation, and very much appreciate it. And thanks for giving your contact information so anybody that wants to dive a little further into this can reach you. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to move on to the public comment section. And Lisa, I was just typing this out, but did anyone, is anyone present as that registered that wishes to speak?
I'm not seeing anyone when I pull up the names in the search, but if you want, we can go ahead and go through the names and just give them one more opportunity to raise their hand. Maybe I'm missing them or they're in by a different name possibly.
Okay, sure. Oh, that's what I was gonna ask next. But so I'll just go down the list and see if you know, listen for your name, and if you wish to speak, let Miss Godwin know, Lisa Godwin, and or the administrator will unmute your mic, and you can ask the question, or not. I'm sorry, not ask the question, but make your public comment. And by the way, I want to remind to members and visitors that this is public comment, where members are free to say what's on their mind. I'm sorry, not members. The public are free to say what's on their mind, and we're going to limit that to 2 minutes. And if we get close to that 2 minutes, are you going to give them a 15-second indication that the end is coming up, Lisa? Would that work?
That's it.
Okay, great. So moving forward with that, let's see if Mr. James Williams is available to speak in public comment. If you are, let Lisa Godwin know, or not, then we'll move forward to the next one. Next person for registered in public comment is Grant Holt. So Mr. Holt is available. Let us know so that we can unmute your mic and hear your public comment. And Lisa, you know, if somebody does unmute, remember, just let me know it right away so I can not move on to the next one, okay?
Sounds good.
Thank you. How about Dana Palmer? Is Dana Palmer available for public comment? Okay. How about Chelsea Nguyen? Is Chelsea available for public comment? Okay. How about Sherry L. King? Okay. How about Tonita Watson? Okay. How about Norma Crosby? And then it looks like Mr. Daniel, or McDaniel, it might be. I can't make out that name, but last name Daniel. Available for public comment? Nothing, Ms. Godwin?
I did not see anything.
Well, okay. We've got a few minutes to get through public comment. Don't want to just cut it off in case somebody does show up and wants to speak. But I wanted to mention, since we got some time to burn, I wanted to mention that, and by the way, we will break for lunch at 12:30 on time if there's no public comment comes in. But I wanted to mention to you, Mr. Hunt, and others that it is your final meeting, and that definitely means a lot to us. So you will be mentioned later in the meeting. I just didn't want to gloss over that and not let you know that we've got a segment for that later in the meeting. You might have seen the agenda, so definitely be voicing our gratitude then. So, Ms. Godwin, anybody?
No, sir.
Well, okay. I do feel obligated to hang out and wait until somebody comes up. But if anybody has anything to say or comment or anything, we could certainly hear it now. Anyone? Yeah. We should have some like what's it called? Not what's the game show with the dun, 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 I can't remember the name of it.
Jeopardy?
Jeopardy music. Yeah, we should have some Jeopardy music playing. That way you don't have to hear me try to ramble and talk in this.
I still miss the snacks, guys.
Sorry?
I said I still miss the snacks.
The snacks, yeah.
Yeah, if we were waiting for public comment, we could all go to the snack table and get a refill.
Yeah, that was one of the things that was going to be one of my passions. This leadership was changing some of the stuff that we were offered on the snack table. I hopefully wouldn't take away anything that you're crazy about, Mr. Hunt, but to me, I saw a table full of stuff that made us fall asleep. I thought perhaps we might find something that a little different, but then that darn COVID thing came along, and now we're meeting online, and we have to have our own snack tables at home, right, Mr. Hunt?
That's right.
Well, now we know what to get you for Christmas.
Michael?
Yes.
It looks like two people have raised their hands. Lisa, I don't know if these are individuals who were scheduled for public comment or not, but I just saw my icon go up that there are two raised hands.
Okay. Ms. Godwin, can you take a look at that?
On my screen, I'm only seeing one raised hand, and this person was not registered.
What's the protocol on that? If not registered?
In the past meetings, if they didn't register online, you didn't allow them to speak.
If we are here and available and somebody wants to speak, I wonder if we can reconsider that and have them be able to make a comment. It's the opportunity.
Sure, I feel the same way. Thanks, Ms. Stanfield. So, you know, we can give this person 2 minutes. Please announce your name and that would be, you know, sufficient for us knowing who we're listening to, and then have 2 minutes to talk, and then with a 15-second countdown. Is that Is that good, Ms. Godwin? Can you enable that?
Sounds good to me. They did put their hands down. I don't know if it's because we said that you weren't in the past allowing talk. So I believe it was Leanna. Oh, she's gone.
David.
Wait a minute. Oh, here we go. She moved up to the top again. Hold on. Let me find her again. And there we go. Okay. I have allowed you to talk. So if you mute your mic, Ms. Davis, and you can go ahead and talk. You'll have the 2 minutes and at 15 seconds, at 1 minute and 45 seconds, I will let you know that your time is running out.
Perfect. Thank you. Hi, my name is Liana. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Sorry, I'm a provider with River City Group and PCSI, and we have been swamped with sales. So I apologize if I didn't do the right thing to make public comment. But my comment that I wanted to make was I'm hoping that we can have conversations in the future about how bundled and non-bundled services are distributed. Through the COVID through the COVID, we had the opportunity to separate bundled services into non-bundled services and then do a 3472 to then move into placement. And that seemed to work really, 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 really well. It allowed us to establish a relationship with the customer, but also we got to see whether the customer was even invested in enough to move forward into placement services. And actually, the more and more that I keep meeting with other providers, they really enjoyed that same platform of starting an unbundled. And that was also due to, COVID being a very unstable environment right now with the job placement services. And so specifically, I work with deaf individuals who take a much longer time to place. So it's not just 3 and 4 months and then boom, we're gone. Sometimes this is 8 months before I ever see a dollar, sometimes 10 months before I ever see a dollar, even longer. So anyway, my point is that I would like to see about moving it back to getting the opportunity to start a person non-bundled and then continue on into bundled or replacement services. And lately the barriers that I've been facing with this is that I'm forced to take bundled services because the way that policy is written states that I must that the VR counselors are required to provide services based on the customer's intended desire. So if their intention is to find placement at the end, then it must be bundled services. So this is kind of a disservice to me and to the amount of work that gets put in on my end. And again, because I work specifically with the deaf, sometimes this takes a very, very long time before I'll ever see a dollar in the work that has been done prior to them ever stepping foot on a job site.
15 seconds.
Thank you. So the non-bundled portion of it would allow to have some income coming in versus none. That's my comment.
Can I ask, Liana, for the benefit of everybody here, I know that you know the terms and the services, but I don't know that everybody on the council is as detailed and knowing what those services are. Do you mind just kind of sharing with us what bundled services are and non-bundled?
Yes, absolutely. So in the bundled service, it's like a 2-for-1. So you get the training of what they call the 1846. That's a part of it. So you do the training and then immediately you go into job placement services of finding the employment. And then in the bundled portion, you receive payment only once the person has achieved employment. In the non-bundled version, you're allowed to receive payment, and what they do is they separate that training from the placement portion. So the non-bundled services include interview training, application training, and the data sheet. So it's 2 separate services there that one could potentially achieve, but you're allowed to receive payment prior to moving into placement services. Should you go the non-bundled route, then you do receive a prorated rate for the placement once it's achieved.
So it's like a contractor coming to your house and you pay them halfway through, then you pay them at the end.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Instead of all of it at the end.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Davis, for your public comment and Ms. Stanfield for that explanation or asking her to explain to us. It is helpful. So thank you both for that. Anybody else from the list show up by any chance, Ms. Godwin?
No, sir. And no more raised hands at this time.
Okay. Give it a few more minutes to see if anybody might drop in. And want to make public comment? I will say in person, this was a lot easier to manage because we knew if somebody was in the room, we knew they were in the room, didn't we? We saw a list and read their name out and then made their public comment. That makes it a little different, but good. Reaching more people is a good thing. I show 12:23, so we'll give it 2 more minutes and then we'll break for lunch. And then after lunch, we'll have the member training presentation. By Claudia, is that correct? And I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but is it Peden?
Yes, that's correct. Claudia Peden and Karen Stanfield will provide a presentation.
Great, thank you very much.
Exciting presentation.
Yes.
Exciting presentation. Well, we certainly look forward to that. But some of us are looking forward to lunch also, right? So, anybody show up yet, Miss Godwin?
No, sir.
Well, okie dokie. If everyone is prepared, we can just break for lunch now and then resume this meeting at 1:30 for the member training presentation. I'm sorry, that very exciting member training presentation we look forward to watching. So with that, everybody have a good lunch, and we will see you back here on time. We're on schedule at 1:30. And Ms. Godwin, if you could do that countdown or whatever it is you do on the screen, the share screen, that would be great.
You got it.
Okay, thanks y'all. See you after lunch. Okay, thanks. Welcome back, everybody. Our team member training is ready to go. So if you guys are ready, we've got Miss Stanfield and Miss Peden that are prepared to take us into the member training part of the state plan, RCT's role, etc. So Ms. Stanfield, Ms. Peden.
I think Lisa was going to either, do you want to just put up the PowerPoint, Lisa, if you've got it there? And I think our goal with each meeting is to provide no more than 30 minutes, I was hoping, not to kill people with it, of some training, to help everybody there's just so much to learn and to do. So the whole idea is just to spend a few minutes and providing a topic and helping you guys and understanding that aspect of the Rehab Council. So knowing that we just finished the comprehensive statewide needs assessment, otherwise known as the CSNA, which is a part of a state plan, I thought we might be good to spend some time going over that again, because we'll be working with the VR agency this fall on this. So I thought it'd be good for you guys to have a picture of what this is about. So Claudia is going to help with this. And so I guess we had to do our name on a slide, if you guys don't mind. But if you can move it to the next one, Lisa. Claudia is going to do the first part of this presentation and talk about the state plan. And I was going to talk about the Rehab Council part of it. So Claudia, if you want to introduce yourself and take it away for the first part.
Thank you, Karen. My name is Claudia Peden. I am a program manager at the state office with the Vocational Rehabilitation Division. And the area I cover is policy development, quality assurance, and program evaluation. So it's my pleasure to be here today and providing some information about the combined state plan and partnering with Ms. Stanfill on this presentation as well. As Karen mentioned, I'll cover a couple of the first slides, and then we'll get into the more exciting part that Karen will discuss, which is RCT's role with the combined state plan. So Lisa, if you don't mind going to the next slide. The next couple of slides were covered in a previous meeting, but we felt it important to kind of give a brief overview of what the federal law includes around the combined state plan. Sorry. I'm not sure. I'm so sorry. Okay, so I want to point out a couple of items on this slide around the federal law and the requirements there. You will see a couple of sections that are referenced there, which includes and describes the functions of the State Rehab Council, as well as the coordination with the Vocational Rehabilitation Division. Federal law does provides that the primary vehicle for the RCT and TWC Vocational Rehabilitation Division planning and evaluation activities is the VR portion of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act combined state plan and the comprehensive statewide needs assessment, as Karen mentioned a few minutes ago. These two critical functions establish a framework for the collaborative work that we in vocational rehab will work on with the Rehab Council of Texas. One of the evaluation functions of the RCT complements the planning and evaluation conducted as part of the state plan and the CSNA, review and analysis of the effectiveness of the CSNA for VR functions and services for and employment outcomes. So that's just a quick highlight of federal law. I do want to turn to the next slide, Lisa. This is a chart just showing the assessing, planning, and evaluation that talks about the conducting the CSNA, what we do in coordination with one another to develop the state plan. And then the next slide, which is the one that includes the timeline, is the one that I want to spend a little bit more time on discussing. So in this slide, you'll see the timeline for the combined state plan. So every 4 years, the Rehab Council of Texas and Vocational Rehab Division work together to develop the VR portion as part of the state's combined state plan as required by WIOA. Texas submits the combined state plan representing the core workforce program under each of the 4 titles of WIOA. One of the nice things is that the core programs are under one umbrella in TWC, so that is why we have a VR portion in the combined state plan. And that includes our goals, priorities that are jointly developed and agreed to by VRD and the Rehab Council of Texas. The state plan must also include sections that describe assessments, evaluations of effectiveness. So that includes the CSNA, and we'll hear more about some of the results from the CSNA that was recently completed, and the report has been finalized in Cheryl Fuller's report tomorrow. So following the combined state plan, we do post that for public comment and consideration of comments received. So right now we are in our current plan, the 4-year plan that was approved by federal departments as if it was effective on July 1st, 2020, and it covers program years 2020 through 2023. The next item here in the timeline is every 3 years. So every 3 years, RCT and VR division jointly conduct a comprehensive statewide needs assessment. The purpose of the assessment covers a couple of elements and is to identify and describe the rehabilitation needs of individuals with disabilities residing within the state. So that is done every 3 years. The current assessment was conducted in 2020 and the final report was finalized at the end of June. So again, Director Fuller will discuss some of the highlights from that in her VR director's report tomorrow. Then we go to every 2 years. I want to talk about what happens every 2 years. So jointly, every 2 years, the federal law requires the states to complete and submit a midpoint modification to the approved combined state plan. So BRD and RCT work together to update the VR portion of the combined state plan for the required midpoint modification, and that includes updates based on the CSNA. Right now, we are currently at that next midpoint modification to the combined state plan. So we will start working on that in the next couple of months, and we'll definitely be coordinating with the RCT. And again, Karen will speak more to the role of the RCT since we are at that midpoint for the modification. And then next on the timeline, you see every year. So every year we continue to monitor the progress on the state plan and the priorities. We identify focus areas for more in-depth evaluation of program effectiveness, and that includes function, services, and outcomes. So we'll continue to review that annually. And then quarterly, we review progress on the state plan strategies. In the quarterly meetings that we have with RCT, there's the discussion around the CSNA. There's also discussion around the client satisfaction survey. That is typically part of our discussions within our meetings. So all of that is part of reviewing as we get to a point where we're getting ready for either the 4-year combined state plan or the mid-year modification plan. So that's some highlights of the timeline and the federal requirements for the combined state plan. Now I'll turn it over to Karen to speak to RCT's role in developing the combined state plan.
Did anybody have any questions so far? And when I said this would be exciting, I was kidding. I'm gonna be honest, this is not an exciting topic, but we thought it was important. So if there aren't any questions, or just interrupt if you have any. So what I did want to explain I'm going to try to put myself in a layman's perspective here, which won't be too hard to do because I'm not on a VR staff who has to live and eat and breathe the state plan the way they do. But the explanation that I have for this is the state plan is what explains to the federal government how our state is going to spend the vocational rehabilitation dollars that we receive. There is some of it, I'm going to call it a preprint. There's areas that titles that they have to cover, such as personnel development, retention of staff. There's areas where our state will fill in on that state plan, how our state plans on addressing or improving that area or meeting the needs for that area on the state plan. But there's a couple of areas that are specific to the council providing input. Besides, on our committees, I think when like Claudia said, we have a satisfaction committee, we have the personnel development committee with policies. We're constantly giving feedback and input. But when it comes to the state plan, we do have other responsibilities with it as well. And one of those is the recommendations. In the email that Lisa sent you that has this PowerPoint on it, you also have an attachment that is the entire state plan with all the programs. It's the combined state plan, which is 309 pages long. The second attachment is just the VR section of it. So that's to give you an idea. It is one program under TWC in that state plan, but you also just have the VR section of it. When we developed this last time, or when it was approved from last year, the council submitted 33 recommendations. And these come from the council themselves. And then with the state, we came up with 3 different goals and priorities. And those areas are to work on targeted populations. And we had goals underneath there with strategies. The second goal was to work on services to students with youth and youth with disabilities. And we had goals and strategies under that category. And then the third one was partnerships. So now that we've done our comprehensive statewide needs assessment, and Ms. Fuller has given us some feedback and will give us more tomorrow, we might find with this midpoint evaluation that we want to make some changes. So as a council, where do we begin in making this input? So I'm going to be honest, I did not come up with this PowerPoint confession. This is a PowerPoint from a previous presentation conducted at the National Council for State Rehab Councils. So I pulled that up, and this is what was presented at one time. And unfortunately, the person didn't put their name to it, so I don't have anybody to give credit to. But so the suggestions that were discussed at a previous training is to review the minutes from the meetings over the past year. We have a lot, every meeting we have, we typically have a speaker. They tell us about the programs and how they can work with VR. There could be some information in there that we want to further look at and make gather more information to look at recommendations or goals. Pay close attention to the reports provided by the agency. We get a good report from especially Cheryl Fuller and Adam Leonard. We get other reports from other folks. Our client satisfaction survey that is giving us a lot of information, and we need to pay attention to that. There's a purpose for it. We can also ask for more information. I know there's times where they have shared those reports and we've asked them to be a little bit more detailed or to give us a little bit more information, and they've come back and done that, and we can utilize that as part of this process. We can also look with the agency and what have they been doing that's successful. There's a couple of things that I know the CAP program has talked to the agency about, and they've made changes and they've worked. And those same changes they've discussed would be also moved into other parts of the services to improve those services as well. So what is it that they're doing that well that we can move in, include in other areas as well? Are there programs or services that haven't worked? Maybe we thought they would, but they didn't, and is there some tweaking that needs to be done? And does the agency have new projects or programs or services that they want to initiate? Maybe that's something we would want to put in our goals. Lisa, can you give us the next slide? Have a conversation with the VR director. We definitely have that every quarter for sure. So we're meeting that one pretty good. Review the recommendations from the last state plan. Like I said, we had 33. That's quite a few. I think they're making a recommendation here to evaluate each as an observation, and then in your recommendations, when you put it in the state plan, follow it by a recommendation. And then the agency is supposed to provide a response to each recommendation that we have. And if you look at our state plan, you'll see that we have a recommendation and there's an agency response to each one. So one thing we can do for looking at this next step is, do we need to remove or amend any of our current recommendations? I think when I went back and looked at that, several of those the agency agreed with. So then they've made those changes, or they agreed and have implemented it, and they can be removed. So we can make those changes first. Next. But we need information. We need to make sure that we have the information that we need to move forward. So what is needed for a recommendation? Obviously, information and the knowledge. So we do need to know what our goals are and the mission of the agency. Make sure we have a good understanding of the vocational rehabilitation program. Ask questions, ask questions, ask questions. Make sure that you are familiar and you feel comfortable with what you're hearing and being able to analyze it. We need to gather the data. I know that there's some people on our council, and I'm glad this occurs, that love data. and they can go to town on it. Then they come back to these meetings and they share what they have analyzed, and it helps all of us, for those of you that are data oriented like that. And that's going to be another session, is to show you how we can gather data, both with the agency's help, but also there's sites that allow you to do that yourself. Of course, the CSNA, I think we're going to be able to get some more detailed information on the results of that. And that's certainly going to help us move forward with some recommendations. But also, you're going to have recommendations. You're going to have observations with your experience, as your role on the council is going to be unique, and it'll be helpful. Next. We should always remember to make sure our recommendations are reasonable. They've got to be our thoughts, our contribution. You know, as you guys know, I'm sure we've, it's been hammered into your head. We've got 15 positions that are mandated on the council. These were carefully thought out. These were carefully identified because each one of those positions has an important role and knowledge to share with the Vocational Rehabilitation Agency. The Rehabilitation Services Administration, the federal government that oversees this program, has told the agency that stakeholders' input is important. And they have identified these positions, and there are others that are important. I don't want anybody to think that if you're not on the council, it's not important. They just stopped at those 15. But that's why this is public, and everybody's input is valuable. So you are valued, and your information is needed, and from your perspective and any other perspective that you also have. But we also have to make sure that it's something that the agency can do. We can't make recommendations that are in violation of the law, for example, and want them to make those changes or follow that recommendation. Have open communication. I think we have great communication with the agency. They have staff available for each one of our committees to get us information that we need in order to function. They're always helpful. We never had any kind of issues or concerns. It's been great. And we're supposed to collaborate and embrace any opportunities that we have in working with the agency, and any new ideas and input people have is always worth something exploring. Next. So just to remind you, there's two main points that we have to cover and that we work together on. It's going to be called the goals and priorities in the state plan. And then we have our own section that is of the recommendations. And we use all of this data that we see, the information we get. We can even do further research to get more information in order to come up with those recommendations and goals and priorities. We're almost done. Next. I added this slide. For those of you who do like to do a little bit more research, this is a link to the Rehabilitation Services Administration page of the resources for state plans. And they have 3 different categories where they have additional guidance that you'll see there. You can also look at other state plans that are submitted and approved. You can look at any state you want to. That's on there as well. And I think there's one more. Yeah. So just to encourage, in order for this to work and for us to all learn and have a strong state plan, each one of us have something to learn from others, and we have something to teach in return. So it's I want to encourage everybody to please ask your questions, get your information that you need, add input to our state plan. It's very important that we all take a part in it. And it's just a very exciting thing to work on. I just can't tell you how much, but it is. It's important too. Any questions?
If I may, Karen, I'm just going to add that as we start working on our internal timelines and working with RCT, we will definitely be in contact with you, because it does include scheduling meetings, having conversations, providing you with some information, seeking feedback. So we will work through those timelines, and we'll share that as we have that available for, again, our internal timelines.
Thanks, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stanfield and Ms. Peden. Does anybody have any other questions for them? This is last chance. And we're going to move on, but if you have a question, we will hear it. So please speak up if you do.
I knew they'd be clamoring over themselves to ask questions.
Well, I liked it. Thank you guys for the presentation. It was Augustine. Who is that? The last slide, that Greek? You have at the bottom of the
Possibly.
last slide.
And I stole that PowerPoint. So
that is, we'll just keep that to ourselves. But we're a public meeting, so anyway.
I would have given the
thank you.
person credit for whoever did it. I didn't want to take credit for something I didn't do.
Right, you did give them credit, so let the record reflect. All right, Ms. Peden, anything?
No, nothing else to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both for your presentation and your time and the research. And it's important that we, know why it's important to learn more so that we can share more, and wide range of disabilities and wide range of people that need VR services. So it's I can't imagine there's anybody who knows every single thing. So probably good just to stay engaged and ask and answer if you know somebody that needs some information. Okay, so thank you guys for your presentation. Let's see, we have some members terming out, and I wanted to recognize them and give a chance for them to maybe say a little something if they wish or wish or don't wish. That's up to them. But those 4 members that are terming out are Mr. Hunt, Paul Hunt, Crystal Stark, Matt Barron, and Joanne Fluke. They'll be terming out on October 29th. So this is their last meeting to attend. So certainly we'll miss them. I know I've enjoyed getting to know each and every one of them through this process and through this council. So I personally appreciate you guys and your input and can see your effectiveness. Before I let you speak, I would like to read a letter that the commissioners will be sending you guys later, and as well as the governor's letter, the governor's certificate and picture will be mailed to y'all. But I'm going to read the commissioner's letter first, if you will just bear with me on this. This one is to Paul. So if it's to any of the others, Matt, Crystal, Joanne, plug your name in here. But dear Mr. Hunt, thank you for your years of dedicated service on the Rehabilitation Council of Texas. Texas Workforce Commission and its customers have benefited greatly from your expertise and dedication to serve people with disabilities who need vocational rehabilitation services. The effectiveness of council depends on a participation, cooperation, and knowledge of vocal rehabilitation that you have generously shared. The partnership between TWC and RCT has created positive results for customers needing VR services thanks to your leadership and efforts. On behalf of the TWC Commissioners and Director of Rehabilitation Services Division, Cheryl Fuller, we thank you for the dedication that you have shown and the time that you have given to help Texans with disabilities live independent and productive lives. Your support and representation has been greatly appreciated. Thank you for your participation on the RCT. Sincerely, Chairman Brian Daniel, Commissioner Julian Alvarez, Commissioner Aaron Demerson, and it's CC to Ed Cerner, the TWC Executive Director. So that's the letter of appreciation. We'll get that as well. But I believe that the rest of us on the council can say that we stand behind those words just as the commissioners do, and and their executive director. So Paul, Matt, Crystal, and I get Joanne's not here, but if anybody would like, to say any parting words, of course you don't part till tomorrow, but here's give you a couple minutes if you'd like to say something.
Sure. My name is Paul Hunt. This has been a real honor to do this. It started out, really, the whole process started out when we were went through the Sunset Commission, and DARS got dissolved, and we went to the Texas Workforce Commission, and we really didn't want that to happen. At least the organization I worked with didn't want that to happen, but I'm pleased that it did. And I think it was a good move. In fact, I found myself in an interesting position of being kind of at odds with my own organization, because once I found that it was going to go to TWC, I was delighted. I thought, well, that really makes sense. We were going to go to Health and Human Services and a medical model, and I did not think that was appropriate for VR, because we're not sick. We have disabilities. We have disabilities, but we're in the process to go to work and that kind of stuff. So I was very pleased with that. So I actually tried to get on the legislative council that went through the process, but instead, the Governor's Appointments Office offered me the VR RCT, and that was a much better fit for me. And I've been honored to serve on this. I will never look at VR the same again. I have a really nobody knows everything. I don't know a lot, but I have a much better understanding of how VR works. And in the process, I went through VR myself as a client, because I became a provider during this period of time as well. So I had a chance to actually go through the VR process as a really informed consumer because of RCT. So it's just been a pleasure. It's interesting how the state plans go together, how the CSNA works, but I really enjoy, most of all, getting the chance to comment on policies and procedures and planning. And that was what I enjoyed the most. So anyway, I thank you for the opportunity, and I wish you all very much success. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Paul, and for your kind words and your dedication over the time. I got to say, I personally learned a lot about your disability just from you, and that's been very educational for me personally. But you're also wise and on VR concepts, and if you didn't know it much when you got started, I can tell it feels like you certainly know a lot more now. So it did work, if that's what you want to say. But anybody else want to comment to Mr. Hunt?
I'll comment on I'll just reiterate what.
Yeah, please.
Just on my experience, it's been an awesome experience. I too, like Paul, have been a customer, been through the VR process, so I know how important VR is. So I started out as a customer and then became a counselor, and then worked my way up to program specialist to supervisor to now a program specialist in state office. So I've seen many aspects of VR and just a proponent for VR. So I just know how important it is, and just glad that I had the opportunity to sit on the RCT and provide feedback as a VRC representative. But the good thing is I'm going to continue to work with RCT on the Policy and Procedure Committee, because I'm on the policy team now. So I may not be a member, but I'll be working on the backside of things with the committee, and looking forward to continue making positive changes in the future to come. So I appreciate all getting to know everyone throughout the years, and all the hard work we've put in to, continue to make sure this ship sails in the right direction, and just continue to look forward to y'all's contribution. And I know the next person's going to step in and pick up where we left off, and y'all will continue to do great things. So I'll still be around, and anything I can do to contribute and help, I'll be glad to do. So thanks for the kind words, and we'll see y'all down the road.
Absolutely. Thank you, Matt. Mr. Barron, I appreciate it. You are a very capable individual, and you make our meetings, and you've been very influential on me personally, and I'm sure others around. So thanks so much for your influence and kind of getting this new class moving down that right, cow path, the right direction, right? Matt has a little rodeo history, I understand. So, but anyway, thank you very much. Anybody else have anything to say to Mr. Barron or Mr. Hunt?
This is Lisa. I just wanted to, thank both Paul and Matt. And I don't know, is Crystal on the call today, or she is? And also Crystal, also Joanne, but I know she's not on the call. Paul and Matt were very instrumental in my early tenure with the RCT. My very first meeting, I sat next to Matt, and I had no idea what was going on, and he was so kind to kind of, keep me informed as to what was going on. I was like totally clueless. And then Paul was the person who nominated me for a vice chair position. And so, you all have been very special to me, and a very special place in my heart. And I had a chance to visit with Crystal Stark a bit when we went to the TWC conference at the Gaylord a few years ago, prior to COVID, shutting everything down. And we had some great visits there. And then, with Joanne, I had a wonderful visit with her in Abilene. We went to dinner together one night when I was up there teaching the class. And so, I think for all of us, and I can probably speak for all of us, that, the Rehab Council also, for me, is about the relationships that we've developed with each and every one of you. And those connections are super special. And, one of the things I know we all look forward to is some of our members we haven't had a chance to meet in person, and so that will be a sweet time when we can finally do that. But Matt and Paul and Crystal and Joanne, thank you so much for your contribution.
Well, if I can take a minute, I'm very sad because Paul and Matt and Crystal were on my policy committee. So I have really enjoyed working with them. They were extremely helpful. They had great insight, and I hate to see them leave. I'm glad Matt will at least will still be here. And Paul, don't worry, I will be picking your brain and getting your input on different policies. So even though you may not be officially on the council, I do call people to help me have a good understanding of things. So you will probably hear from me. So thank you for your time.
Karen, I am actually working on getting a replacement for me. She's actually applying, and this person has had a lot of experience. She's been through she understands VR well, and she understands all kinds of stuff. And
great.
She spent what 20 years in the adaptive technology unit, and so she's actually agreed to apply, and she's in the process of doing that. So hopefully by the time my term ends, she'll be able to join. And I'm going to, as we talk, I'm going to encourage you to join the planning committee, and I'll explain to her how the committees work. And so I'll give her kind of an overview how the council works, so she won't come in stone cold.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And thanks for all the time you guys were right with us and reading all those policies, and I appreciate that. Thanks.
Absolutely. Anyone else? Well, and if anyone has anything to say, just jump in. But I guess we kind of need to give a group hug to Miss Stanfield if she's hurting here. So, but anyway, we miss you guys. We'll miss you guys at the meetings on a regular basis. But luckily, we'll be in touch with, Matt's still involved. So, and Mr. Hunt, I'm sure we'll hear from you. Joanne and Crystal, wish everybody the best. And thank you guys so much for serving. And you will be getting those, Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that they'll be met, that you'll get the commissioner's letter and the governor's certificate and picture. I guess they're going to have to go and take a picture with the governor, huh?
No, it'll just be a group pic, one of the group pictures. Whenever we were in person, I'll print one of the group pictures that you were, the last one you were involved with. And I'll have that framed like we've done in the past for the other members that have termed out.
Okay, great. Then y'all will get both of those things coming in the future. But once again, thank you for your service and we appreciate you.
So our terms end on October 29th. Is that when they
Correct.
end?
That's right. That's what it says in the text. Is that right, Lisa?
Yes, sir.
That's it, Paul. So you can stir things up for about, I don't know what, another few months.
Well, we still have our committee meetings, got two in September and 2 in October, and I'll be at those, so I'll be ready for them.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving forward here, we've got Ms. Bowden, Amanda Bowden, a member, RCT member, was invited to go speak at the Forney Chamber of Commerce. And I think, is she still, I didn't notice, to be honest. Amanda, you're here, good. I've asked Amanda to just prepare a little short explanation of what her experience was like and I'm kind of tagging on my last mention of this earlier in the meeting, that if y'all have the opportunity to do something like this, as Ms. Bowden did and took that opportunity, it was I find it very very educating, maybe to the general public who may not have anything, any idea. I mean, what VR is. So I appreciate Ms. Bowden's accepting that and participating in it. So look forward to hearing how it went. So Ms. Bowden.
Yes, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you to Lisa for giving me the idea. She had done this before, and I figured, hey, if she could do it, then I'll just go ahead and try it too. First of all, I was able to make a connection with our county state representative, Keith Bell, who knows, that I'm part of the Rehabilitation Council, and he said you ought to go speak at the Chamber of Commerce. They need to know what's going on, as far as hiring people with disabilities. And he said, I'll back you up. I'll come with you. So luckily he was actually a guest speaker, and he called me and says, you need to go. So they put my name on the agenda, and I was able, first of all, I ran into a little bit of a problem. I called the Dallas location, or TWC, and I couldn't get through. And all I really wanted was to get some, information, some flyers, some brochures. And I reached out, I emailed Cheryl Fuller, and I said, I need some help on this. I don't know who to call. Give me a name and a number. So she was able to get in touch with the Dallas Fort Worth office and a lady named Margarita Gear. And Joe Powell, she was even speaking about you too. Miss Gear and I met. She came to Forney High School and gave me a whole box full of flyers and brochures. And we just talked for a little bit just about, what our concerns are and what her role is and what her, goals are. And so then the next day I went to go speak and kind of told a little bit about myself. And I told them what, that we're here for them and to answer any questions, that what TWC is all about, the vocational part. And one of the flyers, the brochures that we had was, it was for employers, like what to do if you have somebody with a disability, who to call, some information about it. And another one was for if you are hurt on the job and you're trying to get back, there's some information as well. So it was very well, a good turnout. I was not expecting anybody to come up to me and start talking. But when it was over with, I had a couple that were in their 70s, 80s maybe, and they, the wife said that her husband had just lost his vision. He was trying to get a hold of TWC, did not have any luck. And so I said, okay, this is a person you need to call. Her name was Miss Gear. And this is the other person you need to call. Cheryl Fuller gave all the information because they didn't have a very good outcome. And all the husband, all he wanted was a cane. And so they had me literally sit down with them and say, can you call for us? And I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll call. So I was able to talk to Miss Gear. She's like, yeah, we'll take care of that. And I told them what happened, that they had bad luck. And sure enough, I started getting these emails from Cheryl and from and somebody from the Dallas Fort Worth office, and they were like, okay, we figured out what's going on, and they're gonna get the cane. And it was just so neat to see that I would was able to help, because they didn't even know I was going to be there to speak. And they go to all these chamber functions, and so they said it was a blessing that I actually came and spoke and just was very, very helpful. So, and then I think I had several others that have emailed me saying, we're having some, my son wants a job, he's has Asperger's syndrome and having some difficulties. And I said, okay, you call TWC, they can help you get you, the resources that you need. So my goal is to hopefully one day go to Mesquite Chamber of Commerce, and then hopefully cover pretty much Kaufman County, which is my area. Since I live in Forney, that's my county. So I enjoyed it. I really got to connect and explain, hey, every time I see somebody that has their own business, I'm like, where are you on hiring people with disabilities? And usually I get some pretty good, they never thought about it, or they don't have any information, and then I can refer them to, the TWC webpage. So anyway, it was a start. I loved it. It was really good. So.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Bowden. I'm really grateful to hear that you, engaged yourself in not just presenting, but with actual people in, that were having some troubles and helping them get over that. You're kind of going overboard on your RCT responsibilities here, but I'm sure they appreciate it too. So thank you for that. Any questions for Ms. Bowden on her presentation at the chamber in Forney? Okay, well, thanks again. And once again, if you have the opportunity, do as Ms. Bowden did. And she sounds like it kind of actually fired her up to do some more. So really grateful for that. And thanks for sharing your experience with us, Ms. Bowden. Okay, so moving forward, we are going to go into this recess, but I wanted to remind members that it's time to go into the breakout sessions for our committees, individual committees within the RCT. So after this, go click find in your email the Zoom. It's a different Zoom. It's a different address to go into your specific committee breakout session. So, and for the general public, those guests that are watching us, this is a inner council committee meeting, and the business that's conducted in these will be presented tomorrow. So you will get in on that information. They're just going to get together and compile it now, and you'll hear about it tomorrow if you attend. So with that, I thank everybody for your attendance and presentations and coming, and we very much appreciate it. And Ms. Godwin for your help and support for the meeting, and everybody else at TWC related and employees, thanks for coming and your support, and presenters, and farewell to our 4 members that we grew to love. So thanks you guys for everything, and until we'll see you tomorrow again, but until tomorrow morning, and this will officially put this meeting into recess. Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Michael Ebler, the chair of the RCT, and this is a continuation of our 3rd quarterly meeting of the calendar year, the final quarterly meeting of our fiscal year. So welcome everyone, and want to welcome all the members, of course, back from yesterday, any guests, and we're lucky to have the Executive Director of the TWC, Mr. Ed Cerna, with us today. So he'll be speaking shortly. And of course, welcome to any guests around Texas that are on this watching us broadcast this. So welcome to everybody, and I hope everyone's having a good morning. So I guess just to get started, I'm going to yield the floor to Mr. Cerna, and he likes us to call him Ed. So on the record, I'll do that. And then thank you, Mr. Cerna, or Ed. You yield to you as much time as you want to talk. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I want to start off by saying I appreciate you always giving me the opportunity to at least visit and say hello. I'm looking forward to a time in the future when some of us can actually be in person and I can actually shake hands, and we can visit that way. But this is just as effective. One of the things that the pandemic taught us is that where we in the past maybe used technology a little bit to get things done, we're now beginning to include it as part of our formal plans for getting things done and for serving our customers. Not exclusively, but as an option. You know, we cover a very vast state, and sometimes it's a bit of a challenge for our counselors in VR or some of our other staff that serve other customers to have to travel in order to provide the services that are necessary, or the other way around, for our customers to have to travel in order to receive the services that they need. So one of the things that came out of the pandemic, that the pandemic taught us, is we can use technology effectively, but not exclusively. And it becomes a more effective tool for us. So you will see us doing that more here at TWC, and very specifically in VR, but it's not an exclusive use of technology to serve our customers. We are still very much about serving our customers the way our customers need to be served, and communicating with them the way that they prefer to be communicated with. So we're going to continue to work on those things. A whole lot has gone on since the last time that we visited. The pandemic started getting better, and then it started getting worse again. And now some say it's worse than it was at the beginning of this year. Hopefully we won't see a repeat of businesses having to close and other adverse effects to our workforce. We are slowly recovering, but we are steadily recovering, both in terms of the number of positions that are open and people that are going back to work, and the number of businesses that are coming to Texas. So we're very pleased about that. Also, one other thing to kind of note is we will be looking at doing things a little differently here at TWC and working with our board partners, specifically as it relates to vocational rehabilitation. Cheryl has done a great job working with the individual boards to raise awareness of our VR program, the existence of our VR program in a particular board area, or the presence of staff in board offices. We're going to continue and to emphasize doing that. I think one of the challenges that our customers face is getting through the bureaucracy of the Workforce Commission to realize that the vocational rehabilitation services that they need are not at a Health and Human Services agency, but at the Workforce Agency. So at a statewide level, from an agency perspective, but also from a local level, we're going to be expanding our notification mechanisms and help inform our customers of where we're at so that we can help them get the things, the tools that they need, the help that they need, so that they can go on with their lives and succeed like everybody else in the state succeeds. And then the final thing I want to say is I'm very proud of our staff, the TWC staff. They have adjusted and adapted well to remote work, and it seems like it'd be a no-brainer to, woohoo, I get to work from home. It actually is harder working from home because you still have to have the interactions, the personal interactions that you don't easily get when you're in an office. When you're in an office, you just walk down the hall and there's somebody, you see them at the water fountain or the coffee pot or at lunch or something. And when you're working from home, everybody is isolated. It becomes an individual unit. But I think our staff has done an outstanding job at continuing to work on the assignments that they have as teams and come up with really innovative ways to continue to serve our customers. So I'm very proud of our staff. Like other organizations, we've struggled with turnover, but I don't think it's because of the situation that we're in. I think the turnover is primarily due to now we have so many much more aggressive and higher paying organizations, companies in Austin that we're competing with, and we just at times cannot keep up with some of the pay. But our staff has stayed with us through that because the mission that they're working on is more important, I believe, than any private sector organization's mission. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to conclude my comments. Ask if there are any questions that anybody has of me, as usual, and then I'm probably going to have to leave the meeting to be able to make it to my next meeting on time. So,
absolutely, thank you very much, Ed. We appreciate your taking time out of your busy day to be here at all, and we really do appreciate that. And does anybody have any questions for Executive Director Serna before he leaves? One thing I would like to mention is that, in the beginning of your time or speech, or however you want to call it, you mentioned a blend of tech and in person that kind of probably just about everybody's had to try to, that's got a job and working and has been forced to figure out a good blend of that. And I think if anything good could be coming out of the COVID thing, it taught us that we can move forward over, with the technology-based meetings and world to some degree. I honestly believe that in person it's kind of like, remember when the internet came out, people were saying that brick and mortars were going to go away. It's like, well, they're not going to go away completely. Your stores in the street, and people can walk in and touch the clothes or do whatever, the shopping that they're doing. But same thing with us. We got to have some in person, but I think the technology is advanced where we can be effective electronically. So, and we're doing that as well. And I look forward to kind of, stamping that as the new way we do business in the state of Texas, and to be more efficient. That's really what it's not just to get to work, but actually perhaps even, make it a more efficient system. So anyway, thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we're not only more efficient, but I also believe more employee or family friendly, giving our employees time to not have to spend commuting all the time. And then also maybe even open doors for, quote, Austin employment outside of Austin. One of the things that I want to start doing is hiring individuals into our positions where it's appropriate, where it works, without them having to relocate to Austin, as a requirement. They may want to stay in San Angelo or Tyler or the Valley or El Paso or the Panhandle, but they would still get Austin wages for that Austin job. And hopefully we can recruit people from other parts of the state without them having to come to Austin, especially with the cost of living nowadays here in Austin.
So what I hear you saying is that there may be a large office opening up at the CWC building for leadership.
Yours truly kind of likes coming into the office. I have a 9-year-old, and he and I distract each other. And when I'm at home, I have a tendency to hit the refrigerator more than I need to. So, well, anyway, thank you so much for your being here. We appreciate it. It's inspiring to listen to, developments going on at CWC, and we certainly do appreciate you and your presence here, as well as, of course, your full team with Ms. Fuller and Adam and them for filling us in with some stats that are quite interesting. So thanks so much for taking time to be here. Thank you, sir. Thank all of y'all. And I do appreciate the work that you all do in supporting us. The RCT, the RCT is an invaluable member of Workforce Solutions collectively. What we refer to the entire system, and the system would not be as effective, and in particular VR, without each of y'all volunteering your time, a lot of time and a lot of dedication. So I appreciate that very much. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank all of y'all.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Okay. And feel free to, duck out whenever you need to. It's we certainly understand. So thank you. Okay, I guess we're going to be looking for RCT committee reports. Ms. Cowart, are you available?
Yes, I am, but let me make sure that my people that would be giving those reports are available. I see that Gary is here. Let me look for Chris.
I'm here.
Chris is here as well. Chris, do you want to go ahead and go first?
Sure. Let me go first. I don't have a long report. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair. Just a quick update on the CSNA. The document has been completed. We provided the executive summary at the last meeting, which basically outlined some of the major conclusions of the document. And the rest of the document goes into more detail with graphs and charts and those sort of things. So that is I think, going through all the relevant stakeholders in the agency, and we'll look forward to DOI participating in strategy meetings as we look forward to strategies for the combined state plan. I think that's all I have this morning. Are there any questions?
Yeah, this is Karen. Is this report going to be shared with the council?
Yes. That is my understanding that it will be. And I believe it just, once it goes through all the stakeholders and within the agency, then we can share it outside the agency.
If I may chime in quickly, I think we can get that report to you now. We can certainly do that. I have a little bit more of an update on our review of it when my time comes, but Lisa, we can get that report to you, and I think it's certainly good to go to share with the members.
Thank you. I know I asked about
great.
that yesterday.
Yes.
Gary, are you
Okay,
ready?
thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members, and guests. I'm Gary Benner, and I'll be giving an update on the fiscal year 2021 Q3 VR customer satisfaction survey results. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. Give me 1 second. I believe that's the screen I want. And all right, so is everyone able to see that?
I can see it.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, all right, as I said, we'll just go have an overview of the satisfaction results for the third quarter. And if I can, sorry about that. Okay, so I'm sorry here. Need to get some cooperation here from my mouse. Okay, so for Q3, overall, we had 3816 customers that were surveyed by our contractor Westat. And that was 25.9% of the target for Q3. We had a response rate there of 25.6%. And then we have the cumulative numbers there for the fiscal year so far. We've surveyed 11,766 customers, which was 80% of the target, and that's with a overall 26.8% response rate. For customers with disabilities other than blindness and visual impairments, there were 2,896 surveys during the quarter, and that was 22.2% of our quarterly target. The Q3 response rate was 23.4%. And cumulative through the end of Q3, 9,459 surveys were completed for 72.6% of the overall target and right around a 25% response rate. And then for our blind or visually impaired customers, 920 surveys in Q3 for a 54.8% of the overall target. And Q3 response rate was 36.5. Year to date, 2,307 customers surveyed with a 137.3% of target and a 26.2 response rate. So here we are looking down a little deeper. This is for open case customers. Those were customers that are actively being served when they were selected for a survey. We had 2,329 customers and surveyed in Q3 with that being 31.4% of the target and overall 29.4% response rate. Cumulatively for the year, 87 customers surveyed, that being 106.5% of the open case target, and then that's a 29.6% response rate. For customers with disabilities other than blindness and visual impairments, we had 1,760 surveys, right, 24.4% of the yearly target, 26.7% response rate. And then for the year, 6,607 customers were surveyed, and that's 91.5% of the active case target for a 27.8% response rate for those customers. And then finally, the blind visually impaired customers, you see 779 surveyed at a 92.7% of the target, 38.3% response rate. And for the year, 1,980 were surveyed, and a whopping 235.7% of the active case the target for the year. And the response rate there was 37.7, rather high. The closed case customers, you'll notice here that response rates are lower and percentage of targets are lower just overall. So 1,277 customers surveyed overall. See response rate around 19% of target, 20.4% response rate. And then we had for the fiscal year to date, 6,651 surveyed, for that being not even 50% of the target of closed case customers, and a 21.3% response rate. Now, customers with disabilities other than blindness and visual impairments, 1,136 surveyed, a 19.6% of the target, and 19.6% response rate. And the cumulative numbers, 2,852 so far. Again, still under 50%, 49.1%, and a 20.7% response rate for those customers. Finally, the blind and visually impaired customers, 141 were surveyed during the quarter, and that's only 16.8% of the overall targeted. And we had a 29% response rate there. So higher response rate, which is typical. We usually see higher response rates with the blind and visually impaired customers. To date, through the fiscal year, 327 surveyed with closed case customers, 38.9% response rate, and 38.9% of the target, and a 29% response rate. So, and here's some select responses or favorable, basically these are favorable responses that were on the higher end. And typically the one we see at the top usually is the where you treated in a caring and friendly and respectful manner. And so for, this is open overall, was 95%. And then the overall close, 94.7% agreed that they were treated in a caring, friendly, and respectful manner. And then for the blind, visually impaired customers, which basically is a subset of that overall population there, 93.7% and 93.5% for the closed case customers. In agreement with the employment goals chosen, those 93.5% open. That question is not posed to customers that have closed cases. And for the blind visually impaired population, that was 92.4%. Were you seen within 15 minutes of your scheduled appointment time? Overall, 91.6% said yes, they were. They'd agreed with that. And for the blind visually impaired, 90.7% agreed with that. Did you have input in setting your employment goals? Now this one is asked across, it's similar to the one that we saw a little earlier. 90% overall said yes, they did have input. And basically the same for closed case customers, 89.7%. And then for BVI customers, you can see it was similar, just a little lower at 88.5% and 89.1% for the closed case customers. Satisfaction with their job overall, 91.4% of customers surveyed said that they were satisfied with their job, and 89.5% of the blind visually impaired closed case customers. And satisfaction with your employee benefits for those who had them. Overall, 92.4% responded they were satisfied with their benefits. But you'll see here with the blind visually impaired customers, it was a significant difference with only 85.8% there saying that they were satisfied with their employee benefits. And here's some of the survey responses that were calculated that we're seeing a little lower scores on. One was that, of course, we see this one appearing over and over on the did you have input in choosing the service provider for your services. And then, of course, in the question as we pose it, we list the the types of services. Overall, 68.4% responded that yes, they did have input, and overall close was 66.6%. For the blind visually impaired, somewhat lower, just at 64.3% and 61.1% for the closed case customers. Saying that their service is not interrupted due to COVID-19. So 61.9% of respondents overall for open case said that their services were not interrupted due to COVID-19. And for closed case customers, that was a little higher at 67.2%. For the blind visually impaired customers, 55.4% for the open case and 52.9% for the closed case customers. So you can see there that was somewhat lower for the blind visually impaired population. Does someone respond to you no later than the next business day when you're contacting the office? Overall, 79.5% of closed cases or open cases rather agreed, and 76.6% of closed cases. And for blind visually impaired customers, that was a little lower at 73.9%, and same for the closed case at 73.9%. Customers who said that they lost their job due to COVID-19. And so these are the percentage of customers who say that they're currently not working, and then what percentage of those say that they lost their job due to COVID-19. So 17.4% of closed case customers overall from the overall survey, the overall population rather, and then 13% of blind visually impaired customers said that they lost their job due to COVID-19. And then another one here, satisfaction with having no employee benefits, 50.2% overall said that they were satisfied with not having benefits, and 45.2% of the blind visually impaired customers. So now here, these next couple of slides are just some comparisons between what we've seen this quarter and then looking to the previous quarter in this fiscal year, and then back a year ago. And so these are for open active case comparisons. So customers who said their services were not interrupted due to COVID-19. So we already looked at that 61.9%. So that was an increase of 5.1 percentage points from last quarter. And it was an increase of 15.3 percentage points from last fiscal year, quarter 3. And that is to be expected, I guess, since then we were really in the midst of the pandemic and being hit pretty hard. So so you'll note in some of these comparisons, especially looking back at quarter 3 last year, those increases we should be expecting in a lot of these areas. Input and choosing a provider for services, we've seen a 1.9% increase from quarter 2 and a 2.6% increase from quarter 3 of last year. Did someone respond to your attempt to contact the local VR office by the next business day? Decreased just slightly from quarter 2, and an increase of 5.4% from quarter 3 of last fiscal year. Again, that we would hope that would be the case. Were you satisfied with the explanation of services to help you reach your goal? We did see an increase there of 1.8% from last quarter, and then 4.3% from quarter 3 of last year. Agreeing that the staff had a can-do attitude. That's at 90.8%, which is good. It's rather high. It's just a slight decrease for the quarter, and then an increase of 3.1% from Q3 of last fiscal year. And your overall satisfaction with vocational rehabilitation services you received, 87.9% agreed that they were satisfied. A slight increase from Q2 and almost a 2% increase from Q3 of last fiscal year. Then finally, the closed case comparisons. Are you working now? So we see a slight increase there from Q2, and we see, of course, a bigger increase from Q3 of last fiscal year, which again we would hope that's good. That's what we want to see. We want to see that continuing. We already mentioned I lost my job due to COVID-19, that we had 17.4% overall of those who said they were currently not working, saying they lost their job due to COVID-19. But that is a decrease from Q2, and it's also a decrease from Q3 of last fiscal year, which is good. Now this next one, my job loss is permanent, and this is of those who said that they lost a job to COVID-19 naturally. We see an increase of 5.8% of customers from Q2 saying that their job loss is permanent. And then when looking back to Q3 of last year, this survey results this quarter is a 25.6% increase. So of those who lost their job due to COVID-19, more now are saying that, it's permanent, So, and probably, when we began asking this question, of course, a lot thought, well, maybe it's temporary or they didn't know. But now, of course, they may know that it is permanent. Services, my services were not interrupted due to COVID-19. We saw a slight decrease from last quarter. And then we see a marked decrease from Q3 of last fiscal year. Now, recall, these are the closed case customers who were surveyed. So we're seeing that they're now reporting more of an impact, and being said, a lot of them had services during the pandemic. Whereas for our open case customers, we see that they were gradually reporting less of an impact. So that's the way it's been trending. Do VR staff provide the guidance you need? Had a decrease there of 4.1% from Q2 of this year, and then 0.5 percentage point from Q3 of last year. And finally, satisfaction with your service provider. 86.9% said that they were satisfied, but that was a decrease of close to 3 percentage points from Q2, and also of close to 2 percentage points from Q3 of last fiscal year. I believe that concludes my presentation, unless there are any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Benner. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Benner? I'm sorry, someone was speaking. Oh, I think that was feedback. I was hearing myself. I do have one question regarding the services interrupted by COVID-19. I find those are not services not interrupted. It says, in the neighborhood of 60%, 61.9, and then 69 for the high end. But that's pretty impressive considering, COVID kind of put a shutdown on many other businesses. Would you agree?
Mr. Chairman, I would,
Sorry, I was muted, but go ahead, Ms. Fuller.
I was just going to say, we worked very hard to keep services moving forward, but not just us, our providers. Our providers were really fantastic, working hard to keep services moving forward. Some could not be avoided, some delays, but we did try very diligently to focus on continuity of service. And so any number there is higher than we want it to be, but we sure did work hard to avoid that.
Well, thanks, Ms. Fuller. I'm pretty impressed. I think that, you know, given the, you know, severity that that it might have on you know, this type of services, that you guys kind of kept it going. So appreciate that. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Benner?
This is not a question for Gary. I think it's more of just a general observation and a question to all of us. So we collect a tremendous amount of really, really good data across multiple sources, like really deep data from more than one source, which is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. The depth of data is super impressive. But one area that I would like to see us improve is analytics on combining the data and correlating the data. So for example, Gary took us through a lot of really interesting observations, but some of them are extremely important and some are less important. Ultimately, what are the needs of our customers? Disabled Texans put into positions where they are successful in entering or re-entering the labor force. So it'd be really great if we had almost like a dedicated effort to take a look at all of our information sources, find some really good correlations on what of the customer satisfaction matrix that we see coming from multiple sources, what really correlates to moving the needle either up or down, hopefully up, but maybe down, on those really important areas to our customers, entering or re-entering the job, the labor force, and see if you can spot specific trends, see what it is that we actually concentrate on as we proceed with our various surveys and information gathering activities. So just want to lay that out for the council discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Goldenstein. I you know, it's food for thought, and members, you know, consider what Mr. Goldenstein brought up, and you know, there's you know, perfection is unattainable. So I mean, but we can strive to get better and better, you know, notches at a time. So I agree with you, Mr. Goldenstein. We need to you know, always think about how to improve in the survey and services, and combining data to do that. But thanks for bringing that up. Does anybody else have anything to ask Mr. Benner, or just a comment?
I do. This is Karen. I was just curious, after Sarah Kendall's presentation yesterday, do we have a category, or is it in any way tracked on that client satisfaction survey results for satisfaction from individuals with intellectual disabilities? I know that Adam Leonard's presentation, I think I remember seeing it broke it down in that category, but do we have a category for that in our satisfaction survey?
Yeah, this is Gary. Yes, it is looked at in one of the tables on the report. So again, where we look by impairment category, there is a category that looks at those with intellectual impairments. So on the WESTAT report, when they do the tables, they do the bivariate analysis. So it's the same questions, but we're looking at, the results by primary impairment category.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Benner. I'm sorry, did someone else want to speak? I heard come in. Stanfield, please.
Yeah, I couldn't find it on there, but I'll go back and look again, and maybe I can just email you guys directly. Thanks.
Okay,
Jennifer.
Ms. Klaus, go ahead.
Yeah, just based on what Janani was saying. So what can we do? I mean, I agree with what he's saying, because we did look at, a lot of data. What you all saw is just the high level. A lot of data, really good data. But what can we do to get that started as a council? To start looking, combining it, making correlations. What can we do?
Mr. Chairman, this is Cheryl. May I provide a couple of ideas?
Absolutely. Please do, Ms. Fuller.
All right. So one of the things that we have been working on with our colleagues in DOI, and they have great depth of knowledge in looking at our performance. You'll hear more later this morning from Jeffrey Miller with DOI. You've heard from Christopher. Also our team is we're looking at the wealth of data we have to try to distill that to what is most critical for us to focus on to determine if we're headed toward performance improvement, headed toward achievement of our goals, in addition to those accountability measures that look at whether we did achieve the goals. So you have to have both. And there is so much data that we receive and that you receive, and trying to distill that into what is most critical. And then look at how one data set may correlate to the results we see or the information we see from another data set. I think that's what you're talking about. How can we look at the different sources of data we get and see if they are telling us the same story, or if one is informing the other? And what I would suggest is that we could talk to Jeffrey and Adam and see what they might suggest. What would they propose to RCT that can reasonably be done with the data that we have? And I think Jeffrey's probably on the line too, but he might be able to add his 2 cents when he presents. But that would just be my first thought, is the folks that are so deep into the data in our agency might be good to offer a few recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fuller. And Mr. Benner, one thing I wanted to ask you before you depart is, in these numbers that came back for the survey results, are there any that stick out to you as something that needs attention paid to, or something that looks extraordinarily out of place or something like that? Is there anything that you saw in these?
Not particularly. One, of course, one area we're still, it's always, I think, progress, and we're really concentrating on it now with, our provider relations and all, and especially with the, having customers, having enough service providers so the customer can have a better selection of service providers to choose from. We ask that you have input, but a lot of times if we say, okay, this is your choice, we've got one provider that provides this service in your area. There may be providers outside of the area, but the customer may not want to travel, whatever the case is. So certainly beefing up that provider pool. And, also, I mean, just looking at the results this quarter, it might be an anomaly, but I did see, and I mentioned this yesterday in our meeting, it seemed like for the, when we look at the table on this satisfaction with Hispanic customers versus non-Hispanic, it just seemed that at least for this quarter, that it seemed a little lower than normal. Normally, we have a lot more favorable responses, significantly favorable responses from the Hispanic respondents than non-Hispanic, but for some reason that seems to have been muted. I don't know if it could be a result of the pandemic and the impact of the pandemic.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sure.
Anyone else care to ask Mr. Benner any questions before we move on?
Well, this is Karen, and it's been a while since I was really delved into a lot of that client satisfaction material, but I seem to remember that the DBS satisfaction survey questions always seem to be higher prior to moving over to TWC than the DRS questions or the general agency. And so I was surprised to see some of these numbers that you highlighted for DBS or visually impaired consumers were lower. Have you guys noticed that? Is that a trend that you've seen, that the blind and visually impaired responses are lower than prior to this merge? Or has that been looked at?
I mean, I have not noticed at least a trend over time that it has been degrading or anything like that. I mean, sometimes it just seems to be, one quarter. I'm not sure. Again, I think it could be, as of recent or the more recent quarters, there could have been, some degradation there. But again, I'm thinking that can't 100% say that, but it could be because of the pandemic and the influence that has, and it could have, impacted the blind visually impaired population more than the general population. But I'm trying to think. I really didn't have a whole lot of the DBS data. I mean, to look at from like way back. So, but we haven't seen any huge disparities that I'm aware of.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, before Mr. Benner departs, any more questions for Gary?
I wouldn't mind building on Ms. Fuller's, I guess, beginning of a plan. If you don't mind me phrasing it like that. We can discuss it now. We can discuss it later. But it would be nice to come out of today's session with a tactical plan about how we can pull together all the folks that are relevant across various departments, and perhaps it's already happening, and if so, it would be nice if RCT was more plugged into that. But it would be great to have that plan on either forming that cross-functional SWAT team or enhancing it. And I would love to see at the next quarterly meeting a concrete kind of, here's how we can do this. Here's how here's how we combine things or can combine things, and here's the resulting analytic approach that allows us to smartly spot those, Ms. Fuller, those leading edge metrics, right? Because we're trying to be, 6 months, 18 months ahead of stuff we cannot change. So it'd be great if coming out today we had a specific plan on how we can make it happen, and even in the next quarterly meeting already start reviewing some tangible observation, some tangible new way of looking at the data.
And Mr. Chairman and members, I can certainly ask the folks internally to work on that, but I would ask for your understanding in a couple of things. Going into the depth of data analysis is a significant amount of work. And so this is not necessarily a short-term project. This is a significant amount of work and analysis and evaluation, and it is certainly worthy to do. But as you heard yesterday in the discussion about the combined state plan and the elements that go into the combined state plan, it is goals, it is priorities, it is strategies, it is measures, right? We have a significant amount of work to do together to look at the results of the needs assessment, see how that informs those goals, priorities, strategies, and measures, develop the measures with you and with our colleagues in DOI, and really identify what we're trying to do to address that. That is going to be a very significant piece of work we do that's important for the system, but also required by federal law and in your role and in ours in the development of a plan for the program. So we will have to balance some of that work. That's a great deal of work we need to do over the next number of months. And so I just wanted to offer that one request for your consideration, is that these are all significant pieces of work, but we cannot do them all at the same time. And I'm speaking for my DOI colleagues, and they certainly can speak for themselves, but I know that they will have to fit these pieces in with us. So we're happy to work on that though, because there are probably some connections between those two things, right? We are supposed to use the results of our needs assessment to really drive our planning and our focus. And data will be a critical part of that. And what we can learn from the different data sets we get toward that, certainly also a critical part of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Well, sorry, go ahead.
That's, you know, that at least in a quarter we can determine what is it that we should be really looking at. That's a bit more important than other things that are less important. So even if we get to that level, if you look across all our assessment information, and here are 5 things that really need to move the needle, and you know, that's to me a great vision of success that we can get to by by the next quarterly meeting. So how can we do that? And where can we help? Where can RCT help?
Well, one of the first things that I will need to do is talk with my colleagues in DOI, because we're already working diligently on preparing for fiscal year 22. It starts tomorrow for all purposes, right? September 1st. And they have a number of projects on their plate for us. So what we'll want to do is talk about, it's kind of a continuing conversation. How can we take the amount of data we get, distill that into what's most critical, develop reports around that so we can track it. And so I'll tell them that and have a conversation with them about our desire as a council to also have that same ability to look at how our data connects, get it really clear, focus on the most important pieces of that, and how we do that, how that can be part of the work on the combined state plan, because that will be very important. The combined state plan is an absolutely essential and critical part of the work that this body does with us. We are going to have our hands full with that very soon. So how can we fold this, this focus on data and the most critical data we need to support that into it? So I will have that conversation, and I will be back to the chair and the vice chair with an update, and then maybe we can get an update out to you soon, certainly well before the next meeting.
Yeah, that'd be good. And you nailed it. The key is not data for the sake of data. We want data so we can make smart decisions. And yeah, that's exactly it. You nailed it. It's how do we get that next level of useful data so our decisions are better, not data for the sake of data, for sure. Spot on.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Well, we certainly don't want to overload you, Ms. Fuller, or your staff. So please remain, in contact with us and let us know if it's getting too demanding. And we want to work with you on that and make sure that, and focusing on the, like Gennady said, the things that move the needles, what's important,
Yes.
whatever can be effective, can be really good. So just be aware that, we respect you and your team and certainly don't want to overburden you. So let us know if it's approaching that.
We'll certainly do that. Thank you so much for your consideration on that. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I think we better move on now to Ms. Cowart. Is there anybody, I guess, I guess we're finished with customer satisfaction needs assessment, right?
Yes, sir, we're done.
Okay, great. Thank you. Ms. Hodges?
Yes.
Education and membership?
Yes, we have 3 things on the agenda. So first, let me start with membership. All applications for reappointment and appointment has been submitted and in the appointment office. We've been communicating with Mr. Castillo over the past couple of weeks. And so he's working on confirmation. And so we just at that point now, just waiting on the confirmations. So all positions will be filled. Hopefully we can get that these confirmations prior to the next meeting. Education. So as you know, Ms. Stanfield has been giving us out a series of outstanding training, and we appreciate that. So I think she's going to continue to do that for a couple more meetings. So we look forward to that. We also got a request, a recommendation to provide training on dyslexia. So we're working on confirming a presenter for that for the next meeting as well. And we also have confirmed a new member orientation date as for November 2nd. And so more information will be coming out with that with the new confirmations. And lastly, the mentorship guide. We're still working to finalize that. The team met yesterday. And so hopefully in the next 3 weeks or so, we'll have that finalized and submitted on to the chairperson for his feedback and comments. And then we'll plan to roll that out in November. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hodges. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Hodges? Well, thank you for all the good hard work you're doing in membership, and you're doing a great job. So keep up the good work, and appreciate it. And I look forward to that. The mentor program layout, and I know I've had that on my desk for some time, and I guess you're modifying it some, and I look forward to seeing that. Then I appreciate giving me the input on that before we send that out. I think that's going to be an effective program. So thank you, Ms. Hodges. Okay, policy and procedures and personal development. Ms. Stanfield, are you available?
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
We can.
All right. So we had a lady, Tammy Shaw, come from the training department to update us on staff training, and they are doing the new counselor training. It's virtual. It's in 3 components. It covers fundamentals, that covers policy and procedure, impact covering quality and case noting, and then core essentials. Their department has also set up some additional virtual training that's mentoring for VR professionals, career essentials, which is covering assessments and labor market research tools, how to use them with customers, and then diabetes for VR professionals as well. We asked about, they do have other training that is offered through the training department for those folks that have certified rehabilitation counselor certification, and they need continuing education hours for that. And she said she would send us a list of those classes, and she has, but I haven't been able to look at it yet. And then anything more specific on disabilities, they explain that's usually done more at the regional level, from what I understand. And I guess you can also get training outside the agency, but if I understood correctly, that goes through the manager to receive that. So that was our, and they are looking to hire a new manager. I guess the last person, it's Mandy Norper, I believe was her name, if I've said it correctly. She accepted a different position, so the position is now vacant. So we'll get updated on that when that's position's filled. And then we looked at the comprehensive statewide personnel development part. This is the staff. There are 668 filled counselor positions. 442 of those counselors meet the CSPD requirements, which is a master's level or the certification of a CRC, I believe, and 202 counselors do not. But of those 202, 147 of those are not yet working to meet the requirements, but 81 of those are in their first year of employment and they're not expected to during that time. So, and they provide counseling and guidance to those new staff to start working on that as soon as possible, though. They have 60 counselor vacancies right now, and there are 27 rehab assistant vacancies right now. We asked about terminations, and they said it since the beginning of the year, there have been 87 counselor terminations. And we specifically wanted to know how many were retirements, and they said 19 of those were retired, people who retired. We've also talked about the salary range and increasing the salary, and they showed that they had sent out guidance, I believe it was just last month or June, showing that the salary for new hires has gone up 3%. And they've also, and they had talked with us, and I think we've reported on it in previous meetings. The goal was to, if a person came in who had experience, they had to start at the bottom. And now they don't. They've been able to work it out that if a person came in with 10 years experience, they could start off at a higher range than at the bottom of the salary range. And also if the person had direct vocational rehabilitation work experience, that can give them even a little bit higher salary. So that was good to hear. And I believe they also brought current employees up in their salary to meet that new salary range. We've talking about morale, and it's, of course, it's hoped that bringing the salaries up will help. But we also noted that there's, with the improvement in the approval process, changes that have been made, making some services easier for counselors to get through the system and provide. We're hoping that that will help the morale as well. So, and we're going to discuss other methods with them too. And then we talked about policies. That's a large part of what we've been doing. And since the last meeting, we've looked at a number of policies that came to us for comments. And some of those, I wanted to mention some of the comments that we made. It include rates for tuition, and the council sent back comment to remove the rates for tuition and just pay the full amount for a public institution. And of course, there would have to be an exception for a private one. And we've asked them to do that. Of course, that's after financial aid, if any is available, is applied first. We also are looking at the approval process. That's one of our goals this year. So we were looking at the documents and the laws that the agency is having to consider when they set their internal processes and for approvals. So they provided us with the CFR Code of Federal Regulations 200. There was an internal audit that I think it's on their website that we'll go back and look at that they referenced. And they also provided us with a government code for bids and contracts that they have to abide by. And so we've been provided a copy of that. So our next step is to look at all of that and see if there's a way that we can make suggestions to, again, lessen the approval processes or some of those internal controls that will still meet these criteria that they have to maintain, that would hopefully allow counselors and clients to receive services more timely. And they have an internal policy group that's also still meeting and doing reviews as well. We did not have any hearing officer decisions to review, so we didn't have to do that this time. And that's my report, and I'm sticking to it. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stanfill. Any questions for Ms. Stanfill in her report that she sticks to? Quoting a song, if I remember, can't remember that who wrote that, but or performed it, but it's kind of a country and western song from a while back. But anyway, enough of that. Thank you, Ms. Stanfill, for your report, and appreciate your sharing that with us. And now, if Ms. Fuller is ready, we can move on to Ms. Fuller's director report.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, and I am ready. I have a full cup of coffee, have my bottle of water, so I'm ready to go. I will again do my best not to talk the entire hour, but to share a good portion of that with Jason Baden and Ms. Hodges, because the report they have for you on our work with our providers, I think is really important also to the work of the RCT. I did want to acknowledge, I caught up just a little bit yesterday on the parts of the meeting I missed, and I know you had a conversation about when and how does the council ever have time to do some planning about the work of the council, right? And I know that it is difficult to get that in with the packed agendas we often have for quarterly meetings. So let us know how we can support you in that, should that be the desire of the council moving forward, to have some ability to have some strategic planning sessions for the council's work. I also want to acknowledge that we give you a whole lot of information, and I know I move pretty quickly. So if I can provide more or explain more, I'm happy to do that, and just let me know. You know, as Mr. Sarna said when we got started, the Delta variant and the rise in virus transmissions is really concerning. And I had sincerely hoped earlier this month that we had turned a corner on the pandemic, and well, we had, but not the one I wanted. So we continue to be focused on providing services to our customers and staying open, but doing so in a manner that's concerned for their safety and their health, and for the safety and health of our staff. So we continue to serve customers around the state. We continue to use the methodology developed by DOI that has just been, it's been so incredibly helpful to us to have those releases come out every 2 weeks that help us identify staffing and service levels by county based on rates of virus transmission in that county. And so our managers, we get that updated data every other Thursday. We got some yesterday. The maps are starkly different from what they were just a month ago. We use that information immediately, and the managers plan how many staff will be in person and how we'll handle in-person services. So I just wanted you to know we'll continue that through the end of this calendar year, or if virus transmission rates drop substantially for several weeks before then, we'll certainly look at being able to move to standard operations sooner. Nothing would make me happier than moving to standard operations sooner. But as you mentioned earlier, those standard operations will still be hybrid. There is no going back to February 2020. I think that is long in our past, and that whatever we do in the future will have to have more options for our customers, but also for our staff. You heard Ms. Stanfill talking about our turnover and keeping our counselors. This is incredibly important. Workers have different expectations now, as those of you who have staff know very well indeed. The expectations have changed for employment. And employers are responding, but our customer expectations have changed as well. And so that hybrid model in the future that we're still working out as we go remains very important. And it will continue to be how we work through the pandemic. but we are open, we are serving customers. This is the most important message out of all of that, other than we are just being as careful as we can. I had a few items to go over with you, so I'll hit a few high points from my very long report. First of all, we summarized what legislation passed that affects VR or our division, because there's one that's not VR, it's older blind, from the 87th regular session. I wanted to point out just a couple for sake of time. Senate Bill 50 was passed, and it does focus on HHSC, but asking them to do more to ensure that the individuals receiving services under the waivers you heard Sarah talk about yesterday, that they have access to competitive integrated employment and the resources to help them achieve that goal. And so HHSC will have to develop strategies to increase the number of services, individuals who receive those services from us or from the waiver program that they are in. And so we will be working with HHSC. We will come alongside and partner with them on this. However, we can improve our processes to refer individuals. We will set up the data sharing agreement that will be necessary in order to provide the aggregate data that they will need to gather per SB 50. But we are working on that, and it is a good step. I think our Texas APSI stakeholders would tell you they worked very hard to raise awareness about that. And so we're already reaching out to HHSC, as you heard Sarah say. I wanted to tell you about SB 1917. This is not a bill about VR. So I understand that your scope is VR, but we just wanted to share with you because this is a bill about another program in our division that is just near and dear to our hearts. And it is about it's not directly about, but it touches the independent living services for older individuals who are blind. It's a very small program comparatively, but the need is not small. And I saw Mr. Johnson. I was so excited. I saw Mr. Johnson in the list of attendees. I think he's still there. Mr. Johnson from San Antonio, he's a member of the Aging Texas Well Advisory Committee. He has been long involved and championing the work that we do in VR, but older blind particularly. And he has been a tireless advocate for the need to provide more awareness and more coordination to get services to individuals to seniors who are losing their vision. And so what SB 1917 does is it requires Health and Human Services Commission in collaboration with the Texas State Library and Archives Commission to develop a public awareness and education outreach campaign. And this is really targeted on the individuals themselves, the seniors who are experiencing vision loss, they're at risk of blindness, their families, caregivers, community and faith-based organizations, as well as the general public. So it's really about getting the word out. And the law requires HHSC to develop a toll-free number so that information and referral to appropriate services is easily accessed, to post information and training resources for the adults themselves, but also stakeholders and other entities that may serve them or provide programs for them. And also really wants to encourage awareness of reading services. And that's where our State Library and Archives Commission comes in. So we're already meeting with HHSC on that, focusing on establishing the hotline for individuals over 55. We were not named specifically in this bill, but these are our folks. So we are very interested in being involved and being supportive, and have already reached out to them about the hotline, creating a portal so that we can get the information out there to individuals that need it, and also establishing a peer mentoring program. And I know Mr. Johnson is already on it because he's already had us working together to develop some training for some of the service providers in the HHSC infrastructure. So I just wanted to make mention of that, even though you don't hear about that program very often. The appropriations bill included an article, or included a rider in Article 8, which is where TWC is funded, Rider 48, that will require a new report to come to you and the legislature. And so stay tuned, because we will be preparing an inventory of all current apprenticeship and internship opportunities for people with disabilities. Now, this is big because it doesn't say an inventory of all current VR internship and apprenticeship, right? This is broader. So it will involve us working with our colleagues in the agency. And that inventory will cover a number of things, but including what programs are out there, how long are the programs, what age ranges for the are the participants, because some are for students, right? How are they funded? Where are they? How do we make the opportunities known to those who might be interested in participating? And this inventory is to be made available to you and the legislature by October 1st of 2022. So of course, we have not wasted any time. Jason is already pulling together a team to start work on this report. It'll be in that format, this inventory, and it will come to you. So stay tuned. We'll give you some updates as we go, but that will be next October. As you are aware, the governor did call a special session. One bill was filed, refiled, that in this first special session that was not passed in the regular session, and that's HB 97 by Representative Gonzalez of El Paso, and that's related to co-navigation services for individuals who are deafblind. So I did want to give you those few highlights, and we'll be back in touch with you to give you updates on our work with Hhsc on both of those other bills. With regard to the comprehensive statewide needs assessment, there is a rather lengthy summary in the report, but Christopher really said it in a nutshell. The final report is complete. It very much follows the format and the focus of the executive summary, so I think it's a real intuitive read. It's very rich, as we have heard. It's very rich in data. It provides some clear direction for the VR program to improve and focus over the next few years. You have already heard the top 3 service needs that were identified. They are very clear. We didn't have to guess whether they were a need or not. So very clear. One is the provider network that we need to recover and maintain so that we have a robust network of providers for our customers. Another is process improvement, continuing to streamline, continuing to be more efficient, not adding requirements that are not absolutely necessary. So continuing to do that and really looking at how we can improve the efficiency and the ease of navigation of our procedures across the board. And then staffing and expertise. This program does not function without the commitment and the tireless efforts of our VR counselors and rehabilitation assistants and all of the staff that then come around them to help them do their job. There are 2 kinds of positions in VR. There are people who serve customers directly and people that support them. That's it. I'm in the second group. And so we have to do everything we can to focus on our staffing and our expertise. So those are the top 3 hands down areas coming out of the CSNA. But there were 2 additional areas that as we combed through the CSNA a couple of times, we identified. One is assistance to customers in making informed choices. This is a recurring theme. It's something we have worked on before, but I think we need a comprehensive focus to really try to get at this. How can we, and the report says easily digestible, accessible, meaning it's easy to access, it's easy to understand. How do we get those resources to our customers to support their informed choice? And also so our counselors can use them with customers in supporting their informed choice. And it's different types of resources. It's labor market and career information. It's information about the impact on their benefits of going to work and the incentives that are available to help them do that. It is also information on service providers. How do they make an informed choice of a service provider for them? So this we would suggest is a 4th area of need that has several strategies in it. And then there's one more. So the 3rd one is really recruiting and retaining the staff we need. The fifth one is about how do we then build the expertise of our staff. These are very connected, but they are distinct. Building the expertise of our staff so they can serve customers with different primary disabilities, with multiple disabilities, in an ever-changing labor market, making sure they understand work incentives and all of the different aspects of that and many other things. How do we help our counselors develop and maintain the expertise? And I will tell you, and I don't have to tell you because you know it too, the labor market around us is changing. We will not have, unless we are just the unicorn of occupations, and I don't think we will be, we will not have people coming and staying as long as they used to in jobs. People move. They move across to other companies, but they also move into other types of jobs. And so we will have to find ways to help our counselors develop and maintain that expertise and get up to speed as quickly as possible. Understanding that the workforce of today does not act and function like the workforce of yesterday or last year or a decade ago. So we're going to look for resources that help our counselors get to competence more quickly, but also help them have the information available so that they can provide those supports and help our customers without having to have it all between their two ears, right? Those of you who have been counselors, you know, this is an incredibly rewarding job, but it is also very challenging. So supporting our counselors is a fifth area with those resources and that capacity, because that in turn absolutely benefits our customers in a fundamental way. So those are the five sort of buckets, if you will, of work coming out of the CSNA. That's probably what led to some of my comments earlier. That's a lot of work. It's exciting work. It's absolutely essential for our customers, but it is a lot of work. And so that we have, as far as next steps, you heard some of this yesterday, but we digest the CSNA, you digest the CSNA, and then we identify what are those big groupings of work that become our goal areas. What strategies then do we work on together, primarily VR, working on them with your input and feedback, right? And then how do we craft those into updated goals, priorities, strategies, and measures? We will be working with DOI and you to look at what are the strategies that we want to undertake, because one of the things we've done in the past that we cannot continue to do is we've tried to take on too much at one time. And you know, if you try to take on too much at one time, you move the needle on each of those things in very minor ways. We want to really focus our efforts on what are the most critical strategies we need to work on first to move that needle in a measurable way. And that has never been more important for our program than it is now. So we as a state program, we as a national program are having this conversation about how do we focus on the areas we need to improve that will be most likely to really move that needle. So that's the work that's coming. We've digested, we've given some groupings. As you review the full report, you might think about those groupings and see if you see the different opportunities fitting under those. We will work with DOI to help from the beginning have data inform the development of strategies, because as we think about strategies, we want to talk to them as well about what does our data tell us? Does it tell us that the strategy is likely to move the needle? So that when we come back to you with draft strategies, we can have the conversation about what those are and how the prioritization of those might really help us make improvements. So those are our immediate next steps. We have not waited to start working on the top 3 items until we get the update to the combined state plan with all of the work I just discussed. We cannot afford to wait. You've heard from our providers Certainly, we have no desire to wait. There are some pretty obvious things we need to work on. Ms. Stanfield reported on a few of them. And Jason and Ms. Hodges will give you more of an update on what we're doing to work with providers. But that's the CSNA. So full report, digest, group into focus areas, and then begin the work of goals, strategies, priorities, and measures. So exciting, but a lot of work. On transitioning to post-pandemic operations, again, I'd hoped we would be doing this by now, more in earnest, but we are continuing to transition. We're continuing to make hybrid options more standard for our division. And so as we continue those safety protocols, we have also made some adjustments. You know, our providers had certain requirements in order to provide in-person or remote services for the first year plus of the pandemic. We were able recently to stand down some of those exceptions. Our providers now have protocols in place. We trust our providers are delivering in-person services safely. They no longer need an exception that comes all the way up to me. But we've also learned that remote is here to stay. So where we might have started remote services in some areas as a continuity of operations strategy, it is now an option should the customer, provider, and counselor agree to it. And so I think that has really set us up to transition well into the future. But we are also very focused on outreach. You know, we and pretty much, I don't know off the top of my head of any state that says, whew, we didn't have any decline in customers during the pandemic. We all had a real drop in new customers coming into the program for obvious reasons during the height of the pandemic. And we, on a month in, month out, have started to look much more recently like we did in 2019. So well pre-pandemic. But the cumulative impact in the number of customers in our system is significant. So we're down about 16,500 customers this year compared to where we were about the same time in 2019. So although on month to month, we're beginning to recover in our numbers coming in, there's a cumulative drop that we will need to work very diligently to overcome. And we're doing that by making sure we're available to our customers, but also looking for new ways to make it easier for customers to get to us. And that's why we launched Start My VR in June, so that a customer can access us 24/7 with a click on a link from our website. And so we have launched Start My VR. We are working diligently to promote it. We're asking our local board partners to help us promote it. We, as of the end of July, so with just a month in, and the first week or so was a soft launch while we made sure all systems were working as we thought they would in testing. We had 522 people reach out through Start My VR through July 29. Of those, 511 were for VR, but there is a link for our older blind program, and we did have 11 folks that contacted us for older blind services that way. I don't think that will be the primary way that seniors experiencing vision loss will access us, but it is a viable way and certainly one that we look forward to expanding. Of that 522, as of the end of July, 240 had resulted in new VR cases. So sometimes people reach out to us, we tell them a little bit more about the program and they say, I need to think about it, or maybe this isn't for me. But as many of those as are interested in applying, we want to get. About 60 of those contacts were actually referrals to another agency program or division, like unemployment insurance or another program that was really more what they were looking for. So please help us promote Start My VR. If we can get you any information to help you do that, we want to do that. We also are working on outreach and awareness at virtually every level, looking at the development of new orientation videos, the development of ASL videos, the development of new website content in the coming months, Also our local staff reaching out to their community partners, our local boards, including us in events. So anything you can think of that you would recommend to us to help us get the word out, you just let us know, and we will jump in.
Cheryl, I do have feedback there.
Yes.
Can you move? So I'm not getting, okay, there we go. When you said the workforce board, is that MyVR on their websites, or is there thought about having that MyVR on their websites?
We are working with each board to give them both content and the link to Start My VR. Some already have it on, but Lisa's working with them board by board to do that. If you happen to be in our centers or at one of our events, by the way, you will also see increasingly over the next few months, large stand-up banners that talk about vocational rehabilitation services and how to access them. And they will have the QR code on them to Start My VR, so that when we use those banners in external events, someone can just take a picture of that QR code and up pop Start My VR, and they can get engaged that way. So other outreach and awareness, we're working on a refresh of the Texas Hireability Initiative. This is the agency initiative in partnership with the Governor's Committee to promote hiring people with disabilities. You'll see more as we peak on that initiative each October. And also we are continuing to promote rehireability for employers with 10% or more of their Texas-based workforce that are people with disabilities working in competitive integrated employment. This is work that we're going to do to raise awareness among the employer community about not only the value of hiring people with disabilities as part of a diverse and rich talent base, but also making sure that they know we want to recognize them and partner with them if they do meet that criteria. I think employers may sometimes struggle because they don't necessarily know what percentage of their employees have a disability, and not all employees with disabilities choose to self-disclose. Employers really have to have processes and structures that make that a welcome and non-threatening thing to do. So we can work with our employers on information to support that. But that is one more way that we can reach out directly to the employer community. All right, you know our summer programs they're probably winding down, and they may be winding down faster than we'd hoped given the transmission rates right now. But we did, as of mid-July, have over 1,700 students in summer Earn and Learn. Now that is below our target of 2,500, but we knew this summer would be a big lift. We were asking, while the pandemic was still ongoing but was improving, parents and students and employers and our board partners and our CRP partners that also work on this program very diligently with us, we were asking everybody to jump in still an uncertain environment and see how robust of a program we can have. So our numbers are up from 1,700 since mid-July, but that's about where we were. We've had some success stories. There was a fantastic news story in the Lubbock area about 3 students who were placed at an employer in summer Earn and Learn, and they were talking about what that meant to them. There was another great news story last week about one of our Explore STEM camps that is at UTSA for coding. So I was excited to see that. And we have another one of those camps starting Monday, and it's full. So we have summer programs that are well underway, and I think we're having a successful and robust summer, all things considered with the pandemic. If absent the pandemic, we'd have even more going on. But I will be back to you with more of an update as the summer wraps up. I want to stop here in just a couple of minutes and hand it off to Jason. But let me tell you that you're going to hear a lot more on performance from Jeffrey in Adams Place, as we usually do. And having reviewed that performance information, I can tell you our performance is down. We've got some areas where it's up, but it's down. And this is a great concern to us. Yes, some of this is reflecting pandemic impact, absolutely. But some of the performance trends in Texas and nationally started well before the pandemic, even before WIOA, before our transition at the state level. And so as a national program, we have an opportunity to really consider how we can improve the program. What do we need to do as a program to make sure that we are relevant and timely and providing good services to help our customers be successful? This, in fact, is the focus of the upcoming CSA VR fall conference. So we want to focus on the performance of the VR program. There are still so many fantastic stories that we hear, that I hear about how this program makes a difference in the lives of thousands of people. But we are very, very mindful of the performance numbers of the national program and our program. And so we're going to work on that. And that really speaks to what we were talking about a little bit earlier, is how do we identify the most critical sets of data that tell us if we are starting to move this in the right direction. And so I think that really gets to the heart of why we would make sure we're careful about not just looking at tons of data, but looking at the right data that helps us answer the questions we need to move forward. So I have now talked for longer than I planned. So I'm cutting off a few things that I was going to talk about, but I will circle back to those if I have time. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask Jason and Ms. Hodges to give an update on the work we're doing with providers.
Absolutely, Ms. Fuller, thank you. Carry on, Jason. Did you want to speak first?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Fuller, for ceding some time to Ms. Hodges and I to provide an update today. Ms. Fuller was also kind enough to cede some of her time to me to provide an update during your May meeting on our current state of provider improvement efforts. And so what I'd like to do this morning is to pick up there and start with an update on developments that we've seen over the course of the past 3 months since your May meeting, specifically focusing in on some of the projects that have been completed since, or those that are now underway or have been planned for future action. I think we'd like to focus too in our time this morning on communication efforts, recognizing that that's certainly central to ensuring that we're making improvements in these areas, as well as increased provider engagement and retention under our business transformation project umbrella that I had provided an update on at your last meeting. Before we do get started though, I do want to note for the council members just the importance and the respect I have for Ms. Hodges and her willingness to really jump in and to provide a significant amount of her time to help support the program and help support the provider community, as well as we're working on some of these global changes to help drive some of the improvements that address some of the issues that were spoken to within the CSNA. We've also really appreciated working with the regional provider leads that we'll get an update on here in just a couple of minutes, as well as just engagement with other providers across the state. I've really appreciated the openness and the willingness of our provider community to engage in discussions, recognizing that there are improvements to be made, but being able to have that constructive dialogue has really been good. So first on the line of communication, that's certainly something that we recognize. Communication globally from a statewide perspective and from a local perspective is critical in ensuring that we have those connections with our provider community. In Ms. Hodges' update yesterday, she had noted our quarterly meetings, most recently our last quarterly meeting that took place on June the 22nd. That was a really good meeting. We had at its peak close to 250 individuals who attended. And so those meetings have certainly evolved over time. For those of you that have attended, our format has changed somewhat to provide more relevant updates and also use our meetings as an opportunity to provide training. I expect that those meetings will continue to evolve over time. One of the things that's important to us is ensuring that the meetings aren't just focused on any one type of provider and issues that might be specific to a specific type of provider. And I think as our meetings evolve, we're focusing on more presentations and training that are applicable to all providers. Informed choice is one that was noted earlier. During our March meeting, we had an opportunity to provide some very high-level training and an overview on informed choice. But we were also able, in partnership with Ms. Stanfill and with our partners at the University of North Texas, to develop a free training for our providers around informed choice and the importance of informed choice and the requirements associated. Again, focusing on those subjects that are applicable to our providers as a whole. During our last meeting, we focused on the contract modification process changes. And I believe for our next meeting, we're going to bring Sarah Kendall in based on some feedback from our last meeting with providers. They're very interested in the Medicaid waivers and extended supports. And so using that as an opportunity to be able to share some of that important global information. Next is just the importance of our regional provider leads. And this is an area where Ms. Hodges has really been extremely helpful and has gone above and beyond in working with our providers in the 6 regions across the state. And so Ms. Hodges, I would pause here and just allow you to provide any updates from your perspective on the good things happening with our regional provider leads.
Thank you, Ms. Baden. I appreciate that. So we do have representation in all 6 regions, and they are very active in communicating with the providers in their region. So some of the things that they're focusing on is, well, one, they're looking for updates on the outcomes of the support employment groups and the different projects that's been going on. And so we're just patiently waiting to get some information on that. The feeling is that everything is moving a little slow, but again, we understand processes take time. And so we're looking forward to getting some update on that as well. Moving forward, what we want, or what we would like to see is that maybe rather than having just quarterly updates as things happen, maybe we can get some updates on a monthly basis or every 2 months as things take places and processes are finalized and different things are ready to be rolled out. And we can just get some update in a more timely fashion. I think that will also go a long ways as well. So that's all I have. Just looking forward to the rest of the things you have to say.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Hodges. And yes, we had a really good discussion earlier this week about the importance of being able to show incremental progress and not just providing updates during those quarterly meetings. And so we've got a couple of ideas in how we can do that moving forward. Maybe a newsletter of sorts to be able to provide some information, not only on some of the global efforts that are underway, but some things that I want to update you on a little bit later, where we've actually been able to complete projects as well. So we'll continue to work on that. We'll also continue to work too from a local perspective in ensuring that our staff are very aligned with those regional provider leads and actively participating in the meetings that are taking place on that front. Next, I wanted to shift and spend just a couple of minutes talking about our business transformation project that's focused on provider engagement and retention. So just a little bit of background from our last meeting. Given the decline in our provider network, the feedback that we've seen both from staff and providers, you've just heard about it, you've seen it in the CSNA, we initiated a comprehensive project that's focused on provider engagement and retention in order to work to address these issues. That project formally began in late March of this year, and it's using a relatively new business transformation framework that the agency has adopted. I know you've heard the term rapid process improvement, which is really focused on addressing process-related issues. This business transformation project really utilizes a framework for identifying and improving those broader systematic issues. And when you look at the results of the CSNA and some of the other data points that DOI has been able to pull together, it's very clear that we don't have provider issues within a specific service pocket or within a specific area of the state, within a specific region. We are seeing widespread decline of providers. And so that tells us that we have systematic issues that we need to address. The project is housed out of the agency's Office of Business Transformation that's headed up by Jonathan Conaby and his team. They have really been a pleasure to work with, and using that framework, we've really had an opportunity to tap into some additional agency resources outside of VR. And given the fact that this project and these issues touch on so many different other aspects of the agency, other divisions within the agency, this certainly has to be a cross-divisional project. The framework for us too has really been helpful in consolidating many of the projects that in some sense were already underway in different pockets of the organization, but weren't necessarily consolidated within one project portfolio. And I think if I'm reflecting on the last year plus, in some cases when those projects are not within one portfolio, you find yourself working against different timelines, or in cases working within certain silos, duplicating staff resources. And you find yourself in the position that Ms. Fuller mentioned earlier, that you've taken on so many different projects and maybe you haven't structured them or staggered them in a manner to where you're able to show that incremental progress. And so that's been really, really impactful for us. And the other thing I wanted to note too is just given the discussion earlier that you all had on the importance of data, we've really been fortunate to have a DOI, Christopher, you heard from earlier, Jeffrey, you'll hear from in a couple of minutes, and some of their team on board with this project. Many of the tools and the data points that they have developed has really helped to not only confirm issues that we suspected, but to really demonstrate where our focus needs to be, and to do that from a performance-based perspective. They've also been very helpful in establishing a performance framework to help us track our work against measures, right? To ensure that as we're going through this project, we're ensuring that we are making progress and helping to solve some of the issues that we are facing. So just real quickly before I transition to an update on where our team is, the project began by taking some time to gather challenges from key stakeholder groups. So we spent time taking feedback from our VR customers, providers, obviously, as well as staff out in the field who are the lifeblood of our service delivery arm and our work with providers, as well as state office staff, and that's state office staff within various divisions across the agency, both in VR and then those other supporting divisions. That project team then reviewed all those challenges and worked to identify our root causes, which are not going to come as a surprise to anyone, but our three critical root causes are that rates are not sufficient, our requirements are burdensome, and that our providers don't receive adequate training and support. Again, probably not going to come as a surprise to anyone, but it was critical that we completed that exercise. There's a tremendous amount of buy-in that I've seen from that project team, having been at the table and being a part of that. After that root cause analysis, the team came back with 5 strategy areas that we're now focused on. So we've moved past the planning phases and we're into implementation. So those are really the developments over the course of the last 3 months since our May meeting. Those teams are focused on 5 key areas. And I'm going to list these in what we feel like are the order of importance, not to say that any are more important than another, but as we go through the CSNA and we receive additional feedback, the things that rise to the top of the list, right? Reducing our vendor requirements absolutely has to be addressed. Second is ensuring that our payment rates are both competitive and equitable. The third is really focusing on strengthening our provider recruiting efforts. Fourth is enhancing provider support and training. And then fifth on our list is more of an internal facing project, and that's ensuring that our internal systems, our case management system, RehabWorks, and other systems that are connected are accurate and up to date. so that our staff can identify our providers, that information is useful, it's current, and it's accurate. So we have multiple projects that are underway within those areas, and I thought I would just take a couple of minutes here to touch in on some of these projects, to talk about some of the things that we've already been able to complete and some projects that are still underway. So in that reducing vendor requirements group, and let me take a step back here too, as we're talking about our project plan moving forward. There, a very critical team that our team is focused on, and looping back to being able to demonstrate progress, we're focused on finding quick to near-term wins, while also working towards some of the broader systematic strategic issues that have to be addressed. And so you'll see as we walk through this update that the team has stacked some of their workload to address some of the near-term, quicker win, easier solutions to respond to some of the issues that have been identified both from the field and from providers. The first two, as we're looking at reducing vendor requirements, we heard from providers that in many cases it can be difficult to obtain signatures. And so effective June 1st, we implemented some flexibility for our providers that will allow them, after a number of attempts, to be able to bypass a signature, which certainly reduces a burden there. And again, on our end, can serve to speed service delivery and also help to speed payments to our providers as well. One of the other pain points that were shared with us are our contract modification forms. Our providers will recognize the term VR 3472s. We had these contract modification forms in place prior to COVID, but given some of the restrictions, had to apply some more restricted protocol. And so that's something we spend a significant amount of time on, making modifications to when those contract service modification forms have to be completed. So we were able to essentially pull back any of the COVID-related requirements, but also, based on the comments that you heard from Mr. Cerna earlier, and you heard from Ms. Fuller, also thinking about the way that service delivery has changed through the pandemic. And so with that effort also ensuring that for maybe services that could have been provided remotely before the pandemic, removing some of those requirements, as long as the service is in the best interest of the customer, the counselor, the provider, providing that service and not having to go through submitting an additional form to get approval to do so. And so I'm happy to say that that went into effect also on July 1. We've heard a lot of positive comments about that as being an item that has reduced barriers and has reduced vendor requirements. We're also working right now on some other quick win form improvements. I do want to express my appreciation to some of our providers who have stepped up and who have joined some small teams to work with us to help drive some of these changes. That has been very important. And so we've got two other forms that are on track as well to be updated here within the near future, hopefully by September the 1st. We're also working on a broader project to streamline supported employment. As you heard Ms. Hodges say earlier, this is one that, again, we hear time and time again that this is a difficult service and that our providers spend too much of their important time working on paperwork and administratively burdensome tasks and not having enough time to be able to spend with their customers. Because when you talk about supported employment, that's what it's all about, right? It's being there to help support the customer. That project was actually initiated outside of this business transformation project late last year. But given the significance, we've actually rolled it into this portfolio, like I had mentioned earlier, in order to be able to pull some additional resources in to help support this. We're on track with that project right now. Our goal is to complete by the end of the year, but then also have some robust training in place that we're able to stand up to help support new policies and new procedures along the way. We recognize that there's going to be a significant amount of staff training and provider training that's going to be needed. This is also an item that, as we think about policy considerations, given the significance of the changes, And given that we're looking at addressing supported employment rates, this is something that will have to go to the commission, the 3-member commission, for their review and consideration. And so that will be following that process as we move into the next couple of months. We're also working to implement some solutions on policy informed change controls. As Ms. Fuller mentioned earlier, and if I could sum it up in just a few words, the system, the requirements, I think, need an opportunity to be able to stabilize some, to try to help get away from some of the constant change. And so that's a sub project that we kicked off this week, and hope to have that one completed by the end of the year, to hopefully help provide more of that stability when it comes to our provider policies. Later this year too, beginning in October, we'll be doing a comprehensive review of Chapter 3, which is the basic standards chapter of the standards for providers. And then we'll also be building on some improvement work around our open enrollment contracting process, specifically focused on improving some of the paperwork aspects that our providers face. And that aspect of the project will begin in December, and we expect to have that completed by April of next year. So those are some of the key priorities there. I know we're running very short on time here. I do want to put in a plug here in just a couple of minutes here for our second group that's focused on ensuring that our rates are competitive and equitable. This is another area that we're focused on, a near-term win and then a longer solution. So what staff are actively working on right now is a near-term rate increase, an across-the-board rate increase for all of our employment services. Our plan is to take that to the commission, again, to the 3-member commission, for action in a public meeting, either in late September or very early October, to be able to implement that change and provide some relief, at least initially, to our employment services providers. Longer term, we are working on a comprehensive full rate analysis, a solicitation or procurement of sorts, by which we will go out and secure a third-party entity to come in and analyze all of our rates, all the rates across the board, and in doing so, making recommendations to us for any rate modifications that need to take place. We also expect with this effort to work to build in a methodology to ensure that we have a mechanism to update our rates periodically and not find ourselves in a position where a rate hasn't been at least reviewed or considered for an update for 8 or 9 or 10 years. So I think that will be, again, a little bit of a longer term effort, but we'll continue to look for some of those near-term successes. And then the third area really quickly that I would focus on is in regards to strengthening our provider recruitment efforts. That is critical to the lifeblood of this program, ensuring that our staff have the availability and have the tools and the resources that are needed to be able to connect with providers, to recruit new providers, but to also ensure that we are actively engaging with our active provider community and helping to support them. So there's some good work going on in this area. I want to loop back and cite DOI. They have provided some very impactful data that hones in on our provider density areas, developing a series of heat maps that helps to show by provider type where we have a sufficient amount of providers versus where we don't have a sufficient amount of providers in a very visual way. And so that will help us drive some decision making in specific pockets of the state as we're reaching out to providers where we don't have that density. Also, beginning next week, we will be engaging an inactive provider re-engagement campaign. As we go through and we look at the data, we have a large quantity of providers, but we also see that we have active providers that are currently working with VR, and then we have inactive providers who, for whatever reason, are not currently engaged. And so our focus now, again, continuing to support those active providers, but also trying to re-engage with those inactive providers to see if there are opportunities to be able to pull them back in. With that, I realize I have spoken for quite a while, and we're right up against the 11 o'clock deadline. Ms. Fuller, I would turn it back over to you, and then if we do have an opportunity for a few questions, I'm certainly available to answer those.
Members, I want to be respectful of your time, so we will stop there and be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Ms. Fuller. Since we had that the short discussion with the executive director this morning, pushed us the whole schedule down a little bit. So with respect to everybody else's schedule, we want to try to end, at noon as scheduled. But if y'all would like to take some questions, see if anybody has any questions to ask, and I'd be perfectly happy to yield the floor for that for a few, 5 or 7 minutes or something. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Baden or Ms. Fuller?
I do. I had a question. Oh, sorry. Oh, wait.
Go ahead, Karen. Go ahead. Yeah. The ladies first.
I was just curious, when it said you wanted to reduce, I guess was the word, vendor requirements. Can you go into a little bit of explanation what you meant by that, just to help us understand?
Sure. So what's referred to there are overly burdensome policies that providers might have to follow, forms that are duplicative or redundant, those type of activities, trying to reduce those burdens where they exist. And one of the things that we're focused on too is, and Ms. Stanfield, you had mentioned this earlier in your remarks, tying our activities back to the Code of Federal Regulations or any state statutes. And ensuring that what we're requesting, what we're asking aligns with those. If there's a good business reason to go above and beyond, so be it, if that's a good internal control to have in place. But what I think we have seen over time is that, and probably just like in any other area, you see an issue, and in some cases you can be reactive to that, and you build in an additional control. And so, where are some areas where we could scale back on that and still have good quality programs that and services that provide value to our customers.
Thank you. I wasn't clear. That's great. Thank you.
We hear pretty consistently from the users of the services that they're looking for more choice or more input into what service providers, what contracts they work with. Any thoughts and any approaches how this is being addressed in your work beyond just we need more, right? We need more because that's difficult, as everything we talked about. It's a challenging labor market. It's a very it's difficult just to have more. So any thoughts on what could be or what is being included in your work that addresses this idea of our users who are looking for more choice?
Mr. Goldenstein, I was having a little bit of some difficulty hearing you. I think what your question was getting at is, are we not just focusing on the quantity of providers, but also focusing on the quality of providers, and ensuring that our customers have access to that information from an informed choice perspective?
Is this better? I'm having some last couple of days of updated Zoom, bit of a tactical mistake on my part. So now I'm using my phone as a microphone. Is this better?
You're coming through much clearer now.
Cool. Yeah. No. So from the user data, there's this clear and consistent call for we want more selection, we want more input, we want more choice for our constituents. And if we had unlimited budget, unlimited money, and ideal labor situation, we would just simply have more better providers, counselors, and so on. But that's not the world we live in, as you've so elegantly stated and Ms. Fuller elegantly stated. So the solution probably isn't let's just have more counselors, right? It's not nor is it the right answer from the kind of financial consideration. So I'm just curious. In what you're planning, what you're working on, any consideration for other ways other than simply try to hire more and try to provide better training so you have kind of more qualifications? But anything else you're looking into for how do you give this ability for VR customers to have more choice?
Sure. I can certainly address that one. You know, it's really interesting in mentioning the data earlier. As we've worked to develop these heat maps, what that's shown us is that we have areas where we have insufficient provider density, but we also have certain areas where we probably have more provider density than we actually need. And what that is likely resulting in is, you know, many of our providers, well, in some cases, not getting as many referrals. And so I will tell you one of the things that we're looking at as a part of this project, right? It's about how do you take that provider base that you currently have and ensure that there might be opportunities for them, maybe to work outside of the area that they're currently in. Maybe there are more opportunities to be able to deliver services remotely in the environment that we're currently in. Could a provider that's located in Houston provide remote services to a customer in the Panhandle area when that's something that makes sense? We're also looking at premiums and increased reimbursement rates for certain services, should that make sense, in an effort to recruit and retain providers. So I think in short, there are a lot of different opportunities, especially as we you know, move into this new world of just alternate service delivery strategies. But those are, I guess, just a couple of quick ones that come to mind.
Yeah, so it's basically great to hear that you are including all of those considerations. Thank you, appreciate it.
If I may add on the staff side, I think you raise an excellent point. So what are we looking to do differently? Adding more counselors, you know, we could certainly look at that or propose that, but is that the right answer? Or is it thinking about different ways to deliver the services and different ways to maximize the staffing that we have in order to benefit our customers? And I wanted to piggyback on one thing that Jason said, because we're looking at that for our staff as well, is when we're trying to develop depth of expertise in our staff in certain areas. And you heard yesterday from one of our experts, Sarah Kendall, that you don't have to listen to Sarah very long to realize that her depth of expertise is pretty incredible. So how do we develop deep expertise, understanding that we may have experts in one part of the state that are not in the other? How do we help our customers have access to specialized staff as well? Let's say our specialist in a certain area that really has the depth of expertise, let's say they're in Lubbock and the Metroplex, how can we make them available using some of the hybrid technologies as well to customers in other parts of the state? And then how can we rethink the way we deliver services? Yes, using technology and all of the benefit that brings, but also thinking about the real in-person connection. How can we rethink that in order to be more efficient for our staff's sake, but most importantly, for customers, to get them the services that they need and get them timely?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fuller. And Mr. Vaden, thanks so much for your detailed report and explanations. It makes a lot of sense. And we certainly appreciate everything that you share with us and do for us. So thank you. Is there anything else, Ms. Fuller, that y'all want to wrap up on, or we could move to Mr. Miller's quarterly performance measures? Okay. Mr. Miller, are you available to share with us the quarterly performance measurements?
Yes, sir, I am.
Great, welcome, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I will be presenting information about VR's performance in Adam's stead. I'll try to go through the whole presentation in a timely manner so that we'll have an opportunity for questions following it. First, I'm going to share my screen, so let me know if everybody can see. Excellent. So we're going to be looking at first I'll get this out of the way so you don't see the conference interface. We're going to be looking at Q3 performance for state fiscal year 2021. So as Cheryl mentioned earlier, there has been a distinct performance decline within the VR program. And as Jason elaborated, this is due to many causes, not just the COVID-19 pandemic. And one of those causes that DOI has investigated in depth would be what's happening to our provider base. So first of all, I want to point out that the status of all of our measures is -P, which means underperformance. As you can see, our rolling 4-quarter performance for participants is under 65,000. We were expecting a year-end target of about 76,000. Looking at employed or enrolled Q2 post-exit, that has gone down to 54%. We were expecting 59%. And that refers to the number of people who are employed 2 quarters after they exit the VR program. Looking at employment retention, Q2 through Q4 post-exit. So in other words, the people who are employed 2 quarters after exit and then remain employed 4 quarters after exit, we're down to about 79%, and our year-end target was 86%. And you may remember historically that this number has tended to hover around 86 to 87% and has been one of the great selling points of the VR story, that when our exiters become employed, they tend to stay employed. Unfortunately, post-pandemic, that no longer appears to be the case. And again, credential rate, even though this is showing a negative P performance, this is more of a data integrity issue. As DOI has mentioned in the past, it's more about difficulties in recording credential attainments. We suspect that the actual credential retainment rate of the program is in fact at least 35%, but our data collection systems are just not capturing it. Before I go on to the next slide, I'd like to mention that average cost we're not evaluating because DOI is currently engaged in a new way to assess what expenditure per case is appropriate, because right now, as you've probably heard, we are in a situation where we are likely underspending as a VR program and a VR agency. So let's take a look at the last 4 quarters to look at pandemic impact, and in particular, compare VR performance to career and training. We can see that unemployment rate spiked in April to June of 2020, right after the pandemic first started impacting systems on a global level. And even as late as July and September, unemployment rate was still about 7.8%. Looking at career and training, we can see a definite impact on that workforce program. Whereas from October to December 2019, we saw about 70% of the participants in that program were employed the second quarter after they exited. By July and September 2020, that was down to about 54%. If you look at VR employed Q2 post-exit, you can see an even sharper drop from April to June to July to September. from 53.4% down to 45%. So that's about 8% drop, whereas looking at career and training, we only see about a 4% drop. For career and training median earnings, we actually saw an increase from April to June to July to September, and that may reflect some of the economic recovery after the initial shock of the pandemic. Unfortunately, for VR, we saw a significant drop in median earnings Q2 post-exit from April to June to July to September 2020. And median is going to be the middle value in the range of all Q2 earnings. So it's not that sensitive to outliers. The fact that this number has dropped significantly really represents movement going on. And again, looking at career and training employed Q2 through Q4 post-exit, as I mentioned before, this used to be a highlight of the VR program. It used to be higher than the career and training program. And as you can see, in October to December 2019, that situation still held true. And it still held true in January to March of 2019. But the impact of the pandemic decrease was disproportionately larger for the VR program. And we can see that by July and September of 2020, the Q2 through Q4 post-exit employment rate for VR was at 62%, whereas for career and training, already benefiting from some recovery after the initial shock of the pandemic, it had only fallen to about 73%. So we're about 10 percentage points lower at that time. And this is not the most recent data. We can expect, as we've mentioned before, due to the lag built into WIOA measures, VR program performance is going to continue to decline before it recovers. Looking at select rolling 4-quarter periods going back to 2018, you can see this steady decline in Q2 through Q4 post-exit retention rate. So starting out, we're about 87%. We hover there until 2019. So there was already some movement downward. And then when the pandemic hits, you can see by October 2018 to 2019, those exiters right there who became employed 2 quarters after exit, they're starting to lose employment due to those pandemic conditions. So before we go on to the main part of the VR program performance, I'd like to pause and ask if there are any questions or comments so far. In that case, let's move on to look at our participant numbers. As Director Fuller had mentioned during her conversation this morning, we've been seeing some downward trends in participation from since before the pandemic, since really the very beginning of VR coming into TWC. And these downward trends are accelerating due to the pandemic conditions. So looking at all VR back in state fiscal year 2016, we were hovering at about 75,000 participants. And that number peaked the next year in 2017, but now we're down to about 64,000. And we anticipate within DOI that participant numbers will continue to decline from there if current trends hold true. And you see this decline across pretty much all of our regions. Region 3 is the only real exception in terms of being somewhat more stable. although Region 4 could rival that. But most regions have seen a loss of about, 2,000 to 3,000 participants over certain years. Looking at participation by disability category, we can see that across the board, we've seen a decline in participation. So looking at career and training, it's true that participation in that program has declined, including participation from individuals with disability, and indeed somewhat sharply. So that is a broader national trend. And there are some pandemic effects going on here for SFY 20 and the rolling 4 quarters. But looking at disability types, we see a sharp decline in terms of individuals with physical disabilities within the VR program. Looking back at state fiscal year 2016, we had about 21,000 of these individuals in the program participating. And now we have a little under 15,000. So that's quite a drop. We've also seen a substantial drop in participants who are legally blind, from just under 5,000 to just under 4,000. So about a 22 to 23% decline in participants there. Looking at the participant proportions by disability category, there's been slight change in our case mix, but not anything drastic that would by itself alone explain changes in performance. As you know, individuals with different disabilities face different challenges to employment, which impacts the success rate and employment retention rates for that disability category. So if we see a change in our participant proportions, that will usually translate to a change, whether up or down, in long-term performance measures. But looking at proportions for the past rolling 4 quarters and comparing that to SFY 16, one can see that the proportionality of our participants is fairly consistent over time. Back in 2016, about 6.5% of our participants were legally blind. Now we've gone down to about 6.1%, but in the same ballpark. Physical disabilities have gone down a few percentage points. Intellectual disabilities have gone up a few percentage points, but overall, the proportionality of these disability categories is not great enough to explain the performance declines that we're seeing. So looking at success rate, and this is a measure that doesn't have lag because we can instantly see, whether a closure is successful or not. Back in state fiscal year 16 across regions, we tended to hover around 65%. The past rolling 4 quarters, however, we've gone down to about 50%. And whereas there's some variation, there is a universal decline with region 3 and region 4 falling into the 40%, along with region 6. Region 1 holding on at about 57% successful. And region 2 and region 5, again, hovering around 50%. And if you look back again at SFY 16, the success rate for the regions all hovered in the mid to high 60% range. And SFY 17, success rates actually increased in a lot of areas. But then starting in SFY 18, we got into this downward trend which continued across most regions up and through SFY19, and then the pandemic exacerbated pre-existing declining trends. Looking at success rate by disability type, we can see some sharp declines. Auditory and communication disabilities have been traditionally individuals who had the highest success rate. That remains true, but we've gone from an all-time high of almost 87% down to 79%. Intellectual and learning disabilities, that's a particularly concerning area. And this may be partly explained by the fact that the pandemic disproportionately affected the service industry. And we have a lot of individuals with intellectual and learning disabilities who go into service and food industries. So looking at the past rolling 4 quarters, only 38% of closures for individuals with intellectual and learning disabilities have been successful. Contrast that to SFY 17, when we were at about 57% success for that population. Physical disabilities have also sharply declined in terms of their success rate. So from an all-time high of just under 66% down to 46%. Psychological and psychosocial disabilities have seen a similar drop compared to intellectual and learning, from the mid 50% range at the all-time high down to about 35%. So pretty much just 1 out of 3 persons with a psychosocial or psychological disability whose case is closed are seeing a successful employment outcome at this point. Legally blind has really dropped substantially from an all-time high of about 74% back in state fiscal year 2016 down to 46% now. So quite a drop there. Same with other visual. And our visually impaired customers and customers with auditory or communication disabilities used to be kind of comparable in terms of being the disability categories that always had the highest success rate. And from DOI's analysis of these trends, again, we can't speak to causality at this point, but we can say that the substantial decline in performance for legally blind and other visual seems to be correlated with activities that were going on within state fiscal year 17. So you see some decline trends from the larger decline across the VR program, but also this rate of decline accelerated alongside the shift to a single disability unit. And again, that's a correlation, not a causation, but the correlation is very clear in the data. So moving to Q2 post-exit by region, again, we see similar declines as with success rate, but you must remember that with Q2 post-exit, there's going to be a built-in lag because we have to wait about a year after exit to evaluate whether somebody is employed or not 2 quarters after their exit, because it takes several quarters for wage records to mature and for us in DOI to receive those mature records and be able to merge those records onto VR customer data. So we can see right now, comparing SFY 16 to R4Q, there are some declines, but judging from Q2 post-exit, things seem pretty stable. And that's because it really hasn't been impacted by the pandemic yet. When we're looking at Q2 post-exit, in a sense, we're looking into the past because this measure has lag. And that's why I included slides looking at Q2 through Q4 in time periods beyond what we report to WIOA, so that DOI can communicate and convey that these measures right now are conveying a kind of false sense of security because they are about to decline once they start taking into account data that occurred during the COVID-19 pandemic. That being said, again, there are still some modest declines from SFY 17 to SFY 20. And looking at Q2 post-exit across disability categories, that story holds true again. So career and training has held fairly stable with some modest declines. There was a brief upturn in SFY 17 where we saw career and training with disability have an increase in Q2 post-exit rate, but then that settled back down to where performance was in SFY 16. So by the past rolling 4 quarters, we're back at about 51%. Now, that's not true for the VR program, where we've seen a few years of stability from SFY 16 up through SFY 20, and then a sharp downturn. And again, that's taking into account kind of just the beginning of the pandemic. So next time in August, well, I mean, next time in November, when we cover data from right now, you're going to see the Q2 post-exit numbers continue to decline. Looking at median earnings by region, again, things look pretty promising here, but they're going to change once more pandemic related data gets into the mix of these WIOA measures. We've seen some substantial increases in median earnings from SFY 16 up until the present. And that's in line with rising costs of living and, of course, the economic prosperity that we had shortly before the pandemic, and that was interrupted by the pandemic. So this is what we would expect. Looking at median earnings Q2 after exit by disability type, everything is within expected ranges here. Again, we'll likely see some significant drops the next time we look at this data in November, because it's going to have pandemic era data in the mix. But right now we're looking at a snapshot that in many ways is looking at the past instead of present. So we could see that there was a substantial upward swing in median earnings from SFY 16 to SFY 20. For example, if you look at legally blind, our exiters in SFY 16 Q2 after exit were making usually right under $5,000 per quarter. By SFY 20, that had risen to about 5,300. And again, because this is looking at median earnings, median being the number that's right in the middle of the range, it's not going to be that sensitive to outliers. So the increases that we saw were, by all evidence, indicative of genuine across the board increased earnings for our exiting participants. Now looking at Q2 through Q4 post-exit, as I mentioned in the introductory slides, again, we're looking into the past. So we're already seeing declines from SFY 20 to the past rolling 4 quarters in this measure, but in the slides that I showed at the beginning of the presentation, we've already previewed that these numbers are going to continue to decline. So it would not surprise our analysts in DOI if we see this performance fall to the lower range of 70%. So again, historically, this measure has typically hovered at about 86 to 87%, with performance in many regions peaking in state fiscal year 2017, and then having a relative stability up until state fiscal year 2020 reporting. But the pandemic is about to change this, as well as long-standing trends of decline in the VR program as a whole. But because of the way WIOA measures are structured, it takes time to see the evidence of current actions in these measures. So in fact, for this measure, it's kind of like looking a year and a half into the past, because when somebody exits the VR program, it takes 2 quarters for them to have, an employment outcome 2 quarters after exit. But it takes us an additional 2 quarters to see that they are employed 2 quarters after exit. So we're already at a year lag in that measure. And then it's going to take us another 2 quarters after that to see whether or not they're still employed Q4 after exit. So at that point, we're talking about a measure that's that takes a year and a half to mature after somebody exits the VR program. So you're not going to see the impact of current events for about a year and a half in this measure. So again, next time when we look at this in November, we're going to see continued declines, and any recovery that the program is having right now won't be detectable by this measure for at least a year and a half to 2 years. So comparing across different disability categories, persons with auditory communication disabilities have, again, the highest employment retention rate. Historically, our employment retention has been above that of career and training. This just changed in the past rolling 4 quarters. Right now, the VR program is hovering at about 78%, whereas career and training is right under 80%. Based on what DOI analysts have looked at, we're going to see the VR program continue to stay below career and training in this measure for the short-term future. Although if historical trends or if historical trends hold true, we will eventually see this rate return above career and training unless something else is going on. So looking at Exeter case mix, we can see that, again, there's only slight differences between the past rolling 4 quarters and SFY 16, SFY 17, and all of the years prior. So the change in performance, again, cannot be attributed to a change in the disability types that our Exeters have. My team and I have continued to report in particular on persons with intellectual and learning disabilities and comparing them to participants with traumatic brain injuries. This was requested by the RCT about a year and a half ago, and we've been continuing this drill down study and presenting it for you all every quarter. And as you can see, TBI participants, which are most similar in terms of outcome and characteristics to our intellectual and learning disability participants, continue to see comparable declines to the intellectual and learning disability population. And so looking at participants, we've lost about 2,000 intellectual and learning participants from SFY16 to present. The net participant total for TBI has similarly fallen from about 1,164 down to 856. We see similar declines in these two populations for successful closure rate. We see similar declines for employed Q2 after exit, with TBI declining by about 7 percentage points from its all-time high, and intellectual and learning declining about 6 percentage points from its all-time high. And median earnings continue to be comparable for these two populations, even more so for the past rolling 4 quarters. And both populations have suffered a comparable decline in Q2 through Q4 employment retention rate. Also requested by the RCT about a year ago was to look at how inactive cases are impacting performance. And the performance declines that the VR program has seen cannot be attributed to inactive cases that are just not being closed out, or inactive cases that are being closed out and thus negatively impacting success rate. When we look at the engaged success rate, which is just the successful outcome rate for individuals who were receiving active services and were not just sitting on a caseload unaddressed, we see the same kind of decline from 2013 at 85% down to 69% now. And looking at just ordinary success rate that doesn't take into account whether or not a case has been inactive for a while, we've gone from an all-time high of about 69% in 2014 all the way down to 49.65% now in 2020. So either way we look at it, we're looking at about a 20 percentage point decline in success rate over time. As Director Fuller was mentioning earlier, this points to the existence of long-standing trends of decline in the VR program that cannot be directly attributed to WIOA or to the transition to TWC or to changing disability mixtures or to the pandemic. There is certainly these recent events may have contributed to or interacted with the decline trends within the VR program, but these trends of decline were already in existence. And we've heard reports of similar declines in other states and conversations with our partners in national meetings and conversations. That concludes the presentation today, but I'd like to open it up at this point, since we've got about 15 minutes left, to any discussions, questions, feedback, comments, or requests for my team at DOI to dig deeper into.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller. Does anybody have any questions for Jeffrey? Well, somebody, I'm sorry, go ahead. Gennady, please.
Yeah, this is great. As far as I see it, not sure I need to dig deeper, but to dig a broader. Combined with other things, look for those trends, identify those true leading edge metrics. That'd be my only comment. Great stuff. Otherwise.
I'm having a little difficulty hearing you. Can you please repeat what you said?
Sorry. Yes. Just don't be polite. I'm literally speaking to my phone as I do this. No, as I see it, it's not a need to dig deeper, but rather a dig to broader, maybe just combined with other sources and look for those insights, those true leading edge insights that will come from combination of multiple sources. So we can be even sharper, right? What do we work on? What truly moves the needle, and what moves the needle less? So not dig deeper, but dig broader, I guess, with other shovels.
Absolutely.
I think I beat this dig thing into the ground. Use more shovels.
Well, you know, it's not all bad news. As Director Fuller mentioned, the program continues to make a huge difference in the lives of Texans with disabilities who are seeking employment. We've seen some good fruit in the past year, for example, from the RPI project that my team helped VRD accomplish to completely overhaul the way that modified vehicle services are provided. And we're already starting to see some fruits there. And again, you know, the project that Jason described with looking at providers and how we can engage them and recruit more providers and ensure that services are being delivered to our participants in a timely and high quality manner. And unfortunately, the way that WIOA measures are structured, because they have so much lag in them, we're going to be seeing the performance declines that actually happened during the pandemic a year and a half after the pandemic. So it's going to take quite a while until we see the fruits and recovery that our current strategies are having. But I really agree with you on emphasizing the need to look broader and consider what measures actually matter so that we can really target interventions. And I think that I'd like to recommend that we go ahead and discontinue the slide for tracking individuals with TBI, since their performance is very comparable to intellectual and learning, and also discontinue the slide that we present on active participant success rate. And for the council to make an informed decision, I'm going to try and tab to those slides so you can see what I'm suggesting we discontinue. Now, we can certainly replace them with something else that may be of more benefit to the RCT. That's up to you. So this is the slide comparing intellectual and learning participants to TBI participants. And as we saw, the performance declines are very comparable. So whatever happens to the intellectual and learning participants, it's happening to TBI participants. And looking at the last slide for our looking at engaged success rate, we've already found that inactive closures cannot account for performance declines. So at this point, it may be beneficial for DOI to look into any other questions that the RCT has. So what is the council's thoughts on discontinuing these two slides in favor of perhaps looking at other questions in the future?
Well, this is Karen, and I'm trying to remember the reasons why we added, starting with the TBI request. I think part of that was because the client satisfaction survey was noting a lot of dissatisfaction from that disability group. And I know the agency is, and I'm sorry, I don't know the status of it right now, is developing a different program for persons with head injury to help them get back to employment. So I would be curious to see if that program is up and running, and if it's not, when it is, how it would improve those numbers. So I guess I'm hesitant to agree to the TBI removal at this point, but I'm, open to others, feedback.
Thank you, Ms. Stanfill. And your concerns are well noted. I too would be curious to see how that program influences the outcomes of participants with TBI. But I think perhaps we could do a slide that focuses on TBI participants without comparing them to another disability population, to just track within that specific population what trends are going on. And we could even move away from WIOA measures for the TBI population to look into measures that would give a more real-time perspective on what's happening there, so that we would be able to detect the impact of that new program earlier. I'm not sure what the status of it is, though. I defer to Director Fuller for that. The last I heard about TBI is that there was a new program. There was an open enrollment period, but the open enrollment failed to attract any new providers. Does anyone have further information on that?
I do. I'd be glad to provide an update. And you are right, Ms. Stanfill. I know that the focus on our customers with brain injury has been of importance for a number of reasons. And it may be that if we give Jeffrey and his team some latitude, they can propose a way to evaluate this that would be directly meaningful to those concerns, because this seems to maybe not tell you the story you wanted to know about that. But with regard to why this is so important, members that have been with us for a little while, but in our legacy agency, we had a program called Comprehensive Rehabilitation Services, specifically for individuals who had traumatic brain or spinal cord injury and for whom independence was the primary goal, not employment. Although if they had recovered to the point that employment could be considered, we certainly did then take them into application for the VR program. And so when we left that program behind, when we transferred, because its focus was independent living, not employment, we were very interested in making sure we stayed connected with coordinating with the counselors in that program and our counselors. And we also needed to redesign the programming for individuals with brain injury because those two were so inextricably linked. There was not a sufficient employment component. There was not a clear employment component, period, in our TBI services. And so we established employment services for persons with brain injury. We had an open enrollment. It was open for many months, but we were not able to get successful applications from that. So we took a step back, made some adjustments, reopened it, put it out again, and it is open through October. We have, though, just signed our first contract. So we have a new provider. I think we have one more in queue. We have been advised that several more organizations intend to apply. I am so hopeful. We need a good pool of providers for our customers with brain injury. And in VR, it's really important that the services we provide them help them with the different mixes of therapies, OT, PT, speech, and cognitive, but have an employment connection so that they can begin to have experiences in different employment settings to determine what they will be able to do successfully going forward. So this is so critical. And if I may suggest, perhaps see what Jeffrey and his team could propose to you so that you can monitor our progress there.
Thank you, Director Fuller. And yes, absolutely. What I've been emphasizing throughout this presentation is that WIOA measures have a lot of lag built into them. So we wouldn't be able to see the impact of any current changes until about 1.5 to 2 years in the future. But we could look at some just-in-time measures to see what TBI services look like now that new providers are coming on to the VR program, and be able to report something a little bit more meaningful. My suggestion would be to look at what's happening with our TBI population, given the new services context. Also look at a deeper dive to get a kind of summary level view of what's going on with our provider base, since we're doing a lot of interventions to try and increase and sustain our provider base. Those two areas of investigation, I think, would be very beneficial to look at. We could also, for example, look at what's going on with vehicle modifications, but I'm thinking that that might be a little bit too narrow. We're looking at, broader trends, but I just want to throw it out there to generate some questions, because my team is ready and willing to look at a deeper level at questions that the RCT has. I just want to make sure that the information we provide gets at the questions that you really want to ask.
This is April Pillary. So I have a quick question. I learned yesterday that people with TBIs before, I believe the age was 22, are considered individuals with developmental disabilities, or IDDs. So does this data take that into account, or is that going to be under IDD?
That's an excellent question. So a lot of people with TBI are under the intellectual and learning disability category within the VR program. Some of them are under psychosocial and psychological. It is a diverse subpopulation. It just really depends on the effects that the brain injury has on the individual in question. From the categorization schema that the VR program uses for disability cause category and disability subcategory, there's not a distinction in terms of age for when the disability is acquired. So if somebody had a traumatic brain injury before they were 22, their disability in our system would still be coded as a traumatic brain injury. That would put them under IDD for a lot of federal categorizations, but the disability categorization schema that the VR program uses, to the best of my knowledge, is not really based on age. And if I'm mistaken, someone please chime in and correct me on that.
You're right, Jeffrey.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller. We're kind of coming up on the noon hour that we would like to wrap up. So if anybody has more questions or recommendations for Ms. Fuller and her team, please feel free to comment now. I would just like to state that I heard Mr. Miller several times mention that we're on the edge of the cliff. So these numbers are about to look a lot uglier for a good year and a half. And the interesting part is, realistically, we're actually kind of coming out of the other side right now. Hopefully we'll keep improving the numbers, but just to make everyone aware, guests, members, and everybody, that we're on the edge of the cliff. Things are going to look pretty bad for the next few meetings, but understand those are numbers from the past by 9 months to a year and a half. So Anybody have any questions? Okay, well, Ms. Fuller, I'm sorry.
Hello, right, Joe Powell here. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to, I noted when 2 years ago when I started on the board, seemed like substance abuse I saw was one of the categories, Ms. Fuller, and I don't see that. Is that still included or how is that measured?
Mr. Powell, you have a good memory. Yes, indeed. We did have a slide talking about substance use disorders. That was a one-time request. Members wanted to have some specific questions answered. It did not get folded into our standard package. And Jeffrey can provide any update that I missed on that. It was an ad hoc request, as I recall.
That's correct. There was curiosity in how the opioid epidemic was impacting VR customers. And we found that it actually had very minimal impact on our customers in terms of the number and type of people coming to receive VR services. So we did perform that as a one-time request. And it was never incorporated into the quarterly report, like the slide on TBI and the slide on active engagement rate were. My recommendation again at this point would be to look at real-time measures to evaluate TBI and replace the current TBI slide with something that can give us a little bit more timely information on the impact of changes to DBI services, and then replace the engaged success rate slide with a new summary level overview of what our provider base looks like and what's happening there. Unless the council would like to make different requests, I think that that's going to touch on two very important areas in which the VR program is making strides right now.
I'm wondering if we might be
And Jeffrey, you're still sharing your screen, by the way.
See, a slide came up on my computer. Oh, there we go.
I appreciate you telling me that.
Can you also hear me? My earphones just died, the battery.
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Chairman.
Uh-oh, so my, let me see if I can switch to different earphones because these died, and then the computer screen, let me try these. I'm sorry, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
You can hear me? Oh, I'm sorry, I just can't hear y'all. I'm trying to get these. There we go. Did that work? Okay. All right. Unfortunately, I can't hear y'all, but I guess you can nod to me. Are y'all wrapped up and good to go? Okay, thanks. Yeah, great into the meeting. We're having to do this visually. And I don't know who's talking because these aren't working, but anyway, thank you, Paul. I guess thank you, Ms. Fuller and your team for your reports. And that was very comprehensive. And, I was just thinking if we need to make some adjustments to the slides or eliminate some or add some other ones, perhaps we could explore building some type of ad hoc committee to go over some of that stuff and consider that. So perhaps we can visit that at a future time when I can actually hear what y'all are suggesting. So since I can't at this point in time, I would just I'll be willing to remain quiet if somebody has something to say to Ms. Fuller, her team at this point. If we're finished, then I'm just got a couple of comments to close the meeting, if everyone's okay with that. Okay, thank you guys for nodding. First thing I want to mention is, we've got some departing members, and we definitely want to mention them and recognize them for their hard work and wisdom and teaching us, newer people how to do this right. And you guys did a good job of doing that. And Matt Barron, Joanne Fluke, Crystal Stark, and Paul Hunt. We're going to miss y'all. We appreciate your service, and it won't be the same without you, but we'll see if we can't forge on down the road. And I know that Mr. Barron, you will be with us in a different capacity, so I'm glad for that. One more thing I wanted to mention was I wanted to congratulate the vice chair-elect, Miss Lisa, not Godwin, but dadgummit.
Coward.
There I go on
One of the other
Wednesday.
Lisas.
There,
There's only
Coward, Miss Coward. Thank you.
8 of us, I think.
So congratulations, Miss Coward, on your victory. That was very good. Good job, and I look forward to working with you. And we'll visit later about how to move forward. So thanks for that. And I also wanted to congratulate Mr. Goldenstein for his nomination. And I look forward to great things for him down the road. So in closing, I guess that was about it. Oh, and of course, Lisa Majeski West wasn't able to join us today. Unfortunately, she had to go she wasn't kidding, was she? She said she was too busy in some of her personal life to be able to commit. So unfortunately, she had to take a leave today. But we certainly grateful for her contribution as vice chair for the past 2 years. And I will miss her on the executive committee, but we'll look forward to working with Ms. Coward, and it'll be great. So with that, I would like to, I wonder if I could do this without hearing anybody, but I would like to seek a motion to adjourn the meeting. Does anyone care to make a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stanfield. Assuming that you said that you're making a motion to adjourn the meeting, can I get a second for that motion to adjourn the meeting?
Second.
Okay, I hear a second from Mr. Robinson. So the meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you all so much for attending, and it was a pleasure having you here. Sorry for this technical difficulty wrapping it up, but hopefully it worked. Thank you guys. Have a good afternoon and a good weekend. Thanks.